tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. Eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání ètò èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe president. Mi ò fẹ́ kán pa mí mọ́tàn. Ọdún ó ti lé lọ́dún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n sí tí mo ti ń sìn wọ́n bọ̀. Eléyìí tó jókòó lẹ́yìn mi Dàpọ̀ ṣó wàá lè sọ pé òun lè di ìdádì gọ́fúnà tí ó bá ṣe mí. Àbí àbádìjọ wà ń stadium gan ni gbogbo pósẹ̀ wọn yàtọ̀ ó ní. Àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ gan wọn ò fẹ́ gbé fún ẹ lọ wo fídíò ẹ̀ mi tí mo gbé lẹ́yìn. Tó gan bá fẹ́ gbọ́ ẹ̀mí àágùn tó bá fẹ́ bọ́ Ọlọ́run nípò ẹ̀ á mọ̀ pé òun ò lè di gọ́fúnà láì ṣe iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run àtẹ̀mí.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú ọ̀rọ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanemejemo, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri Demo, Eguma, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri Demo, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna, Oibo.
It is everyone, be free, Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Obo da say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obo da say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gu geme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyi si akuna nyego bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is. Pardon me. I don't know why I cough. It's a nervous energy. I'm sure you already guessed that. I had no desire to cough until the music stopped and I see my bald head on your screen. And then suddenly I'm subsumed and then so it's nervous energy. So there it is. Since I was born and now I am getting old, or whatever it is that they said in their language. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. Here we are, and here we go. So here we go. Another day, another session. It never stops. It never stops. This one man went to Mo. Is he ever offline? So there it is. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to be part of the conversation, this hyperlink right there, I'm going to repost it in the comment section so it's immediate to hand. So this not hyperlink, but this hyperlink right there on your screen is your invitation to come and join the session. So click on like, click on subscribe. You must categorically. It's by law. If you've not clicked on like and you are not subscribed, then you are breaking the law. So it is by law. It is by the compulsion of law that you have to click on like and click on subscribe. So it is highly recommended, but at your discretion, if you click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, you are invited to do that and encouraged to do it. But the like and subscribe buttons, you are compelled to do that by law. So click on the like button just to ensure that you're on the right side of the law. So click on like, click on subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and talk to your talk with. You know, and not to be finicky, but I get somewhat very particular about language sometimes. You know, you talk with, not talk to, because I hear people say that often that I talked to, or you talk with. You talk with your contemporaries. You only talk to your subordinate or to a child, but you talk with. So that's the adjective that qualifies that. So if you want to come and speak with me and all of that nonsense, click on the hyperlink that says stream. Yeah. So enough of the bulabaloo. So let's get straight into it, and let's get immediately into it. So what are we discussing? As ever, a myriad of I see you there. I see three. Yes, you agree with me, don't you? It's talk with as and if anybody should know, this guy should know. It's as English as they come. So that's IC3 right there. So so yes, as I said, I'm getting almost discombobulated, so let's recalibrate and bring it up here. So as I said, let's get straight into it. Kwakwanso hints at defection, ICE APC ticket for 2027 presidency. So this is a stealthy sort of a headline. It's a Machiavellian sort of a headline, and there's the underpinnings of the machinations of shadowy politics in play here. Kwakwanso hints at defection, ICE APC ticket for 2027 presidency. So you cannot see a headline like that and not want to burrow into it. So let's dig into it. Former Kano State Governor Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso has raised rumors of his potential defection from the opposition New Nigeria People's Party NNPP by announcing his bid for the presidency in 2027. So now, his presidency in 2027. 2027, of course, completes Tinubu's first term, but the Constitution allows him to run again because the Constitution limits you to 2 terms. So he must have read something in the play to give him that confidence that he wants to go in this direction. Former Kano State Governor, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, has raised rumors of his potential defection from the opposition New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, by announcing his bid for the presidency in 2027. According to Kwakwanso, Nigerians are dissatisfied with President Tinubu's governance, citing rising poverty levels since Tinubu assumed office on May the 29th, 2023. So, the one thing that has been striking me all the way through is somewhat the amateurish sort of politics that is being played by people that you're expecting to be senior. The person actually playing the clever politics is Peter Obi, but we'll get to that in a moment. What has been striking me in the last few months is the amateurish sort of politics, but that is being played, that people that you thought were satiated, were marinated in our politics, people that you thought were senior political mind. I need water. So the amateurish politics being played by this sort of people. So Tinubu barely 6-8 months into his new tenure, his new administration, and this guy is already permutating to wrestle the APC ticket from him in 2027. So this is an early move, and it's signaled his intention too early, which surprises me. But then it shouldn't really surprise me, of course, because Kwakwanso is a one-state politician, and he doesn't really understand the more broader global landscape of the Nigerian and national politics. And we saw that, by the way, by the sort of person he chose to be his running mate. So former Kano State Governor, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, has raised rumors of his potential defection from the opposition New Nigeria's People Party, NNPP, by announcing his bid for the presidency in 2027. According to Kwakwanso, Nigerians are dissatisfied with President Bola Tinubu's governance, citing rising poverty levels since Tinubu assumed office on May the 29th, 2023. Sources close to the former NNPP presidential candidate said Kwakwanso convened a meeting with his close allies after discussing with President Tinubu. During this meeting, he revealed an invitation to join the All Progressive Congress APC. The source, preferring anonymity, disclosed that Kwakwanso assured his allies that even if he joined the APC, he will still vie for the presidency in 2027. So now, if he's joining the APC and is because what Kwakwanso is signaling to us is that he feels that the North, and we saw this with Ndumi as well, by the way, what Kwakwanso is signaling with this sort of output is that he feels that the Northerners, they are dissatisfied with Bola Tinubu, and they have made up their minds to only allow him one term. So now the only then thing that can replace Tinubu if the Northerners turn against him is a Northerner. Because of course they're not going to elect another Southerner who then reset to a new complement of 8 years. So this is how he has read the political permutation. And if he knows that if he wants to be the president, he has to be in a major party. The PDP already locked down by Atiku Abubakar, and he's now going now to the ruling party to go and wrestle the sitting president for the ticket in 2027. Sources close to the former NNPP presidential candidate said Kwakwanso convened a meeting with his close allies after discussions with President Tinubu. During this meeting, he revealed an invitation to join the All Progressive Congress APC. The source, preferring anonymity, disclosed that Kwakwanso assured his allies that even if he joined the APC, he will still vie for the presidency in 2027. We had a meeting with our leader. After the meeting with President Tinubu, he sought our opinion on the invitation to join our APC. Many of us were against the idea, but he took time to explain to us the benefits of joining the ruling party. But one interesting thing during the meeting that we cherished most was when he told us it is an opportunity for him to be president in 2027. He told us in clear terms he would run for the office of the president. He gave us so many reasons why he thinks he stands a chance in 2027, which I will not disclose. So yes, but anyway, we'll see how it plays out. I think this guy ultimately about to play himself, but we'll see how that plays out. So that's Kwakwanso then signaling his intentions very early. So now this next headline is long awaited, long overdue. Right, so this next headline, long awaited, long overdue. Tinubu shakes up oil industry, directs central bank to take over crude sales from NNPC. So yes, I think this will especially please Larry, who is always lamenting that there's a cult-like feel to the texture of how NNPC is being run. President Bola Tinubu has announced a shake-up in the oil sector to ensure transparency amidst concerns about declining oil revenue and opaque practices within the NNPC. Opaque practices, you mean corrupt practices. The president has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to take over responsibility for crude oil sales from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Previously, the NNPC solely controlled crude oil sales, only submitting accounts to the federal government. Critics have long argued that this arrangement lacked transparency, allowing the NNPC to underreport earnings. The new directive requires the NNPC to submit all receipts for crude oil sales to the CBN for vetting and documentation. This aims to close any potential gap in reporting and ensuring accurate records of oil revenue. CBN Governor Mr. Olayemi Cardoso had last week said the collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and the NNPCL is to ensure that all foreign inflows are returned to the CBN. This coordinated effort will greatly enhance the bank's foreign exchange flows and contribute to the accretion of reserves, he said. Cardoso, who was delivering a keynote address at the launch of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group 2024 Microeconomic Outlook Report, said the expected stability in the foreign exchange market for 2024 can be attributed to the reduction in petroleum product imports and the recent implementation of a market-determined exchange rate policy by the CBN. So you can unbundle that if you, they always hide these things in technicalities, don't they? This reform is designed to streamline and unify multiple exchange rates, fostering transparency and reducing opportunities for arbitrage. The resulting consistent and stable exchange rate will not only boost investor confidence, but also attract foreign investment, elevating Nigeria's appeal to global investors. We are implementing a comprehensive strategy to improve liquidity in our FX markets in the short, medium, and long term. Our focus is on addressing fundamental issues that have hindered the effective operations of our markets over the years. Upholding the integrity of financial markets is crucial for building confidence. With the completion of an independent forensic review, so that is the Jim Obazie report. We are addressing the backlog of valid FX transactions, and we remain steadfast in our commitment to decisively address any infractions and abuses. So decisively address any infractions and abuses, that is to tell you then that Godwin Emefiele will rot in jail. That is exactly what that means. Emefiele will rot in jail. But now the headline piece: Southwest governors in talks with federal government over arms for Amotekun. This is Oyebanji, the governor of whichever state, letting us know this. So now the Amotekun serves no purpose and can serve no purpose unless they have proper kits. So if they are not armed, they serve no purpose and they can serve no purpose. So they seek to address that now. Southwest governors in talks with federal government over arms for Amotekun. So this is Oyebande. In a bid to combat the rising insecurity in the Southwest region, the 6 state governors in the zone have commenced discussions with President Bola Tinubu-led federal government on the need for the Amotekun Corps to carry sophisticated arms. The Ekiti State Governor, Abiodun Oyebanji, who disclosed this on Sunday during a media chat, Meet Your Governor in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, said governors were of the view that the growing level of kidnapping, killings, and heinous crimes in the region will be adequately tackled by the local security outfit with the right arms. He disclosed that the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari allegedly frustrated the effective and efficient operations of the local security network when it was established a few years ago. Oyebanji described President Tinubu as an advocate of true federalism, expressing optimism that the present administration would agree with the Southwest states on the need for the Amotekun Corps to be legally and operationally empowered to confront criminal elements in the region. On Amotekun, I think we are turning the corner, but I also know the legal structural limitations to Amotekun. We did not have the kind of robust engagement we would have loved to have with the last administration at the federal level. Grudgingly, they allowed us to be, but they planted a lot of obstacles on its but they planted a lot of obstacles on its effectiveness. They can't carry arms, but you know that the present president is an advocate of true federalism, and I am sure we will navigate that. I don't know how you want someone to combat criminals without protecting himself. That is a big issue. So, what we are using Amotekun for now is to gather intelligence that we will share with formal security apparatus. Amotekun has the potential to do more if they are allowed to carry arms. And it is a conversation the Southwest governors are having with the federal government. And I am sure very soon something will be done in that regard. But because it is glaring that the local entities understand the environment better, and we will get to the end of that very soon. The discussion has been positive. So the discussion has been positive. So yeah, let me just leave it there. So the discussions has been positive, which is to tell you then that progression is being made within that space, and Amotekun serves no purpose if they are not armed. It's just it's as basic as that. Amotekun serves no purpose if they are not armed. And by the way, plenty of room in the studio for anybody that wants to take on a conversation. So if you want to hop on like a rabbit, hop. Like a rabbit hop. Tinubu approves $700 million for road projects to boost business activities in Lekki Port. So this is a little too late. After all of the ports have been built, now they are building the roads to connect it. I mean, it's just the ridiculous. That's the Nigerian way, though. President Bola Tinubu has approved the sum of $700 million for 7 road projects to boost business activities and logistic services at the Lekki Deep Sea Port. This is part of the concerted efforts of President Tinubu to continuously support noble investors' efforts such as the Lekki ports and others to optimize the rich blue economy inherent in the nation's maritime domain. According to correspondents, this was made known by the chairman of the Lekki Free Zone, Abiodun Dabiri, during, I wonder if that is the husband of Dabiri Arewa, Dabiri or something. During the, yes, the largest LNG vessel berthed in Lagos just, I think, today or the day before, and first in Africa, apparently. According to correspondence, this was made known by the chairman of the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Abiodun Dabiri, during the arrival of the largest container carrier to sail to Nigerian territorial waters, which berthed at the Lekki Deep Sea Port. The vessel, christened Maersk Aden, and then they go on to give you the measurements of the road will facilitate evacuation of goods services. Speaking at the event, Dabri said, the roads are clearly going to be a game changer. It is going to be about 700 million. It will take off from Lekki. It will fly over through the lagoons and terminate around Shagamu. It will facilitate the evacuation of goods and services into the hinterlands, and we can't wait for that to happen. So there it is right there. So that is right there. So let me just give you this. Sanwo-Olu witnesses arrival of LNG powered vessel at Lekki Port. I think we just touched on that. Let me give you this one just as a headline as well. Our dear friend Daniel Bwala still on his long journey to the APC. Bwala meets Tinubu in Paris. Daniel Bwala, former spokesperson to the presidential candidate of the PDP in the 2023 general election, Atiku Abubakar, on Monday, met with President Bola Tinubu in Paris, France. So there it is right there. I don't really need to add much more to that. So this is it being reported in the Tribune as well. Southwest governors talking with federal government on Amotekun carrying arms. So Yebanji. So it's widely reported. So some veracity to that. Makinde attacks Atiku for not calling are texting to sympathize with him after Ibadan explosion. So this is during an Obi visit to that space. I did say Obi was playing clever politics, and this is the. In fact, let Reno Mokri explain it. Peter Obi is planning to contest the 2027 elections. His visits to anywhere there has been a natural disaster is enough evidence of his intent. That is Reno Omokri. Reno Omokri says former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi is obviously planning to contest again for the presidency in 2027. In a post shared on Twitter, Reno stated that Obi's visits to anywhere there has been a human or natural disaster across Nigeria are more than enough evidence of his interest to run again. He, however, claimed that no matter how many times Obi contests, he will not win. He posted. Peter Obi is obviously planning to contest the 2027 elections. It is as clear as day. His strategic visits to anywhere where there has been a human or natural disaster, whether Kaduna Plateau or Oyo, is more than enough evidence of his intent. As long as it happens outside Igbo land, Peter Obi will condemn and politicize any tragedy in a way that undermines either President Tinubu or Waziri Atiku. He condemned the Kaduna Eid drone bombing, but not the Quillox killings in Anambra State until he was called out. He took umbrage at the Mangu massacre in Plateau, but said nothing about the recently discovered tunnel and school where kidnappers hide their victims in Abia. He has now gone to Ibadan to sympathize with them over the recent explosion, but said nothing when Chinasa Phillips was revealed as one of the masterminds of kidnapping in Abuja. Anybody thinking that he is planning a coalition with PDP is not wise at all. Why? He allows people close to him to release information, the marketing article. The latest is the anti-article remark by Governor Makinde, which was released by Peter Obi's right-hand man. I am not even sure Governor Makinde was aware they would release it. I have just spoken to a significant figure in Governor Makinde's administration, and now that Obi's people have publicized it, they too have no choice but to do the same. However, I am more confident that the person who released it did so with Peter Obi's knowledge. Read the tea leaves. As long as God keeps all of them and the rest of us alive, if Peter Obi contests in 2027, he will get fewer votes than he did in 2023 due to the yes daddy tapes. However, he will still get enough to divide PDP's vote and ensure President Tinubu is re-elected. So that's where the Omokri then are stating the obvious. Pretty certain that Peter Obi is playing the sort of long politics that he has to play in order to be relevant in 2027. Let me just show you this as a headline. Nigeria ranks second with lowest cost of living in 2024. I'm not quite sure how they arrived at this. Nigeria has been ranked second globally in countries with lowest cost of living, according to Nombuo Cost of Living Ranking 2024. Nombuo is the world's largest cost of living database. The cost of living is the amount of money needed to sustain a certain level, a certain comfort level in a location. The cost of living covers basics such as housing, grocery, taxes, and healthcare. Some countries have a very high cost of living, particularly in areas surrounding large cities. Pakistan was ranked as the country with the lowest cost of living whilst Nigeria and Libya came second and third, respectively. India, Afghanistan, and Kenya were ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. At the bottom are Switzerland and Bermuda, which are ranked as the most expensive countries with the highest cost of living. So it's here is a list. So it takes us through a list. So Nigeria ranks as a second, the second cheapest country to live in. So there it is right there. That's been done by the people who should know. People who should know. Oh, all right. I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. Sufficient enough to be going with. Anybody that wants to hop on. We play the Kegite music, get the conversations going, and then we'll see where that lands us. So, but first, let's go to the Kegites. I struggle to find it every day, don't I? Oh, here they are.
Only water, where is Sima? Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that by myself and you, my friends. Let me load this one, have it ready to go. Let's kick it off. Let's bring the panelists in, I should say. So let's bring the panelists in. Thomas here, good to see you, Thomas. Bishop here, good to see you, Bishop. Warpace here, good to see you, Warpace. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Let's kick it off with you then, Bishop. Good to see you, Bishop.
Yeah, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. Are you back in your truck?
Yeah. No, I'm just sitting out.
Oh, all right. Let me kick it off with the head. Let me kick it off with the headline piece. Southwest governors in talk with federal government over arms for Amotekun. So this is the Ekiti state governor opening up this conversation. So Amotekun serves no purpose unless they are properly armed. And we all knew that. They fought tooth and nail actually to establish Amotekun. But now, under a different administration, he's telling us that there are positive signals from the federal government that they are ready to allow Amotekun to bear arms. What are you then making then of this public output by the state governor?
Well, let me say good evening once again, everyone that is joining us. Please click on the like button that is coming. Like I used to say, that's the minimum you can do for the platform. Very quickly, it's a very it's a catch-22 situation. they're not saying they are not armed because they're actually armed now, but they are saying properly armed, meaning they want them to bear AK-47. If we begin to be very too generous and careless about arming every security outfit that states are creating, we're actually creating a bigger problem for ourselves. Amotekun is supposed to be a community-based security outfit, like an advanced vigilante group, and they bear dingo and pump action rifle at the moment. If you wanted to begin to bear automatic or semi-automatic rifle, it's just a panacea for a crisis that is likely to blow out at any point. And that's my fear. I don't have any reason. I'm not a criminal. I don't have any fear with them bearing. But hey, the consequences, what we want to cure, what we are going to be causing might be more than what we want to cure.
Are you talking about the proliferation of our arms?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because of course, if they license Amotekun to bear arms,
they have to give other people too.
Yes, they have to license all the other regional.
So exactly what I'm saying. So if they limit the kind of arms to bear for now to pump action and some other, it's supposed to be a community base. Why do you need automatic and semi-automatic rifle for community-based security?
No, it's not actually community-based. It is actually to address the banditry, isn't it? And those people are carrying AK-47s and sophisticated weapons.
See, the truth of the matter is this: we can progress slowly. I'm not against it if they feel. I'm just afraid that we might end up, complicating the problem more. Because if you license Amotekun, you must license the Bubiagu, you must license the Fulani, the one that they just said they wanted to set up. What's the name?
Sheke Kanshafi or something like that.
No, the one that Mieti Allah just launched recently. You must license, then you must license all manner. But why we have provocation? They will start from having confrontation with the recognized security operative, like AFCC with NDLEA will go to a community and you will see you have to confront with them first. Because they are defending the people that are doing those illegal something in their own community. NDLEA will go to a community. These are the same people that are protecting them. Look, it is a panacea for serious chaos and crisis. I can assure you. If they feel is the way to go, I don't feel so. If anybody can convince me that is the way to go, I'm ready to learn. But honestly speaking, it's going to be a recipe for serious crisis.
You know what I think, Bishop? I think this Amotekun thing should be transmuted into forest rangers and AK-47, but they not do whatever there. It's patently clear that we need forest rangers as part of the security structures of Nigeria.
We actually have forest rangers already. I know we have. What kind of arms do they bear? I'm trying to recall them, but I know we have forest rangers in the southwest. Omo Forest and Thick Forest in the southwest. I know we have forest rangers. Maybe we need to arm them a little bit more. Maybe we need to comb more. Maybe we need to deploy technology more to be able to fish out, strange fishes and the rest, and create some barriers so people cannot cross from forest to another without being checked. If we can do that one. But if they think arming them with automatic and semi-automatic rifles is the best way, I have my fears, honestly speaking. If you live in some of in the southwest, when these politicians begin among themselves, you will fear, say, So for me, if it's going to solve the solution, the problems, and it's going to be a solution to all these things we are having, but I fear that it's actually going to compound it. That's my fear. I'm not against it, because the proliferation of small arms is a major challenge we are facing. But the idea that they are not bearing arms now is not correct. They are actually bearing arms. They are bearing arms, but they want to upgrade the kind of arms they are bearing to semi-automatic, like AK-47, AK-49, like the FL rifle, like the Amola, the Kalashnikov. If that's what they are saying, we need to tread very carefully. So, because if they give Amotekun, they must give others. I mean, it should be, I mean, that would be too blatant to say, okay, what qualifies Amotekun to bear and the Bugwagi cannot bear automatic rifles, or the Fulani, Mieti Allah, that said they set up a vigilante. Everybody, that means we are more. That would be a different level. So that's my view on that. Let me waste time.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. Kwakwanso hints at defection, eyes APC ticket for 2027 presidency. So what politics do you think is in play there?
I don't know the game he has under, I mean, they said an ace up my sleeve. I don't know the ace or the aces he has, but I foresee that they're going to be fomentment and a sponsorship, or how do I call it, of discontent in the coming months and years. The irony of it, the question is that why coming to APC if you are going to challenge? Because he knows that the incumbent will want to go for a second term, and it will be in their own interest for you to go. Because if it goes and it's time to go to the north, so I don't know the game.
I think, Bishop, I think his calculation is that the north does not want to give Tinubu a second term.
That's what I'm saying. That he has some games, or some plans, some game plan, and the game plan is forced to cause discontentment across the country, and now let that discontentment to roll into the APC. That look, they not have lost confidence in the candidate of the APC, and ride on the back of that.
Sorry, Bishop. Are we not already seeing somewhat signals that the North are strategizing in that manner?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we saw Ndume come out. We've seen the Katsina elders come out. We've seen the Arewa consultative councils come out to start to build a narrative that the Tinubu administration is anti-North. So, so that's the narrative that they are building.
Yeah, I mean,
and he sees that narrative as looking to take the ticket from Tinubu in 2027. And there is no strong northerner in the APC. So it's an open ticket for him.
It's not really. It's not going to be a roller coaster. It's not going to be like a stroll in the park. I mean, if he's been delusional, and I really don't have a lot of respect for him. He's not very strategic. That's very sincere, which I said. If he was strategic, he wouldn't have run in the last election. I mean, and he was boasting everywhere that he will win, when everybody could see that he's just like dancing naked in the market square, in the village square. So he's not really as adept. It's not really as, it's not really like an expert when it comes to strategy and strategic planning when it comes to politics. So he's not. So I don't think he has all those things you are attributing to him. But it's okay. He might just want to play the spoiler for whatever is what, because he sees himself that if they can bend Atiku in the north, is the next most popular thing. In the north is the next most popular thing. So can he remove can he bench what's his name? Shetima, and run as the vice president to the president to Tinubu in the second term? It's not an impossibility, but I've not spent time to permutate, to look at those things. But he will not displace Tinubu, not even in the north. By the time we get to that, the Tinubu will be able to. No,
it's not so much the electorate; it's the delegates. If you remember in 2014, when Buhari was gunning for the APC ticket, they had to ask him to step down for Buhari, because
he did not step down. Buhari defeated him. He did not step down in the Lagos Convention. He did not. He was defeated, so he did not step down. They asked him there because they wanted to manage. That's what I'm saying, but he did not. So what I'm saying in essence is this: simply, yes, it's okay if he comes, because if he comes and he wants to go for it, it's going to cause a lot of discontentment even within the APC itself. That's the truth. He does not have the total control of the north. He does not have it. He has never. Yeah, he can throw his punch once in a while, when depending on the kind of candidate that is there. So for now, he does not, and he cannot just come, and you are only coming because you want to come and pick the ticket. Other people will tell you that, we have built this party. I would rather remain in the party and be party chairman or a senator or a vice president or something than allowing you to come and just pick the presidential ticket like that. You understand? So people fight for, they know what they're fighting for. So for me, if he wants to come and throw that his punch, he's not likely going to win. But it's not strange to listen to. I mean, they battered in several times in the, because if he comes in now, look, remember, he's not a governor now yet, and he has nothing. He's just a party. So when he comes, he's going to queue up behind some people, both in the north, in Kano, both in the northwest and in the north in general. In the first in Kano, and then in the northwest, then in the entire north in general. So there are people that are there before. Yeah, we are only speculating. I don't think it stands a chance. I don't think so. That's my view.
In terms of his political trajectory, though, do you think his next real move, in order to continue to progress in politics, will be to join the APC?
Yes, that's about the only thing for him. Because for now, PDP is already, like we said several months ago, PDP has been mortally wounded. They are not dead yet, but they've been mortally wounded. It will take a real magic wand to be able to revive the PDP. Now, will anybody, a southern chairman, will not rally it behind him now? In this present time we have, I don't see it. Let's say, for example, a Shegun so will be comes. Most of the North will not rally behind him. They will just see him and say, "Who are you? I'm a Joe." You understand? So that's enough disdain. And I don't see any other PDP from the southwest. Now, south have lost it. Southeast, because of what happened in the last election. So there's going to be some kind of recalibration. So anyone that is strategic and is patient, like they used to say, the virtue is a patient bet. That is strategic, patient, and very calculating is the one that will reap the benefit, but not somebody that wants to hop from. Papa is too erratic. He's very impatient. It's like he's desperate. He jumps from party to party. He jumps from, just from one caucus to another caucus because he believes he's, this entitlement something. And you're not strategizing, you're not calculating. Tinubu never ran for any office since he left being a governor. And it took him almost 20 years to strategize and plan. Yeah, he even won it in the most difficult time because this past election was one of the hardest fought. So, but Papa So is not playing that kind of strategy. So for me, I repeat again, and I stand to be corrected, and except I'm proven wrong, I don't think he stands a chance.
All right, Bishop, let me take you to the space. Peter Obi is planning to contest the 2027 elections. His visits to anywhere there has been a natural disaster is enough evidence of his intent. So this is Reno Omokri, the kryptonite.
That's not a bad thing. The man is ambitious and is laying his cards early in the life. So that's a plus for Peter Obi. I don't see that as a bad thing. That's very fair of him. That's very good of him. The only problem I have is he's not been able to rein in his headless mob, and he's so afraid of them. He's so scared of them. That's
I don't think that's the space that Reno Omokri was speaking to. The space he was speaking to is how Peter Obi is going from one disaster situation to another to showcase himself, and then to politics to that space. So he's putting in the building blocks then to have a wider spread beyond what he had in 2023.
That's what I said. I said there's nothing wrong in that. I even applaud it. That's strategy. It's laying your strategy. You're starting early. If you want to go, you plan, you strategize, you build blocks. You build bridges across other people. I think I salute him for that. I don't see that as anything wrong. So yeah, Reno Omokri is right. Peter Obi is building early, and it makes things matter than some other people that think that it's just when it is time they will just jump on it. So if he's building bridges from now on, that's good. I don't see anything wrong. I really applaud that. Yeah, he goes to places, he familiarizes himself, he donates, he does this, and he's getting used to them. He builds bridges gradually, like they used to say. It's you want to build an edifice, you start layer by layer, block by block, and that's exactly what he's doing. Handshake across the Niger. and build your team, gradually. So I don't see anything wrong in that. Essentially, that's what I'm saying. That's a good move. That's a good strategy. You don't wait until the last minute before you now start running after scatter. The only challenge I have with him is that he's not been able to rein in. It's very abusive, very toxic followership. That's all. But on this one, I give it to him. That's good.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Tinubu shakes up oil industry, directs central bank to take over crude oil sales from NNPC. So that shadowy cult that is the NNPC, it looks as though they are now starting to shine some light on it.
Yeah. It's long overdue. You see, NNPC, I mean, I know some of the workers of NNPC. NNPC is a 6-speed. Yesterday when we were talking and you opened up and said that I discovered that is the Tinubu that was in the PPMC, Pipeline Product Marketing Company. I said, let's just keep it. The kind of things they do. NNPC has about
sorry, Bishop. Is there a radio or a television on where you are?
Not me, somebody's other van, somebody's car. I open my van. I can go out of my or lock my door. My engine is not running. Yeah.
Carry on. Carry on. Have we lost you? Are you still there? Did it drop? Oh, I think it dropped. Okay. Ola, do you want to pick that up? Then the NNPC storyline that Bishop was speaking to.
What happened to Bishop?
I think it's a system dropped. All right. Let's go to. Are you there? Okay. Let's go to War Peace then. Whoever is available should unmute.
Okay. I think it's a good thing because there should be a mechanism to monitor the dealings there. So especially because there are several ways Nigerians are losing money from losing crude oil money. One lost to the oil theft. Another one is the one even lost to even the officials. So I think it is long overdue to have some kind of monitoring mechanism, at least for the one we can monitor for now. So it is not a bad idea. But then one man, I don't know if I should ask you this question. Maybe someone wants to tell me why. Should I?
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Mama, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. Can you not hear me?
Can anybody hear me?
We can all hear you.
What's happening?
What's going on? Can anybody hear me? If you can hear me,
happen.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me, one man? Can you hear one man?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Ola, we cannot hear you.
Ola, speak on. You can speak.
Yes, Ola, we can hear you.
Okay. Now, I was about to ask. Okay, so all those things I've said now, nobody heard. Okay,
we
heard everything.
We heard everything.
Okay,
ask your question. We heard you.
So the question I want to ask now is this: why is Dangote importing crude oil from the United States?
I saw that. I saw that headline, but I didn't dig into it.
Okay.
Because Nigeria cannot give enough quantity, its capacity. Nigeria cannot feed him with all the product he needs. So he will need extra supply from other countries. So who other people have that capacity to supply him? America. So that's why.
I didn't even know I dropped off and I was sitting.
Okay, Bishop is here.
Sorry, madam. I did not know I even dropped off. Can you imagine? Where did that drop off?
No, you were just about to start.
Achimogu.
Yeah, you were.
Achimogu.
Yeah.
My God, and I was still talking. Can you imagine? Okay, so I said that Achimogu, when we mentioned Achimogu the last time, and I said, look, let's just jump it because NNPC is a safe pit of corruption. It's a rotten. Immediately you say, let's just move. Now, I am saying I support this move. NNPC has been one of the most opaque opaque organization in the world, because you are the one that is drilling, you are the one that is entering into agreement, all the JV, that's joint venture, and the PSC, production sharing contract that you enter into with either all the IOCs or all the what they call the marginal feed operators and the rest. So you are the one making the money, you are the one spending it. You just come and declare, okay, this is what you have, and that has left NNPC as one of the most corrupt entities, one of the most corrupt, if not the most corrupt. So if they take this away from them, you do your own bit. The financial aspect, when you sell our crude, look, if you know the kind of thing that Duke Oil is doing, Duke Oil is another arm of NNPC that is selling. Almost all of the arm of NNPC, I think they have about 5 or 6 subsidiaries. I know of Nappings, I know of IDSL, I know of PPMC, I know of NPDC in Benin. NPDC and IDSL used to be in Benin. I don't know if they are still there. And you go to these places and see what is going on there, or more, you will weep. So if they take that aspect away from them, that every sales, let it be reserved with the CBN, then you can come and reconcile. I think it's not going to eliminate all the rot, but honestly speaking, it's going to be a
why was this not the case all along? Why did they let NNPC stand as a sole entity, collecting and then remitting money to the?
Unfortunately, that was people that designed. Let me give you one shocking thing. When they sold NNPC, petrochemicals, the one that is on LMA Road, the one by the left side where you are going to on there, and there were about 600 and something, 1,600 and something staff there, and they transferred them to every other places. They just transferred them. They transferred some to Kaduna. They transferred some. Look, there's a young man that I used to know that went to Japan. NNPC Kaduna refinery was not producing anything, and people had been there for almost 20 years, and they were getting promotion. They're getting on overseas training. So somebody went to Japan, and he was still earning his full salary, and he spent 6 months training. And after that 6 months, he was able to manipulate his way. They still sent him for another 6 months training in Japan. And he was earning. And that same refinery was not producing 1 liter of petrol. So the people that have held that in that aspect of our economy by the jugular, they are too powerful. You can't just, they are too powerful. And that is the category that Achimogu, when you mentioned it yesterday, when mentioned his name yesterday, belong to. Now, it has been wrong for so long. People that fight them, they have a way of fighting back. But if now we can get this, and it's not going to be like we're going to get it right immediately. Of course, it's a step in the right direction, but it will take some many faulty steps and correction and faulty steps and correction. Hopefully, someday very soon we'll be able to get. But this decision of NNPC, look, your own is just take a record, sell, and you are not getting the money. Let CBN get the money. CBN cannot manipulate the money they get. At least not. CBN cannot manipulate the money they get. Can you hear me? Is anybody hearing me?
Yeah, we cannot hear you. Carry on.
Okay. So CBN cannot. So at least there will be check and balances. Unlike you are the one that is collecting the crude, you are the one that is selling it. You are the one that is collecting the crude. You are the one that is selling it. You are the one that is doing everything. Accountability is too opaque. So for me, yes, I support this decision, and I think it's a step in the right direction. And I know that they will run into some little problems here and there before they can fully implement it. But whether they stumble or they fall, it is still the right way to go. At some point, they will get it right. It's beginning to bring some kind of clarity. At least there are 2 people now. It's not just what NNPC brings. Because NNPC will just hold and they say they don't have money. But you are lifting crude. Lifting crude every day, and you just declare what you want. Like if NNPC is doing the federation a favor, they are not doing us a favor. They are supposed to be, they are working for the federation, for the country, but it's like they are doing us a favor because there are some set of superhuman beings there. So yes, this is going to cause a lot of trouble, I can assure you, because when people will fight back, like in everything in Nigeria, you begin to see some distortions in even the crude oil lifting itself. You begin to see a lot. So if we know our eye is on the ball, we know that yes, we expect
how is this arrangement going to work? It's really because it's how it works. Is Actually, let me represent it again. President Bola Tinubu has announced a shake-up in the oil sector to ensure transparency amidst concerns about declining oil revenue and opaque practices within the NNPC. The president has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to take over responsibility for crude oil sales from the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited. So what does that mean, to take over responsibility for crude oil sales? So is the NNPC going to be at the port of loading in order to know how much was lifted and then at what price?
No.
So what level of interaction are we looking at?
NNPC has some subsidiary that manages the sale, like the Duke Oil I just mentioned. Duke Oil probably is based in the UK, that manages the sale, the lifting, because it's a commodity, but it's not like a cash and carry commodity. You enter into some kind of contract with people, over time, and that's why price fluctuation does not affect them immediately, because lifting contracts is. So what is going to happen, as you have not read the details, is that now, because they proposed it not just today, NNPC produces, they know how much they produce. So when they lift the contract that is going to, the lifting contract, the payment of the contract is now going to be domiciled with the CBN, not NNPC. NNPC has more than 100 accounts everywhere across the world. They just open accounts and they receive proceeds of crude. They now aggregate them and give to the federation what they want to give. That's going to change now, because if the other time somebody was saying that we want to adopt the Saudi Arabia model of the crude, how they monitor all the manifolds. That is where crude are being loaded, all their loading points, and it is well metered. So you know how many barrels is leaving every port, who is loading it, which ship is loading it, which destination, which is now communicated with the what do you call it now? The company that is in the audit. So it is the audit, when that one is the company that is auditing it, that we used to have STS in those days, both the quality and the quantity. So immediately that one is approved, the payment now is where the catch is. The payment does not go to NNPC as it used to be. The payment goes to CBN. So CBN receives the money on behalf of the NNPC. CBN keeps the money. CBN gives account of the money to the federation. It's a big move. It's something that is long overdue, because I've been in conferences before that some people have actually what do you call it? In their presentation, they made this suggestion in quite a number. Either it is NAPI, whether it is SPG, whether it is what the other one, all these petroleum, AAPG, and just name it. So quite a number of them, they've made this suggestion before that it is too opaque. NNPC is just like a big cause, and they are too powerful. So if you take this aspect away, it's not going to be very smooth at the beginning. It will come with some challenges, because some people will want to scuttle it and say, we told you it will never work, just to justify, keeping the, what do you call it, domiciling that aspect, taking it back to NNPC. But I am sure if they implement it very well, after the teething problems, the initial teething problems, they're going to get this right, because it's been suggested for years. Look, I work with a certain gentleman, he used to be in the academia, that did a project, they call it oil fingerprinting, the biomarkers, and we took it to the NNPC then, and what it meant was that, look, we have a system whereby our oil, it's going to reduce oil theft by a serious margin, because all of our oil have fingerprints that can be detected anywhere in the world. They threw it into the trash. How many meetings with ministers? I remember Odeya Ogobi, anybody that knows him, and Kunle Odishino. I've met with them one-on-one. I mean, that was many years ago. He was the Minister of Petroleum. I sat with him. He's still alive. And it was a brilliant by a certain man they call Professor Ekwozo. He's the leading geochemist in West Africa, North Africa. So he came up with a brilliant work after so many years. He was working with some other brilliant brain across the world, from Canada, from Great Britain, and the rest. But they treat from what's the name of this university in Britain? One of the leading universities, but they threw it into the trash because it's going to impact some people negatively, even though it's good for the country. But because of those ones that the thing never saw the light of the day. I mean, the man eventually, after every effort, he just resigned to face and just left it, and that thing never came up till tomorrow. The biomarker or oil trade preaching. So for me, people have idea on how to make it work. It's just if it is working, the ones that are benefiting from it, albeit illegally, will not benefit. So they will not allow it to work. So the same way, this new move, people that will not want it to work, there are many, they are there. It now depends on the resilience and the determination of the commander-in-chief today and say, look, this is what I want to do, and this is how we are going to have it. We are going to do it. So whatever you do, we are going to fight back, and we will get it, but not without putting up a fight. That's what I'm saying, essentially.
All right. Let me take you to one more.
I get 1 minute.
Yeah, yes. Come in, Ajahn Lekoko.
Yeah, one man, I think it's a wrong move.
You think it's a wrong move?
Yeah, very, very wrong.
Right.
How would Central Bank be selling crude oil? It's not the right. It's not the right decision. It's a decision that is capable of even driving away investors, because you are trying to kill the capacity of and the technicalities of the of NNPC to develop on its own, to improve on their own. This is the kind of emergency and rush to solving problems sometimes that we don't think well, we don't plan well, and we will end up making it worse, making the situation worse off instead of solving the problem. Is it not what Buhari did with central bank engaging in giving loans to farmers, and they turned central bank to bankers of farmer? What was the?
So sorry. What is your understanding of what's being proposed?
Okay, what my understanding that central bank will be selling the oil. Why should central bank sell oil?
No, you got it wrong.
Central bank will be collecting the money. That's really what it is.
Can I come in 1 minute? Yeah. Let me put it straight. Now,
let me learn. I mean, it is not expressly mentioned that they'll be collecting the money. They said central bank will be selling. That is what the statement said. I'm going by the statement. So if that is what they really mean, I think that is wrong. If they're talking about payment to central bank and not to NNPC, yes, I can understand that they're trying to...
let me give you a couple more paragraphs, Ajahn Lekoko. Previously, the NNPC solely controlled crude oil sales, only submitting accounts to the federal government. Critics have long argued that this arrangement lacked transparency, allowing the NNPC to underreport earnings. The new directive requires the NNPC to submit all receipts for crude oil sales to the CBN for vetting and documentation. This aims to close any potential gaps in reporting and ensure accurate records of oil revenue. So it's a superintending role rather than a sales role. That's how it reads.
Okay, that is fine if that is what that really means. If it's to supervise the sales and get the payment, that is fine. But if they are the one that will be engaging in the sales, looking for contracts to sell the oil, and I think that is not back with law. It's not. It's not in the act.
I think it's a narrative of what quantity have you sold, how much for, and pay the money into the central bank. Yeah.
Hey,
Number
Well,
one.
I think it's more of revenue collection agency. See, Baba Jale Koko, if you see what is happening, what banks are doing for, let me give our higher institution, for example. There was a time in Nigeria that the bossers, they collect money and some significant part of that money, you won't be able to account for it. So it got to a stage, banks started saying, okay, we are going to do revenue collection for you and you will be able to have transparency. So what did banks do? They work with the switch companies in the country. They started deploying portal. So from all those portal, whenever a student will pay, they will just pay through either one of those payment system, and you could see everything at a particular location. So cash, physical cash was now it's now being discouraged. So the bank and the school can know what they want. So what central bank can do for say for NNPC this time around is they are going to put infrastructure in place. NIBS, which does all those things on their behalf, can just put infrastructure in place instead of playing to an account dedicated to NNPC directly. I can tell you, while in the bank, if Pato is saying I will bear me witness, you will see there was a time that you will find significant part of all this NNPC money will be sitting in the bank for a very long time. Like then about 13 billion, the loan was sitting with our bank. You understand? Before Sanusi move it out so that it will carry out his agenda. So you find these people, they will just spread the money across. At the end of the day, you will even some will even forget the money there for some times, except for those people that knows about those transactions. But now you start asking yourself, what is Nigeria crude oil money supposed to be doing with the commercial bank, except the CBN is asking those commercial banks to manage on behalf of the central bank to also use for business and pay interest there. So this time around, if CBN just need to give the infrastructure in place, no money is going to any separate account from an NPC. It's just going to be one account managed directly by by central bank, and even collecting that money directly is going to even help the central bank to even perform its own duty too, as the bank to the government, as someone that is a custodian of our cash reserve. So to me, it's one of the best ideas you can introduce. On the surface, it looks like it's not good, but it's the best thing that can happen, to be honest.
Thank you very much. I really thank you so very much. Let me just cap it. It's about the best thing in the recent time that has happened. Look, what Ajale Gogo said earlier on is not factually correct. Our law says every revenue accruing to the federation, the federal government of Nigeria does not own NNPC and the proceeds. It is the money that belongs to the federation. And there is a consolidated account that money is going to be. They have been breaking the law for a long time with what NNPC was doing. Because NNPC was just doing that, using that money as if it's their money, and they are doing the federation a favor by remitting what they feel like. After you have collected your own operational money and the rest, you still squander. So for me, I don't know what Ajale saw. This is one of the best reforms that we are looking forward to. And I can assure you, it's going to be beneficial to the federation. Even though I can say confidently that they are going to fight back. Individuals that have been benefiting from it are really going to fight back. But with determination and resilience, I can see Nigeria overcoming. So I'll just say I don't know if it was Patostiki that contributed. I think he's just helped me to do a better part of the job.
All right. Let me take you to one more talking point, and then I'll go on from you to Ajale Koko. Tinubu approves $700 million for road projects to boost business activities in Lekki Port. So that big port now, and by the way, one of the biggest LNG ships have just berthed at that port. That port essentially is a private business. So should Tinubu be spending public money for facilities for it? One, but then the wider question is, should those facilities not have been in place anyway as part of the building process of that port?
I don't know. Is it the inland? It cannot be the inland road of the port, the inside road, because the inland road of the port has been built. Is he now talking about the alternative road to evacuate? Because we're looking at evacuation of hundreds of thousands trailers on a daily basis, which cannot come in through Lagos. What they were saying before, what Buhari said was that, look, let the rail line track terminate in the port so that they can, more than 70% of the containers and the rest, including the ones that are coming from Dangote, can be evacuated through rail, not the road. So are they planning to construct another road to take off the traffic from the Lagos roads? So I don't know where this is coming from, because yes, like you rightly said, the project is a private project with state government. Federal government has a stake in it. So, but where are they constructing the road is the question. Is it in Lagos? Is it inside of the port, or is it
I think they are trying to link a road from the port, even a bridge to Shagamu.
Exactly. So that is what I was saying. That means they want to implement one of the recommendations before that says that they should construct another road that leaves Lagos, so that those traffic will not be coming to add to the problem of Lagos, that goes completely outside at the back. And I thought that the Fourth Mainland Bridge was going to be part of that, because they need a bridge. They don't need to build a new bridge. So let me just confess that until I read the details. But I know they have been that discussion before, that how do we evacuate, because that place is becoming very heavily industrialized. The ports, how many ports now? Another one is coming up in Badagry, another deep sea port. Then the Dangote refinery, we are saying Dangote will be loading up to about 350 trucks per day, or how many trucks per day. So if all of them are going to be using road, there must be an alternative road. Otherwise, it's going to be a death trap. So if they are now putting that alternative road, I think it's a good thing, because 700 million will be too much to build for internal road, and those internal roads are already there. But until we get some more facts, I don't think it's a bad thing. If we are actually constructing another road that will now evacuate whatever is coming from the port, then that is good. But I thought, and adding to it, I thought we'll have just explored this idea of using the rail, because we have inland ports. That, I mean, there is one in Ibadan that was initiated by the previous former governor of Oyo State, and the place is ready now. So, but it is train that's rail that we take those containers from the port to that place. Then people will now begin to take if you want to come and open it up there. I was talking to someone sometimes ago that this is time to go and buy plenty of land there and build some warehouses. So people that don't want to carry container, to just bring your thing, unload the container right there, put them in your warehouse, and then anytime you want to come and take them, you'll be taking them, especially if you are operating within Ibadan and the environs. So you don't need to be carrying container up and down, just on the side.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you for kicking it off, Bishop. Let me go from you to Ajanle Koko. Good to see you, Prestige, by the way. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Southwest governors in talks with federal government over arms for Amotekun. So this is the Ekiti State governor making this public pronouncement, Oyebanji. So yes, I was just saying in conversations with Bishop that Amotekun serves no purpose if they are not properly equipped.
Woman, if you don't mind, let me ask something before you go. Are you aware that 2 Obas were murdered?
Yes. Somebody sent in that story, which adds on to I've got that as a head. Somebody sent it in.
Very, very sad. And
they are saying they were headsmen.
The other that will be the third Obas within 2 years now. it's unfortunate. Although I have some kidnap or some school students, but that one is not confirmed yet. So I can't really, I'm still trying to search for information about that. And to those people that argue that the criminals have nothing to do with Fulani herdsmen, this is why I really don't really like how we take something with levity here. Those criminals, they were said to be Fulani herdsmen again, and this is not the first time they'll be doing all these things in the Ekiti state. So for those defender in chief that will be defending what is not defensible, I gave kudos. If Mike was here today, I would have taken him up personally. So I'm not feeling fine at all. It's not funny. I'm not finding it funny because all those things happen not too far from my hometown. So I'm not finding it funny. So that's what I want to add.
Yeah, brilliant, Ola. So yes, add that to it, Ajanle Koko. I think you have to be slow of wit not to realize that the North, as they did with Goodluck Jonathan, they are now in the full throes of using insurgency to test the Tinubu administration. They will continue to throw. And they will come more and more to the southwest because that's where they want to intimidate him. So what are you then making then of Amotekun being armed and now these are Ekiti monarchs being killed?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I want you to know that the state of insecurity in Nigeria does not exempt any part of Nigeria from having this kind of shocker, this kind of kidnapping or this kind of barbaric act at any time. So the fact that it happened in Ekiti State, I don't think it should take anybody by surprise. It happened incessantly every day in some other part of Nigeria. We should all we should all be concerned about this situation of insecurity in the country. So, in the north, in the Middle Belt, it happens every day. Some other part of Nigeria, it happens every day. So, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, as far as I'm concerned. So, it's unfortunate that it happened. They took away the kidnapped children. I was reading it this morning, and I was not happy about it. Children that left their home, going to school with their star bus or school bus, but only to be cornered by these terrorists and kidnapped them and took them away. The parent that woke up this morning, give the children some good bath, give them good breakfast, and then put them in a school bus, hoping that they're going to have education, they're going to school to meet their second parent, who is their teacher. And for this kind of situation to happen to them is very bad. So, but we have to.
Does the fact that it is Fulani headsmen, does that add anything to it? Does that dimension it in any way?
It doesn't It doesn't add anything to it. This is not the first time for Fulani to attack, to carry out this kind of barbaric act in Yoruba land.
Does this narrative, does it enhance then this push to arm Amotekun so that they can go into the forest and savage these people?
Yes, if it can be done, it is fine. But the most important solution to that country insecurity problem is to have state police, have local government police. That is the way we find permanent solution to this criminality and terrorism that destroy our homeland every day. We can't have, it's as a result that police cannot really do their job well. They can carry out their job efficiently, and they cannot secure life and property as expected. That was why the formation of Amotekun came in. That was what brought this formation of Amotekun. So, but Amotekun has been doing a lot of good job. They have prevented a lot worse than that would have happened in the past. They have prevented war that would have been unleashed on Yoruba land, the entire Yoruba land, particularly Lagos State, and on other parts of and the state closer to Lagos State. Do you know how many times that Amotekun have arrested these barbarians with dangerous weapons loaded under animals and within the inside food truck, dangerous weapons that have been confiscated from these people all the time. So it tells us that we are sitting on a very serious, dangerous gunpowder that could, consume us anytime, would explode and consume us. So the best way is to push for a permanent solution. Amotekun is just it's just like what do you call it? What do you call this?
The state police or community.
No, Amotekun is just is a kind of palliative solution to insecurity problem. It cannot fully solve it until when these people are, fully recognized as a security force to protect life and property and are armed, given, that equipment, all the logistics, the equipment and everything and other resources that are required to perform efficiently. That is the only way. And that should be done across the country. So,
yes, but what about arms proliferation that Bishop was concerned about just earlier on? Because of course, if you arm Amotekun, then you have to arm a Bubuagu and then Shege Kanshafio in the north, and then everybody is armed and ready to shoot.
Woman, what I was suggesting is that they should be upgraded to state police. They should be given that training as a police department, police officers in the state.
But a lot of these kidnappings taken interstate, though, it's like so who mans that?
Yes, they will. We've got to have a local government police too.
Amotekun is a regional. Is a regional.
Yes, but Adale Koko is saying they should be transmitted into state police. So that then means that they are then chopped up into 6.
No, I was actually going to interject Adale Koko if he allows me.
Okay, go ahead.
See, Baba, I already see Amotekun as a state police, but it's just the way we view it. I think this thing is all about semantics, right? The only difference between police and Amotekun is just because the police bear arms, and I think maybe I may be wrong that they prosecute, which I think it should not be. Maybe the only power of arrest. I think Amotekun, what they should do is just to give them license to carry gun. Since they are under the governor of the state, just like so, I think it's better to give them gun. I see them as the state police. All they just need, we don't need elaborate and something so tedious to do. Just I'm even surprised that in now I so much trusted Tinubu that being a Yoruba man that she will understand something by now, that he should be able to even instruct whosoever that is responsible to harm these guys and let them operate and keep the police at federal, but give this Amotekun and Co this the specialized services for them to protect our forest. So to me, I see them like a level of policing already. So we don't have to use maybe elegant words to just describe them. Already, they are an outfit to protect. They have their roles. Just give them rifles and let them do their job. So I think when we start talking of the state police, I think all this kind of idea and the power tussle between the Nigerian police, the Nigerian police, they will increase. If it is possible, take that responsibility of licensing gun away from the Inspector General of Police and give to the executive, to the federal government, to the presidency, or you give them to like the council, like the police council or whatever they want to call it. Don't let it be with the Nigerian police again. Create a special body that will be licensing the police and be licensing any security outfit formed. To me, like, as long as other regions can do something like Amotekun, all of them should bear arms and let these people just get into the forest and flush these criminals out. And you know my fear, Baba. My fear now is this: now that all those five people that pull out of ECOWAS now, if those guys are damn too serious, all these criminals, they will run away from all those people. Where do you think they will go to? They will come to unserious territory like Nigeria. Just imagine those people that cannot stay in the Nigeria Republic, those people cannot stay in all those areas that these guys, all these military administrators already they've taken over. They will run away. And no, you see Nigerians now that are playing politics with everything, they will be welcomed by some criminals within the locality. So what are you supposed to do now? License Amotekun. If the southeastern region have their own outfit, license them. Let them carry this thing. And for fire, all these criminals, they are coward. They are coward. They will run away. They won't stay. That's just my contribution to that. So already Amotekun is like a state police. It's just semantic thing to me. Give them gun and let them go. Because if you ask the National Assembly to start debating now, honestly, they will debate that and use politics till the next election comes and forget it again. I've been bargaining. But if you give them gun now, because why am I saying this? It's what this one you can achieve this one within 2 months. Even in less than a month, if you really want to. As the commander-in-chief of armed forces, you can use executive order. I could be wrong, but I think this one is not something that, because if an average Nigerian can apply, to bear arms. So for something like Amotekun, I think the president can just give an executive orders and give these people rifle to fight the security in the country. So that's the way I feel. Anyway, I could be wrong.
I have a question.
Okay.
Don't ask me that question that will make me go.
Hold on. Yeah, let Mike come in. Mike.
Okay, you guys mentioned that they killed 2 monarchs in Ekiti. Have they found the killers?
What are you driving at again? That they are not full.
I just heard the news today from you.
Let me give it to you, Mike. It says a suspected herdsman killed 2 Ekiti monarchs. Others flee. A gunman suspected to be herdsmen on Monday killed 2 traditional rulers in Ekiti State. The incident was said to have happened between Okeako and something or the other in whatever local government in Ekiti State. The duo, Onimojo of Imojo and one other, were attacked by gunmen whilst returning from a meeting. Sources, according to Odua News, disclosed that another monarch, Alara of Ara, however, narrowly escaped when the armsmen accosted them and attempted to forcefully take them away. They were traveling together. The armed herdsmen stopped them and rained bullets on them. They took their personal belongings and dragged their body into the bush. Odua News quoted the source as saying. So it looks as though there was somebody that escaped the attack who may well have identified that they were herdsmen.
Okay, so he saw them with cows.
But you know what a headsman looks like now in terms of
No,
their
the only way I would know a herdsman is if I see them with cow. The only way I would know if you're the only way I would know your occupation is if I see you with your work tools. If somebody show up somewhere and shoot guns, the only way I can know his occupation is
why don't you go to Ekiti and go and help them? Why can't you go there and go and help them identify?
But what does that have to do with what we are? What does that have to do with this?
The local security and people there are telling you what is happening, and you are sitting somewhere in the United States of America, and you'll be saying
hold on. I don't know if I don't know if that's patriotic. I don't know who's speaking, but hold on. Let's go back in record time. There was a time there was an attack.
This Ola speaking.
Okay, Ola. Sorry about that. I was just want to. Okay, there was a time, sometimes I think in 2020 something, 23 or 22, that there was an attack like that, and the kidnapper they killed some people. Of course, we all said it was Fulani herdsmen, just like this. But when they arrested them, they arrested 8 persons that carried out that operation, and it turned out that they were not Fulanis. I'm not talking conjectures, I'm talking facts. The ones that were, I think it was 2022 or 2023, but the news was awash. Oh, it was Fulani herdsmen, but eventually they arrested them, and they were not Fulani herdsmen. I'm sure all of us remember that story.
Okay, Bishop, let me tell you something. What I know about Ekiti is, even before now, long before now, I'm even talking the 90s. You get no.
There's no argument here. There's no argument here. The simple of the matter is nobody is telling you whether who did it or who didn't do it. What we are saying is we don't know the facts. So it's not fair to begin to say is this person that did it or that person that did it. That's all the point I'm making.
I'm not going to that argument today.
It's not argument. It's just you are educated and we are both educated.
I school in Ekiti, and we used to have some kind of farm settlement around Emure in Ekiti. Now, as I speak now, people can no longer go into their farm just because those areas they've been captured by the herdsmen. All these things you don't hear in the news, and you get to hear from the local people. And these are the farms that we used to go. And you are
okay, fine. But what does that have to do with who killed the king now?
Wait, hold on. Along axis of Aramoko, you just say Alara they escape now. There was a time that
no, he's asking you what that has to do with who killed the king.
We are telling you that those people that were commanding all those areas were the one that killed them, and we know they are the Fulani herdsmen.
You know who killed the king.
One man, I don't want to give.
No, Allah. If you don't need to be frustrated, it's a simple question.
Just stop this.
I'm not saying I know who killed the king. All I'm saying is we don't know who killed the kings. That's what I'm saying.
Let's ask this question from Mike. So, Mike, you think indigenous of Ekiti there will deliberately go and attack and kill their king?
Did I say I know who killed the king? Did I point any
suspect? I'm asking you, do you think that the indigenous of Ekiti will deliberately go and attack their king while on the way coming from the meeting to their palaces? So you think the people in those areas, the indigenous, are the one that did it? Is that what you are?
No. I don't think that's what it means.
Okay, can I just please? If it's not outsider,
can I just please?
The citizens.
Well, if it's outsider, so why does it only have to be herdsmen? Have to be suspect?
Can I just please say something, please?
So
can I just please say something?
When the people in that area, they are the ones saying this, that these are the people that killed.
Hold on, let Ajando Kokoland.
When the people in that area are the ones that are saying these are the people that kill our king, you are here in United States, you say they don't have fact. When the police take their investigation, carry out who are they going to ask? Is it not the people in that area that witnessed this or that saw it? I mean, we have to...
Can I please say something? What I said is this, and I want to repeat myself. When that incident happened in 2022 or 23, I can't remember, anybody can Google it. eight kidnappers arrested in the kitty. The thing that was popular then was that Fulani investment. When they arrested them, I remember there was one Olusegun Michael among them. There was one, there were Igbo guys there at Yoruba. But the news that we have already stereotyped, I'm not saying they are not Fulani investment that did this. I'm not defending anybody that is a criminal. I pray they are caught and they are nipped in the bud. But I think it is a little bit too hasty to jump and come in 1 minute. Let me finish now. Let me to land, please. They said one man said I should allow one man. I'll just take a minute. I think it's a little bit too hasty, even though some people say, because that was exactly what they said that last year, 2023 or 2022, when that incident happened. But when they arrested those 8 people, and they were really arrested because they were tracked because of the violence nature of the crime, I would have waited, even though they said that Fulani, I would have waited and prayed that they arrest this one also, so that we can know whether they are actually Fulani investment. Stereotyping will not help us. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are Fulani or they are not Fulani.
What about eyewitness account? Bishop, what about eyewitness
the same eyewitness account that told us the last time? I saw somebody on TV that time that was describing them Fulani. We saw them. The same eyewitness then that witnessed that last year that insisted that it was Fulani. They said it was Fulani, which
we have cases in the past that Fulani did too. Olufalaye was kidnapped by Fulani. The Baba Fashionati daughter was killed by Fulani.
We even saw them try to attack Shoyinka.
So we had these people. They are the one ravaging, killing people in the country.
One man, nobody is saying that they are no Fulani herdsmen.
What are we pandering here?
But what we are saying, can I say something real quick? Nobody here is arguing with you guys.
Of mine is here. At least 2 classmates of mine is in this forum as we speak today. One of our classmates, that his father happened to be the king, was killed by this S-men that we are talking about. Don't just talk what you don't know, Mike. You know,
and they were arrested.
Wait. And Bishop is talking about our security outfit as if they are holy. Right. Look at the guy they arrested in Abuja there. The guy said he is an armed robber, that he's not a kidnapper. And these are the kind of narrative we want to listen to.
And you believe him?
What kind of example? The guy said they went to rob and the guy kidnapped the guy. Hold on now. What are you using? No, that example. Let's go back to that example.
Why are you guys so eager to defend what is not defensive?
Nobody's hold on.
Who's defending anything here?
No. Who is defending anything now? You just make an example. No. Come on. Stop.
We're trying to make sense out of what you are telling us, and you're saying we are defending.
No, don't let us do that. Don't let us do that. I only listen. You could have been.
The like of Gani Adams even before this thing started. Before we decided.
Ola, focus on this particular case. Forget all the other ones you are talking.
Mike, hold on. You just made an example now.
With police.
Hold on. You just made an example now.
Wait. You think all those Oba were just working without police escort? Is that what you think? You think they were working without police escort? We are telling you what happened. We are telling you what we're being reported in the state, and you are here in United States of America telling us you want to see evidence. Go and tell them now. Go and tell the police escort and all those people that
Ola, you just made a reference now that completely made a nonsense of all your arguments. That they arrested the boy that said it's a Chinaza. Let me talk now. You've spoken. Let's have a conversation.
No.
You said they arrested. You said they arrested.
Ola, hold on for Bishop. Hold on.
No, I will hold on for Bishop, but don't bully me like you bully others.
I'm not bullying you. Who is bullying you? What do you mean? What do you mean? What the hell do you mean? What do you mean? Who is bullying you? We are having a conversation. Who the hell are you? Who are you?
Everybody,
who the hell are you?
Everybody includes you, Bishop.
Who is bullying you?
I said, Ola, what's going on now? I said,
who is bullying you? Who are you that they are bullying?
No, don't make me mute or go take. Everybody.
He's talking now. We are having a conversation. He's talking to you.
I said, everybody hold on. So, Ola, hold on for Bishop. So, go, Bishop, he gave that example and you wanted to push back at it.
Yeah. He said they arrested, the security arrested the boy, and the boy said he's an armed robber and not a kidnapper. And I said that is not factually correct. The guy said, yes, they went to rob. And when they robbed, the other commander, the guy, now took the man in his car and they were demanding his money. How much did he have this in an account? It is no longer just an armed robbery. It is already kidnapping case. That's a fact from the mouth. So you cannot use that as an example because he's using that to indict the security of security agencies. Oh, I'm not holding forth for the security agencies. I'm not defending them. I'm only saying we have had an experience before that an incident happened and they pursued them. And at the end of the day, when they arrested them, look, when we already had narrowed on a particular set of people, we are going to allow the real culprits to escape. If they are
Exactly.
not,
That's exactly my concern.
will you let me speak, please? I'm sorry. I
Sorry,
apologize.
Bishop. Sorry, man. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. We are going to just narrow, and we are looking for Fulani S-men. And meanwhile, the one that actually perpetrated the evil act are just there strolling about because we have narrowed, So that's why I'm saying that because of that last experience, why don't we just let security operative? I'm praying. Cooking
Bishop, what Ola was explaining, and that Chinaza example that is given, yes, Chinaza, because we played this clip of his confession or whatever. What he said was that they went to rob the house, and then they ended up just picking up the owner as a kidnapped victim.
So what did they do?
Yeah,
Did they kidnap?
No. Sorry, let me land. So they went to rob the house, and then they ended up kidnapping the owner of that house. But what the police were telling us was that it was a kingpin kidnapper. So it was an inadvertent kidnapper. That wasn't the original intention. That was a follow-on from the armed robbery. So it's not. But the story that the police spun was that it was a kingpin kidnapper. But the stock in trade is actually armed robbery, not kidnapping.
Woman. Can we just leave the semantic of kingpin or queenpin? Was the guy actually had a case before that has to do with kidnapping? He did not mention that one because he was talking like a VIP now. He had actually had the case that he was actually obeyed before that had to do with kidnapping. So, but I'm not interested in the semantic, whether they call him a queenpin or kingpin. Maybe the man that was addressing just wanted, because if you have had more than one involvement with a particular case, how many people, who knows whether you have had 10? Everybody will always say, oh, this is my first time. I've never done it before. That's what every criminal does. That was the exact narrative that you gave us that day, that when they catch them, it's, oh, this is my first time. I've never done it before. Until investigation will lead into investigation, will lead to investigation, will lead to investigation. So that they call him a kingpin, like I said that day, it's immaterial. If they have seen that you have done it before and they have caught you, and you are still you have been caught again. I mean, I don't the title of the kingpin to me is immaterial. Was he caught in the act of armed robbery and kidnapping? The answer is simply yes. And the man they came to rob.
Can I explain myself now? See, the thing is this: you want, when we have eyewitness, right, that are telling you this, and before this time, it's not as if people in the local area don't have local intelligence. But we are saying it has to come from the police. And on several occasions, including the one that the city governor even pushed them, which is Oshiomhole, we've seen police paraded wrong suspect to be the actual suspect. When his personal age was pied, that time, he had to commission private investigators to see who, and the police, Nigerian police, they lied about the person that pied Oshiomhole's age. You understand? The same way I'm trying to link it to what happened in Abuja, that you were not giving the original story, you were manipulating the story. Now the question is this: why this hurry when people, when the local intelligence and people around, they are telling you that these people are the ones doing it? Why are people not even that do not even have access to this information are always very quick to help those people that are not even deny their biting to even talk? Even when the like of a former chief of army staff, the Theophilus Danjuma, will even tell you something, and person that is nowhere near there will be telling you, oh, we are stereotyping. Even when Obasanjo even accused Buhari that, okay, when people are saying some category of people from your clans are doing this thing, what are you doing? We know what Obasanjo did when OPC was becoming a menace to the country. You understand? People like you will be here.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Ola? Can I ask you a quick question?
I won't answer your question. I won't answer your question, Mike.
Okay, anyway, maybe let me just throw it there anyway.
What question do you want to ask?
One man, how many kidnappers have they arrested recently? They've arrested
they seem to be having a bit of success. Every day
Okay.
they are now there.
How many of them are into cow business? They found to be into cow business.
I don't know. They don't.
Zero.
You can't say that now.
How can you say that? We are talking about now. When we are talking of distribution, and these people will be bringing out outliers.
Maybe you guys are defining. Maybe I'm mistaking your definition of herdsmen. Maybe you guys are calling all Northerners herdsmen. Maybe that's where the confusion is. I don't know. Maybe that's where the confusion is. Maybe the new word for herdsmen means a Northerner or something. Because where I'm confused is whenever something happens, it says I was blaming on people that are into cow business. And it just never makes sense to me. And one of the main reasons why I'm so concerned is reason Bishop just gave is when something is happening and we are just directing everybody's attention to one group. If it's actually someone else, that we're actually helping, the person is actually the real culprit, because they're just going to be happy like, whoa, no one will be paying attention to me now, so I can continue to just. It's more like you're encouraging the real culprit to be continue doing the crime. Because it could be someone else, it could be some other group of people or some. Now, if you're telling the community that, hey, it's herdsmen, and the community is now looking for herdsmen, they're paying all their attention, giving all their attention to herdsmen, guess what? You're not helping them. You're not helping them. What we should be telling people is, look, everyone could be a suspect. Hey, it's anybody. Pay attention to in your community. Look, don't even trust the people within yourself among your community. Just being a lookout for crime, not herdsmen. Because in Nigeria, everybody's looking for herdsmen. Whereas it could be their neighbor that's the guy doing the actual crime. Now they're not paying attention. They're just busy looking for herdsmen. And we need to stop it, man. Let's arrest happen before we conclude who did something. Or let the investigation happen before we conclude. I'm not sitting here telling you that herdsmen are not doing anything. But what I'm saying, let me land now. Let me land. I'm not sitting here. Ola, allow you to talk now. Give me a chance to talk to you. I am not sitting here telling you that herdsmen is not committing crime, or cultists are not committing crime, or some Yoruba gangsters are not committing crime, or Igbo gangsters are not committing crime, or Ijo gangsters are not committing crime. That's not what I'm not here to. I'm here to say. What I'm saying is, let's not jump to conclusion whenever something happens. Let's not jump to conclusion. It doesn't make sense. If we say, oh, we suspect that it's these people, then that will be a valid statement. But if we just conclude that, oh, he's the herdsman, it's them, just our lucky to say, oh, Mike, now, can you come? You will say it's not the herdsman. We say, that's not way the educated person should be talking now. I mean, if it's much of literate are talking like that, I can understand this one, they don't go school. But if you're an educated person, you can't be talking like that now.
See, Mike, look, even in America, there are category of crimes that when it's come to particular crimes, they narrow it down to, okay, these are the group of people that commit this type of crime.
They don't. It's a lie. They will sue you if you do that.
All right.
That's not true.
They will sue if crime happens. You say it's black people that did it without any evidence. You are in trouble. You lose that job.
All right. Ola, let's move on from that spot and let Ajanle Koko carry on. But land your point and then Ajanle Koko take over. Ola, land your point and then let Ajanle Koko take over.
Okay. See, what I'm saying is this. When you keep telling lies yourself, it gets to a time you start believing yourself that you are saying the truth. That is exactly what is happening to us. We've seen the major security chief in the country that they are heavyweight that spoke to this in the past. Even some people were even asking the type of Olufala whether he know herdsmen. What type of embarrassment and type of self-deceit can that be? Even some were even trying to tell Wole Soyinka whether he knows some Fulani. That's the kind of people we have. You understand? We don't really know what we want to solve in this, because when you look at that, when you look in the country, you can associate a particular type of crime to a particular group. When I say to a particular group, that they are predominantly, it's not as if, okay, you have a type of crime that are committed by, let's say, 100 people, and maybe predominantly there are 95% of those people coming from a particular group. And you will not be pointing to the remaining 5%. Oh, these are the people. Don't use
the most notorious kidnapper from the southwest so far has been Fancy kidnapper, and it's not Fulani.
You see what we are saying now? See what we are saying now? You are ignoring.
I just killed your argument now.
You are not killing my argument. It's like you are just moving in a cycle.
The only kidnapping kingpin has been arrested in Yoruba land so far. The most notorious has been Evans, the kidnapper, and it's not Fulani.
Okay. When they want to talk of someone that are dealing with in substances now, for example,
I just killed your argument, man.
I'm mostly concentrated in Mexico, for example. Now, the idea is saying we sue you. We have your data. You go to online now. You know, FBI. They don't have their data. They don't have so many things. They normally categorize crime by ethnic group. Even by race.
I just told you the ethnic, the one that arrested Evans, the kidnapper, what's his ethnic group? Is he Fulani?
Even in America.
All right, nobody is going to give way. Nobody is going to give way in this debate. So let's just move on.
I will add my 1 coin before you shut down this segment. One man, I joined this because of this particular topic. Ola, it seems they don't understand where you're coming from. They don't understand how Ekiti is composed. The Ekiti as a community, they know who lives among them. When they tell you these people are our people, they will tell you these are our people. Not quite long ago, there were a series of armed robbery that took place in some of the banks. They knew that some of their own children actually were part of the perpetrator, and they fished them out. So if they tell you that these people that carried out this crime are not from the Fulanis, they are Fulanis. They won't lie about that, because for years they've been having Fulanis and others tribe living among them. But when they tell you these are the people that did what they did, take it from them. They're not like others. So when Ola was saying that, look, the community knows who did and what happens. Please, guys, take it from him. It's not lying. I understand that, sometimes
you take it from him. Think I'm a little
take it from him. I confirm it. Take it from him. Please.
How come you guys were not accusing Fulani until Nnamdi Kanu started this Fulani phenomenon?
Because
before 2017, nobody ever mentioned Fulani.
How many Fulanis lives in those communities in Ekiti? They can count them. I grew up.
There's always been crime in Ekiti, but nobody in Ekiti. You guys never mentioned Fulani until this Fulani phenomenon started on internet from Radio Biafra.
When it happened,
and everybody propaganda. Nigerians, you call yourself smart people. Propaganda will just brainwash you guys. Nnamdi Kanu started this Fulani phenomenon, and everybody carried on along. I became all of a sudden today, everything now is Fulani. Any crime now Fulani. But before that, it wasn't Fulani. Nobody even knew who Fulani was.
Now you will see Mike, because he has problem with Igbo people. Everything he look at that mirror, but when it comes to that other side, it deflects. You speak from the two sides of your mouth. When we talk of
Ekiti as a state is not that big. Okay, they know one another. They know each other. They know the community in and out. So when they tell you that people that did this are not from there, they know what they're talking about. I went back to read that story. To read the way, because I was curious of where in Ekiti, where did it happen? So for that to have happened, to a king, come on. I'm telling you, the armed robbery that took place, two actually happened in my own hometown, not quite long ago. 2 of them were arrested. They were the son of that particular town. They were arrested and paraded on television. So if Ola tells you, look, this thing is what the community says, please take it from him. You may not want to take it from him, but that is the truth.
All right. Adani Koko, take the floor back and maybe take us to Amotekun just to move us from that space. Adani Koko. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, one man.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate what happened. And this is why, you see, it shouldn't be when it happened to the kings that we all want to shout, hue and cry. When it's happening to ordinary people, people will shout, the authority will not listen. But but the most important thing is that we must find solution to the insecurity problem, and the only way out is to have people to secure their place, people to be their own, to have their own policing system that can really secure life and property in their area. So the way out is state police and Amotekun. I think they can do their job well. They just need that training. They just need to be trained as police officers on the way they can handle gun, on the way they can carry out the policing job very well and efficiently in accordance to the modern policing system. That is just the only thing. The structure is on the ground. The structure is on the ground in that state. So we just need to expand it to the local level, local government level, so that we can have a wider security network across each state in the federation. And that's how we will arrest the situation and put this situation to an end, So that is my take. I think the President Tinubu should. I mean, he promised us. He promised to give us better security than what we had during the Buhari's administration, and it is time for him to stand up, push for this thing, and I believe that all the governors across the country are ready for state police. They've been calling for it too. And I believe the assembly as well will not waste time to approve it, because everybody in that country have seen the way our security, security of life and property in the country, the way it's been compromised, and therefore we need additional security forces, to in the state and local government. So I believe it's going to be approved. The president should just come up with that political will to push for it, and and when that happens, now you will see the focus on the federal government for security will be eliminated. Everybody will focus on their states, on their state governor, because that responsibility is shifted to the state governor, and down to the local government as well. So we will not look at federal government. The federal government will not be blamed for insecurity, and we can easily pinpoint any state in the federation that is failing to secure their state. The people of that state can then, point blaming finger or accusing finger to that governor for not doing his job well. So federal government should see that, look, they should get rid of this problem that is being that people look at them as ineffective. They should just shift it to the state. Let state go and solve it, and people can really know which state is failing, and if that state, required federal assistance, federal can assist that state to achieve better security for the people of the state. That is the way to do it. I don't know why it is so difficult. It's not a difficult job to do, but it's just that the Nigerian police doesn't want anything like that to happen. They don't want it. They've been pushing against it. Nigerian police have been pushing against state police. They don't want it to happen because they know when that happens, that means there's no job for them. That means that there's going to be rivalry against their or total elimination of their egunje, their bribe taking on the street, on the road, like that man from one man hometown. Or your
have you got anything for me?
Have you got anything for me?
Money.
Give me money.
Give me money. You have to give me money. Look at that. So much. They tell about
Where
boy,
where do you bring come? Where do you bring come?
What did you bring for me? Money. My God, man.
Police. Police officer. Yeah, so I think that's my take on that. They should, Tinubu should stand up quick and push it, and let's solve the problem. And when our security problem is solved, we will start solving economic problem, and we will start solving a lot of problem in that country. If people can move around freely in that country, and farmers can go to the bush, work all day, do some shift job. People that are going to work in the morning, afternoon, in the night. I mean, we will achieve food production in that country, and we will start to get our productivity right and economy right. So it's an important thing that presidents will take very serious. So that's my take on that, woman.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you to the next topic, Ajanle Koko, let me signpost a session coming up on Wednesday. We have the leading candidate to be the next PDP chairman, Segun Showunmi. He is coming to spend time with the platform to discuss all matters Nigeria related, PDP, Peter Obi, Yemsi, any and everything. So now when Segun Showunmi comes, I will encourage that as many people as possible have their cameras on, because we have a big guest, so we have to go that extra space. But Segun Showunmi, Wednesday, the 31st of January 2024. So I'll send the link into the comment section now. Go and turn on the bell notification thing. Go and bookmark it so that you don't miss that session. So Segun Showunmi, he will be with us to educate us on Nigerian politics. So let me take you to this space then, Ajanle Koko. These are somewhat good news for you. Nigeria ranks second with the lowest cost of living in 2024. So this is an organization that looks to that space. This is Nigeria has been ranked second globally in countries with lowest cost of living, according to Numbeo Cost of Living Ranking 2024. Numbeo is the world's largest cost of living database. The cost of living is the amount of money needed to sustain a certain comfort level in a location. The cost of living covers basics such as housing, grocery, taxes, and healthcare. Some countries have a very high cost of living, particularly in areas surrounding large cities. Pakistan was ranked as the country with the lowest cost of living, whilst Nigeria and Libya came second and third, respectively. India, Afghanistan, and Kenya were ranked fourth, fifth, and sixth, respectively. At the bottom were Switzerland and Bermuda, which are ranked as the most expensive countries with the highest cost of living. So Nigeria now, one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest place to live in the world. So that's good news for you, I'm sure, Ajanle Koko.
What criteria did they use to arrive at this?
They listed it now. They said they covered the basics: housing, grocery, taxes, and healthcare. So they are not saying how much it costs you in Naira. They are saying how much it will cost, because dollar has to be the standard if they're doing it globally. So Nigeria, a very cheap place to live.
Well, I think, if they are using dollar to determine the cost of living, yes, it might be cheap. They're saying number one or number two globally.
Number two globally. Pakistan is the cheapest, Nigeria second.
Well, they have carried out their investigation, and who are we to dispute that? But if they really want to know, if they are using dollar, I think they are getting it wrong. Because using dollar, we know that dollar is not the currency used in Nigeria. It's not the currency used in Pakistan. I think they should look at the cost of living in each country in relationship with their currency, That is how they can know what is affordable for them in that country against another country. That is the way to arrive at it. If you are using dollar will not give you the it might not be conclusive enough to arrive at a better situation on the ground in each country. So I think it's the cost of living in each country as related to their currency that can really, but using dollar, we have, it's just because we have a
But
battle.
if they want to do a global table, though, they have to use the dollar.
Yeah, I agree with you, one man. But Naira has been seriously battered, recently. And if you want to go by the value of Naira now against dollar and to determine the cost of living in Nigeria, I think we might be worse off in the world. We might be worse in the world.
Can I come in 1 second?
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think we are if we are following your logic, we are making a mistake. Yeah, the dollar is the universal basis that was used. So what they're simply saying is that, okay, for example, I entered into what do you call it now? Subway in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm looking at their something. Now, if I want to eat a 1 foot long of their bread and their nonsense, I think it's about 13 point something dollars. So they are saying, okay, if I'm eating a meal here, which is not a high class whatever, how will I be able to eat a meal for 13.69? Okay, the amount is $13.69 for just that thing without the drinks. Will I need $13.69 to eat the same thing in Nigeria? The answer is no. If I'm buying a bottle of Coca-Cola here, in the store that I am now, a can of Coca-Cola, a pet bottle of Coca-Cola is $2.29. $2.29. If I am in Nigeria, will I use $2.29 to buy one bottle of Coca-Cola, a small pet bottle? I can do a video and send to one man where I am now. So the answer is no. Maybe you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola for 200 naira in Nigeria now. I don't know how much it is. So if it is 200 naira, how much is that in dollar? They're just using it to. So it's not like it affects only Nigeria alone. It's a global thing. Yeah, it's not here Uhuru. I'm not celebrating him, but that is the basis of their argument. And they are not going to select Nigeria out to give Nigeria a special definition when it comes to. So if I'm using $2, can I eat $2 meal in Nigeria today? The answer is yes. Can I eat $2 meal in America? The answer is anywhere in America. There's no way you can buy a meal for $2 when it is a meal, not just a snack or something. There's no way you can buy a meal for $2 in America. But in Nigeria, which is, if we say, okay, at 2,000, even as bad as our currency is, $2 now is about 3,000 naira or 2,700 naira at 1,350. You can eat a good meal for 2,700. A very good meal. I mean, if you're not going to 5-star or 7-star hotels, I think that's just where the comparison ends. Thank you.
Oh, well, yeah, you might be right, but a lot of things have to be put into consideration. Cost of living to Nigerian people is very expensive. So how can an outsider with dollar come and determine the cost of living in Nigeria for us when average worker in Nigeria cannot eat square meal a day? When average worker in Nigeria cannot even pay their children's school fee, when they cannot even, they can't feed themselves. So how can you tell me that life is cost of living in Nigeria is the cheapest when workers are drowning in hunger, in poverty? This kind of conclusion now, I think it's very irrational. It's very irrational, one man. Average worker in Nigeria are suffering. They live in poverty. You cannot come from outside the world and come and tell me that cost of living in Nigeria is the cheapest. What makes it cheapest? When people in Nigeria, they don't, I mean, even the military, 50,000 for military to go and fight. He cannot feed his family well. He cannot eat well. He doesn't have no strength. How would he be able to fight on the field? How can he be a fighting military officer when he doesn't feed good? I mean, all these kind of things sometimes, yeah, to them, but we Nigerians will not agree with that, because 2/3 of Nigerians live in multidimensional poverty, and we are getting poorer more every day. Get poorer more every day. So the average in living in Nigeria, cost of living is extremely high. It's not cheap to Nigerians. So I will not totally agree with them. It's kind of questionable. That conclusion is questionable. I don't agree with it. They could be right to some extent that, them from outside the country, yes, they bring your dollar. Yes, you can have fun, you can do everything. But to average Nigerians, I think average Nigerian will not agree with that live in Nigeria, that cost of living in Nigeria is cheap. It is not. It's extremely expensive now. And even the people that in middle class, they are getting poorer now. It's getting too hard for them. How do you want to convince them that cost of living is cheap when they have to buy their petrol to fire their what do you call it? What do you call this thing? Their generator.
Yeah.
The generator. They have to dig their borehole. They have to pay heavily for their children's school fees, when ordinarily the children should be in. If we are a good system that run well, the children should be in public school that is well run, and that money they're paying for school fees, private school fees now, should have been in their pocket, where they can use, to service the family well and enjoy life. So it's not cheap, woman. It's expensive, and cost of food is expensive now. Food is beyond the reach of poor people or people in Nigeria. It's expensive. Can you believe that they cut in yam?
They've always done that.
No, it wasn't like that before.
They've always done that.
It just started. It's too rampant now. They cut a slice of, and somebody will go and eat that. That's, oh God, it's worse off now. So,
all right. Let me take you to one more talking point, Ajale Koko, and then I'll go on to Prestige. Kwakwanso hints at defection, eyes APC ticket for 2027 presidency. So he came back from a meeting with Tinubu, and then after that meeting, he called a meeting with his associates. This is Kwakwanso, and where then he told them that he had been invited to join APC, and he was given a consideration. They pushed back, but he explained to them that he's going there to take the ticket of Tinubu for 2027. Can you see the permutation that would have led him to that fault?
Woman, I don't want to believe this story. How can somebody come, met the president, and being wooed by president to come to his party, and the next thing he's going to say is that he's going to take over the presidency from him to contest for what do you call it? To contest for the position of president in 2026. How is he going to do it? What structure does he have within the party? What is even his structure? The strength of his party, and the structure of his party across the current party that he had, he lead rather. What is their structure across the country? I mean, it's just funny, you know. And I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised that his political associates are pushing back at him. So because they know it's a mission that is unachievable. There's no way he can achieve it. There's no way he can rattle Tinubu in 27 in 20. I mean, what do you call it? 2027. Who is that person that will want to contest against Tinubu within the party? I don't think there's going to be anybody. And that is usually the practice in Nigeria. The president, when he's contesting for the second round, nobody, particularly a person like Tinubu that is well grounded politically across the country and within the party. His man is the chairman of the party, who is the enemy of Kwakwase. How would he make it? How is it going to be possible for him? I think it's going to be very hard.
Do you think it's just giving them that as a cover story to cross? Because I think he wants to cross to APC. I think he's come to the realization that he is never going to be president of Nigeria, but he still wants to be politically relevant and he wants to cross to APC.
Well, I don't know how as an effort for him to achieve that political relevance by crossing to APC, we enhance. I mean, it's relevant politically across the country. Everybody knows Kankwa, so it just need to go and build a very strong force, build structure, make friends across the country. He have friends politically, but he need to go and build his party to be a party that can contest election in each state and win election in each state. That is what he needs to do. It is not when crossing to APC that will make him relevant. He's relevant already. So to boost his political relevance, it's not by, going to APC that we help him, to expand his political outreach. I don't think so. So going to APC might even kill his political relevance, might kill his political ambition, might, send him to political oblivion. That will kill him completely politically. It won't be relevant anymore because his enemy is the chairman of the party. Ganduje is the chairman of the party. Ganduje will not let him have anything in that party. I know that for sure. Ganduje will crush him. It will reduce him to nobody in the party. And his relevancy will be killed. So it is when it is outside this APC that can enhance its political relevance, further. And the more he can continue to retain Kano and win election in Kano, particularly the governorship election, at every election cycle, that is what that will keep his relevance going. But going to APC, he will be killed and he will make irrelevant. A candidate will be sponsored against his own candidate. His own governor, his NNPC governor, his man that is the governor of Kano State, Ganduje will sponsor somebody against him in the primary, and they will defeat his governor and will take over Kano from him. That is what they're going to do for him. So, and that will kill him, will permanently kill his political relevance in Nigeria because he won't have anywhere. He cannot win outside Kano. But he have the time now to build a structure outside Kano and use that to launch a strong opposition against APC in the next election. If NPC can win additional 2 states or 3 states in the north, that can position Kwankwaso to be a strong force to come out against Tinubu from a different platform and challenge Tinubu presidency. That is what it should pursue. I'm not saying it's going to APC to contest. It will be killed completely because you have no strength there. You don't have the structure. You don't have anything. How would you contest to torpedo order? It's not possible. Gandhi is the chairman. He will not give him chance. He will crush him because he have all the wherewithal, the power in the party. And whoever that he signed his nomination form, that will be accepted by INEC. And Gandhi will make sure that his governor in Kano will not be the candidate of the party in the next election. Gandhi will like his own governor, his own hand-picked governor, to replace him. So I don't want to believe I don't want to believe this story. One man, it's just too immature for a politician of his life that has been in politics for a long time to come out after meeting with the president to come and tell his associate, look, I want to go to APC. I want to go and challenge the president so I can become the presidential candidate of the party in 2020. No, it doesn't work. I don't believe that Kwankwaso will say something like that. It might just be some people playing some story to catch fun and to, sensational story for people to read. So it's hard for me to believe. Woman, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me go on to Prestige, who hopefully is still there. Man of Prestige, you still there? On mute now. You are not a new person to these sort of spaces now.
Sorry. What's up, man?
Are you still recovering from the football? Who got into? I was just reading that. Is it Senegal that got into the semis?
Man of Prestige, where are you now?
Prestige. What do you mean? Where am I? I'm in a small bungalow. I don't want to show my small bungalow where I am.
No. I was asking you a question and you were not responding.
You're not responding.
But it's a little bit cold here, one man. Because remember, when you see me when I was jogging on Friday, the temperature was like about 70. Right now it's about 40. So
is that how sharply the weather moves where you are?
Yeah. Over last week it was a little bit warm. I mean, 2 or 3 days. Remember, I told you it was going to get cooler on the weekend, so it's kind of cool right now. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I was just asking you that Ivory Coast. I would say you are still recovering from the Ivory Coast defeating Senegal. So Senegal now.
No, to be honest, I was.
Did you see that coming?
Senegal lost. Yeah, because if we meet Ivory Coast again, we're gonna beat Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is okay. They are not that good, but they are not in our bracket, because Ivory Coast is gonna play Morocco bracket, and the people that's gonna play tomorrow, and the people that play earlier. Cape Verde won earlier. So Morocco
who were they playing against? Who was
the highest ranked African team? So sorry, Senegal or Ivory Coast was going to play in that department. So we're going to play on a different department. So we have a very good chance of going to the final. And I think we can win the cup.
Who was Cape Verde playing against?
They played. I've forgotten. They won 1-0. Oh, they played Mauritania. They beat Mauritania 1-0 in the 90 minutes.
So we've got Angola. So who are we likely to meet then if we can get past Angola?
If we can get past Angola, I think we may likely play Guinea. I think Guinea, yeah. We go play Guinea.
Did we not play them in the group stages?
No, we didn't play them in group stage. No, we didn't play them in group stage.
You know,
They
there was
Equatorial Guinea.
Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah, they beat Equatorial Guinea, right? So so we stand a very good chance when a good,
I could see some people complaining online that they were over celebrating that win against Cameroon as though they had won.
I'm
Did you think
on
they
the
went
same
too far?
opinion. I think they over celebrated that, but hey, let them have fun. I think it's too much. I mean, Cameroon is okay, but they're not that good. I think Nigeria has the best outfit. If I'd really want to forecast right now, apart from Morocco, currently, I mean, anything can happen in soccer, but if I have to guess, Nigeria has the best, outfit right now, left. Them and Morocco. I mean, Ivory Coast is okay. Even their best player is not like what he used to be. What's his name? The guy that played for Bayern Munich, Kazla. He came in, the light-skinned guy. He didn't play well. Casey played well. So I don't think Ivory Coast would be a match if they happen to make it to the final. I don't know. They may not because they have to play. Mali is going to play Burkina Faso. Mali is good. Burkina Faso is okay. And you have Morocco, which are considered to be the best team in Africa. Of course, they're the best team ranking-wise in Africa because of how they perform in the World Cup, last 2 years. So it's going to be a good game. But I take Nigeria. I take Nigeria. I can bet on Nigeria. Yeah.
What are you making of Victor Osimhen being pulled aside for drug testing? Is this African Magomago?
A little bit. He has taken it to a different level. I think he wants to do the best. He was the man of the match. Beside him and what's his name? Ademola.
Lookman.
I mean, Ademola scored the 2 goals. I mean, Lookman, I'm sorry. He scored the 2 goals. Lookman was very, very good.
I was asking.
Was like the workhorse. I mean, he played the role pretty good, but I
thought it was quite unselfish of him when he passed to Lookman for that second goal, because most strikers would not do that.
Exactly. That's what we call a team player. That's a team player. He did pretty good, yeah. So, but let's go to what we are talking about. When we begin.
Yes.
Lookman almost missed that goal too as well.
Yes, it was nearly saved, wasn't he?
Okay, let me start with Amotekun. I came here to learn. I mean, I'm familiar with Amotekun.
Sorry, Mara, proceed. Proceed.
Was formed in 2020.
Mara, proceed.
Yeah.
Are you in Tennessee?
Huh?
Are you in Tennessee?
No, I'm in California, San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, Amotekun was formed in 2020. I think the main purpose of Amotekun, according to my understanding, when it was passing to law by the Southwest, government, the 6th Southwest government, was to assist. I think it was to assist the police and the federal agents or any kind of crime, kidnapping, and some other, and they did pretty well. They've been, to me, they are the best outfit in, that has formed, in Nigeria. I mean, what's his name? Ebubago. I mean, it never really took place. I think they misled it, use it for judicial killing and kidnapping and some other things, So I don't really know the effect. I know the way they form in the Southeast, wasn't that good because they give each state their own. It wasn't like centralizing the whole Southeast. But anyway, that's not the topic today. So, but I didn't like where the conversation degenerated. I thought it was the way Bishop and Mike handled it. I thought they were just making noise, but it is what it is. Everybody has the opinion. I was enjoying it, and I came, like I said, I came here to learn more about Amotekun, which I think is a very good outfit that was established.
Do you think they should be able to carry more sophisticated weapons because the people they are going up against, they are carrying sophisticated weapons?
Okay, if they have to carry gun, that has to be federalized because they can't just give the Western, let's assume the APC government right now, they can't just give the Western the Western security outfit, that was formed, without a gun permit. You can't give them that permission without, centralizing the whole thing. So that's where the issue may come from. But if you ask me, if that should be federalized. Yeah, definitely, they should be federalized. I mean, each state by each state to be able to have their own security outfit, because the police is not doing anything, because the police has not been, you know, the police has not been certified for each state to have their own police. If each state had been certified to have their own police, then that would be a very good thing. But as of now, uh, I don't know. It just Nigerian situation is not even a very right place. For you to have a state security. And what is the police doing? But with the situation we find ourselves right now, yeah, they should be allowed to have they should be allowed to carry arms, and that should be federalized, because like I stated earlier, they can't just give the Southwest, to carry arms without other places. If other state was able to form their own, or the other region, then
would you
everything
not
will balance out. But in my own opinion, they should be allowed to carry arms. I mean, that's how I see that.
would you not think that too many arms in too many hands will create even a bigger problem than actually solve a problem?
But one man, look at what's happening right now. I don't know if they are well trained, if they are well trained and sanctioned to carry arms, specifically there. Why not? They can do the job. Yeah.
All right.
Former,
Yeah.
former, a man of prestige also. Don't
Yes,
you
sir.
think that even if the federal government decided to arm this regional security outfit, they could as well do it in such a way that they will withhold their prosecutorial power just to give them weapons, but not allow them to carry out the policing function per se. Maybe that will also be a form of a checkmating, but at the same time regulating that sector. Don't you think that can also be applied? Like giving them weapon, but not allow them to be the prosecutor,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
the
I think
police.
that would be a welcome development. I think I agree with you. Who is speaking? That's all right. I think I agree with you. That would be. I
This is
think there's nothing wrong
Adewale.
with that.
Carry on, Prestige.
Oh, Adewale. Okay, Adewale, my democratic friend.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We are in together.
Yeah, I mean, like I stated earlier, what the mission, the purpose of Amotekun, their mission statement, was correct, but I think the way things are going right now. I mean, there has been the only stable sectional government that has been able to perform, but if you want them to completely delegate their responsibility, I think they should be armed, because they are trained, and they should be well trained on how to carry arms. I don't think that's supposed to make the whole place like jungle area where everybody's supposed to have arm. I mean, Nigeria is not ready for you to arm everybody right now. But if you have a particular security outfit or whatever that you train to carry arm, there's nothing wrong for them to carry arm. I mean, things are really bad going on in every part of Nigeria right now. I mean, the argument about whether it's Fulani or whatever, I'm not going to go into that. We know who is perpetuating the whole thing in Nigeria, what section it's coming from. But that's another story for another day. So, in my opinion, yeah, they should be allowed to carry arm, license to carry arm. There's nothing wrong. I mean, can anybody tell me what's going to happen? Can anybody tell me what's going to be bad if they carry arm? Is he not going to secure, is he not going to secure the region? And that will give other region what to emulate it, because this regional of arm carrying, starting from the southwest, then the other regions, southeast, south, or whatever, they can emulate that. If the federal government is sanctioning, yeah, I completely agree. They should carry arm, because this is getting out of hand. I mean, kidnapping every day. When I was in Nigeria, yeah, I heard about some kidnapping. Of course, I didn't experience it or whatever. But that notwithstanding, it's a lot of people. Even in Abuja, nobody's safe. Even in Lagos. So I agree to that, one man.
All right, let me take you to this space, Prestige. Peter Obi is planning to contest the 2027 elections. His visits to anywhere there has been a natural disaster is enough evidence of his intent. So this is Reno Omokri, who is forever poking at that obedient space. So what Reno is actually saying, Prestige, is that Peter Obi is actually leveraging these disaster areas as political backdrops in order to build his a wider base for his launch again in 2027. Are you
Yeah,
with
I
Remy on
mean,
that?
what's wrong with that? I mean, everybody expects him to come, to contest, but under what platform? I mean, we can always vote our opinion. Like I stated, Labour Party doesn't seem to be a legitimate party right now. They have no opinion. They don't, they don't have any kind of mission. Don't have any direction. My own opinion. But we should go ahead and, I don't know if they have going to the alliance or whatever, but if he's going to alliance with people like Atiku and other old places, then he's probably preaching the same thing, the same old people that's going to come. So he needs to form a new party. I don't see why he's not going to run again. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with Mokari, whatever he's saying. I mean, he should run.
Yes, I agree with you. The politics that Peter Obi is playing now is the sort of politics that he necessarily has to play. So he's continuing to play his politics in the down season of politics. So you see him in wherever there's a high octane situation in order to empathize with the locals there and criticize the government. And that is what he should be doing. But like you rightly said, I agree with you, Prestige. Peter Obi has to come under a totally new banner. The Labour Party purpose has been spent, so he should just leave there because it's a toxic place anyway. Let Apapa and Abure, let them continue their fight and let him just move out. So he should now go and form that new party, and he should do that quickly so he has time to bed it in the build up to 2027. So maybe a new Nigeria is possible party or something like that goes around this theme. So he should go and do that quickly, and he should forget any alliance with people like Atiku because
I think he's building his profile to run in 2027, but that's a long way from now. So we see what's going to happen, from now and from then. But one man, can I talk about the ranking of Nigeria, the second
yes,
Nigeria having the second lowest cost of living?
Does that tickle you? You like that one? Okay, let me bring it up.
Yeah, it does tickle me because I don't know who come up with that, but that notwithstanding, I think all that is kind of half true. I don't even think it's half true because if you look at Nigeria GDP, I mean, where do they rank? I mean, look at Nigeria per capita income, not even the GDP, the per capita income. Is it not like about $1,800 a year? I mean, that's their living condition. I don't know what they base that ranking on. I mean, our dollar is almost about 1,400, to a dollar, 1,400 naira to a dollar. So I don't know what they base that ranking because it's true. The average, like housing, everything, food and everything is very cheap. But how much are they paying them?
Yeah, but that's the other half of the story, though. But as a standalone, because it's an international survey, so when they look at the value of your currency against the dollar, and then they look at the cost of pricing,
the metric or whatever they used to, they used to come up with that narrative is misleading. It's misleading at best. The reason why I said it, if you're gonna come up with that kind of information, you have to base what your currency worth in order for you to buy whatever you consider to be cheap and how much people are making a year. I mean, like I probably say, our per capita income is one of the lowest in the world. Even Ghana rank as much as inflation, Ghana have and everything right now, they still rank higher than us. I think the other day that I looked at it, I think Ghana ranked like about 48 or whatever, and we rank 28. So we are close to the bottom. If you want to base it on that, even at all, we have the highest GDP in Africa. But how much, based on individual, that's how you weigh a country, the per capita income, what individual is getting, and how much that's going to make them for the cost of living. So we are very low. In my own opinion, that's misleading. The metric is wrong. So, is that supposed to make us jubilate in Nigeria?
No,
poverty rate is very high.
No, I think it's just people who just collate data and present it. I don't think they I don't think there is any intent behind it other than just to present data. All right, let me take you to this space, Prestige. Tinubu shakes up oil industry, directs central bank to take over crude sales from NNPC. So your take on that? Prestige, I think Prestige is hearing us in delay. Prestige.
Okay. Wait a minute. I thought NNPC is a liability company. I mean, how is that supposed to go back to now? It's going back to the government. Because
Yes,
the central bank is a government-run agency. So we are going back to where we was before. How is that supposed to help Nigeria nation economy right now or raise forests? I don't understand.
Yes, I'm a bit confused as well, because when they floated it, I thought it removed it from the influence of the Nigerian state, but very much Nigeria still dictating terms. Are you hearing us in delay?
Yeah, I need to change my computer. It's kind of it's kind of delay hearing. So I'm sorry. So that's why everything is confusing. But I will make my statement and listen. Whenever I'm speaking, I need to change my YouTube on my computer. The way I program it. So because I was working here before. But I will finish speaking, then I will listen.
All right, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is going to make any difference. I don't know how economically that's going to favor us, or is he just trying whatever he can try to see what's going to come out better? I mean, because what we had before is not working. Is this new direction supposed to help? It's supposed to help the economy or for us to get more forests? Because right now we don't even know what's going on in the NNPC. I mean, it's a liability company. They don't disclose their financial. They don't disclose their financial index or financial data per year. Nobody knows how much money they are getting or whatever from there. So I don't know if this is a right direction. But if we want to talk about capitalism, how we want to private equity running things and everything, this is backwards. But if this is going to help, well, maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. I'm not an economist.
Prestige, before you have you been following the story of Professor Charles Soludo rescuing this lady that was are you following that story? Prestige?
No, I'm not familiar with it. Sorry for the delay of my system. I'm going to fix it after this because I have to be here on Wednesday. But anyway, I'm not following it. I'm not familiar with that. Please.
Yeah, let me bring it up. Is this lady here? So this lady here, she's Charles Soludo comes to the rescue of 1990s Nigerian tennis star Tanya Okpala after she was found loitering on the streets in Oka. So this is the story of a Nigerian once hero. Let me play you her clip. Actually, this is what Soludo saw before he came to the rescue. So watch this, and then I'll tell you how Soludo responded to it.
I mean, what's up to hear my story? The whole world hears it, and they laugh at me.
Why are they laughing at you?
I don't know, but they on your chabia and leave. You think you need to go back to your country? So
Who said that? Who said that to you?
No, I'm just tired. I'm okay. I'm okay even though I'm a half caste and I consider myself a black people, but that's okay.
But you are though.
Okay, but you may be 1 out of 500 people that say that to me. You might be surprised. I'm going to the village tomorrow to look after my daughter until further notice.
So who's
I'm standing here. Have like up to 5 because my back is hurting me. I don't know. I think somebody must.
Do you prefer to stand over here?
I mean, I don't really like.
Because I don't want to bend
so
I'm bending my neck in order to see you.
I'm also leaning on your chair because I'm a little exhausted.
If you could stand over there, that would be easier.
Oh, all right. So that's that lady. So let me give you who she is. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has announced the rescue of Tanya Okpala, a former Nigerian professional tennis player who was found roaming the streets aimlessly. Tanya Okpala was captured in a viral video on social media by a good Samaritan on the streets of Oka. She was mentally unstable and wandering the streets as at when she was seen. Tanya Okpala and her sister Katia Okpala both represented Nigeria in tennis in the 1990s. The Okpalas are mixed race with a mother from Belarus and a father of Igbo extraction. During a conversation with the unidentified man in the video, the tennis star, seemingly nursing a wound on her left leg, stated that she is a former lawn tennis player who has been abandoned. She said she has been labeled a prostitute by people in the area and has been asked to return to her country but considers herself an Igbo lady. She, however, appealed for help, saying she is planning to return to her village the next day to care for her daughter. Taking to Twitter, Soludo says she is now in the custody of the Anambra State government. The governor stated, Tanya Okpala is now in the custody of Anambra State government. She was with the Commissioner for Women Affairs when my wife spoke with her on the phone. Soludo further assured that he has directed the immediate rehabilitation and reintegration of Okpala with her family. My government will ensure her rehabilitation and fruitful reunion with her daughter and family. So that's the narrative then of once a Nigerian hero now finding herself on the street of Oka. Prestige, thoughts.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. You know what? It's kind of a coincidence because I saw this headline. Because I remember when you and I was talking the other day. I told you I listened to Obodo Yibo. The caption. This is exactly the caption, but I never listened to it. I think it came on today on her Obodo Yibo story. That's exactly. So it's making an international news right now. But anyway, to stick to the point, it's a very sad story in Nigeria. I mean, how did he get where she is right now? I'm talking about a former Nigerian tennis star. I mean, she don't have just. I mean, how did she, it's very deplorable Nigerian situation. Is it her own making or the condition that she find herself in Nigeria? I mean, nobody can tell. But kudos to Soludo, for trying to rescue her. Hopefully she can go through rehab and everything. At least get, get her senses back right now, because if her to be going into this direction of prostitution or whatever she's going right now, something was wrong with her. Neither economical, has done, Nigeria has done what Nigeria do to a lot of people. Maybe what the condition that she put herself into, nobody can really tell. I mean, but like I'm looking about right now in 1990, that's not too far from, it's not like something that happened in the 1960s. So now that she put herself in this predicament where she is right now, Nigeria has done to her what it has done to some Nigerians, who have no sense of direction. But it's a pity. But kudos to Soludo, hopefully, they can rescue her, back to normal, because she doesn't seem to be normal right now.
She's a relatively young lady.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of this with our sporting heroes when they get abandoned after national service. Do you think something should be done for that area?
Well, one man, there's twofold to this. Okay, in Nigerian space, it's not like in America, it's not like in America, where they make a lot of money. Of course, in Nigeria, they don't make, a lot of them they make a lot of money, but they're supposed to have planned for their life. That's one of the problem. You don't expect, you don't expect the government to support you. If you make all the whole money you make and you didn't invest, then what do you expect? What do you expect in your life? So some of more than half of the problems some of these Nigerian stars, I blame them. I don't know how much they was making by then. It's not like right now. We have people that play Super Bowl we have people that play soccer, overseas. I mean, like Osima or whatever, I mean, they make billions of naira. I mean, I think Osima Award, I don't really want to put the price, but I think he's the highest paid Nigerian player right now. So maybe ranking the number 20. I need to look at how much he made. At least how much he made. Probably ranked in the top 20 in the world in terms of salary rank. Let me just put that in the top 20. I have not tried to Google it to find out exactly where he ranked, but I guess he probably ranked in the top 20. So if he properly invests and everything, why not? He's supposed to be successful. Look at Okocha. You know Okocha, right? The Nigerian footballer, right?
Of course.
Right. That man invested invested pretty good. I mean, worked for his life and everything.
There was one player that went back and did engineering up to master's level, and he now runs a big engineering firm in the United States.
Exactly. So most of these Nigerian stars, most of them is their own doing because there's no pension for you. So if you didn't plan your own time, if you didn't invest your money or use your money properly, depending on how much you accumulated, during your prime time and everything, then the onus is on you. Because the government, I mean, do you expect the government to come and rescue you? I mean, because of what you accomplished before? Yeah, to a certain extent, but it can't just depend on the government. But right now, the government is good. Hopefully, the government is going to help her. So, I blame her. I mean, I don't know what really put her in this condition. So, I mean, some people probably going to think that I'm mean or whatever. I said that I'm blaming her or whatever for putting her in this condition. We're talking about this guy in the 1990s. She may have made a lot of money at that particular time, whatever amount of money it was at that time. So,
sorry, man of Prestige. Let me just ask for you.
But I wish I good Lord. That's what I'm gonna say, but it's a pity. Kudos to Soludo.
Man of Prestige, if you don't mind. 1 second. 1 man.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, actually, what happened to her was substance abuse, and she has actually been rehabilitated once by the National Sports Commission. Unfortunately, I think she went back to the substance again, and it's very unfortunate. Yes.
Oh, you know her story, do you, Bishop?
Okay, you see that?
Yes.
Okay, that Bishop, that's exactly what I was saying because I don't have the information. So the blame is on her. But hopefully, she can get rehab from that,
All right. Is there any other topic you'd like to speak on before we move on?
What other topic beside we talk about Amotekun, we talk about not really. I have not followed Nigerian news recently since the last time you and I spoke, but I go ahead and listen, okay, and learn from other people.
You're too wrapped up in the football at the moment, are you?
Whatever.
Yes.
All right, man, I'll be here listening.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prestige. Let's go on from Prestige to Dewale. Dewale, you're up next.
Yay, it's my turn now. After how many years?
Papa, I'm again.
I won't be that long. I will just do it because I don't really have much time. It seems I'll be. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Yeah, look, I was going to take you to the Amotekun space. I'll kick it off from there, and then we'll rattle through it.
Okay. If you see my first comment, I said I dare Tinubu to restructure the law enforcement in Nigeria. I'm talking about policing. In his first term, I dare him to do that. If he does that, then he should kiss his second term goodbye. But you see, civil defense, right? A woman, civil defense, when it was come to be, they were not harmed. Later on, they harmed them, but they don't give them the same authority that was given to the police. But they gave them weapon for them to be able to discharge their duty effectively. I don't see a reason why the federal government cannot do that. But you see, it's still going to be subject to political interpretation. Um, like one of Persist said earlier, we have some regional uh, local vigilante group like Amotekun that are not as efficient or effective as Amotekun. And some have been used for political, fight in their domain or in their respective states. So I think to be able to have them function effectively, the federal government has to have a robust discussion with the Attorney General. Remember when Amotekun was formed, it was formed during the time of your friend, what is his name? And he vehemently opposed the establishment of that body, right? I think it took them to court. I think it took, yeah, I think so, but no, I can't remember. I think he does. But he did. But you see, what they were afraid of is that uh, likelihood of it metamorphose or transforming into a regional security full-fledged armed operative is what they were afraid of. But you see, I don't think there's any reason why the federal government cannot, you know, now that somebody from the south is now in charge of the government. I don't see a reason why they cannot do that because we have to start small. If we are to restructure the security apparatus of the country, we have to start from somewhere. At least experiment with this regional, vigilante or security group to see how effective it is. And if we actually worked out there, we can now begin to look at it on a larger scale and how to enable them to have some level of jurisdiction, for them to be able to function well. But you know, I hope Hamotekun will not go in the way OPC went. They just fizzled out and used for political, even to the point that their own kinsman was completely against them. Because but I would like it to know the OPC was doing some good job, in the Southwest before they became faction. I think it was a political division that caused the faction among them, and eventually it broke down, and the center could no longer hold, and that was the end of OPC. So Amotekun, to some extent, I don't even know the recruitment process because some of the people that I've seen are people.
Adewale, how are
Yeah,
you? Good
I'm
evening.
great.
How are you? Yeah, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Let me tell you one thing I expressed about OPC back then in Ibadan. There was a estate. They've been robbing them, robbing them. The armed robbers been robbing them. They wrote letter to them that we are coming on the 15th. They will come on that day, they will rob them. Nothing will happen. The security apparatus in Oyo State wearing on top of that game. I will tell you for fact, OPC were told, my brother, they mounted the estate. The police, the thief came. Lo and behold, every one of them were arrested by these OPCs. Ibadan was shaking that day. That's really. So they did some good things before they turned it to political, as you rightly said. Yeah, go on, my brother.
All right. But that's a one good uh, area that LPC actually did well. But later on, everything went south. But it's not just giving weapon to the Amotekun. We have to have the right personnel. Holding the weapon because it's going to end up like the way Nigerian police is at a moment where you have weapon in the hands of an entity, all right, discharging that weapon discriminately. So I think in as much as we're looking at whether the government should harm the Amotekun, we should also look at the personnel being recruited into that body and see if those people actually worth carrying weapon. Uh, some of them may be good, in terms of local vigilantism and stuff like that, but not necessarily know how to do things in a civil way. When somebody is accused of criminality, the first thing you start seeing is the basketball. By the time that person has been taken to the police station, you will see the contour and in his faces and all that. It tells you that jungle justice has been meted on that person, even before it's been pronounced, guilty. So we have to look at that process. It's not just about giving weapon, and also given to what is prevalent, what is happening right now. I think the personnel also will be trained, for how to source and gather intelligence, among their kinsmen. It just, in a nutshell, it just goes beyond just arming them. It's a lot involved, and if the organizer, especially the government of the, because I think the Ondo State was the one that actually more of uh, the person who strongly identified with them. Lagos State was not even there when it was launched. So I hope, it won't be a thing of, but I dare Tinubu to even say anything, towards that at this moment, because if you're going to
This
do it
your
at the
idea,
region,
idea. I don't even understand. What are you talking about? I mean, what do you
it
dare
remains
for?
my,
Huh?
because it's going to have some political consequences.
You
All
are now
right,
you are
if
enjoying
you
the
choose,
northern political consequences, Abi.
no, it is a fact, because reason
What
being
is
is that
what?
except the northern part,
Emma Pong
except
people
the,
live
the,
on. I
the
don't know why Emma
wait,
Pong people from the one. Why Emma Pong on
no,
the
see,
one Jumoshi Walo.
but
That is the reason why
rational mind,
that is why
little
they feel entitled.
no little thing trigger these
Yes.
people. You should know that by now, right? And when you have to do something on this
The country
scale,
is
you have
burning, and
to.
you're saying that we should be afraid of some people from the north. Eh?
Adewale, I think I support rational mind because look, Jonathan was dilly-dallying with the report of that confab of 2020, 2013, right? Was it 2013, 2014? And what happened when he tried to come for the second time? He was voted out or rigged out. Where's the report today? If Tinubu is ready to do anything, you can do it now and he will still vote for you. Look at what Fashola was doing in Lagos that time when he started rebuilding all those markets that they were using all this overnighting. They would just go ahead and burn down shops and rebuild. People still went ahead and they still went ahead to vote for him. So if you don't want to do anything at all, then delay. Then that is when you should be delaying the critical decision, because the problem now is this: if you do not solve this problem, and those people that are sympathetic to the cause of these people get to that place, or they can gag up and move him out. You understand? It depends
But
on how he positions himself. So security matters. If he solve the
I got.
security problem in the southwest, people will
Mhm.
in the country. See, he can have even the southeast that you think that will not vote for him. It can guarantee the entire vote from the south even to the middle belt to the north central. So that means not those people that want to still be carry out the criminality, they be the one that be grudging against him. Just imagine people from Plateau now, people from Benue, you solve their problem, you go to area like Maduguri, Boronu, and you solve their problem. Don't forget that those Boronu too, when you are saying not is not one. It's just one of those GC they give us, because a Fulani man, a Kanuri man now, they are in my own opinion, anyway, I could be wrong. When it comes to something like a political and a existential threat, I think they are eternal enemy up to now. Maybe things can change tomorrow. But to me, this should not be an excuse for Tinubu, to be honest. The right time to equip and to order whether forest guard, Amotekun, everybody to have their own weapon. The right time was yesterday, to be honest with you. So delaying it to 2027 is like, I don't care. Let these people keep pine until I come there the second time. And that's not a good quality of leadership. And the only reason I'm supporting Tinubu personally is because I know that a Yoruba man, instead of having another Fulani man from Adamawa to take over from his kingmates now to sitting there, they power and have that tenacity to do what they could not achieve under Buhari. I don't think it's the right thing for us to wait till 2027. This thing should have been done yesterday. Thank you.
I agree with you, but the Yoruba, they will say the hustle requires patience to leak. Uh, you know, in as much as we are so much in a hurry to have this sector reformed, You should also look at the political calculation behind it. You don't just do things for the sake of, oh, what? Because how did they get to that office? Through political machinery. So when you're saying, well, he has to do something now, he also has to look out for his own, for himself. All right. If he can go ahead and use his political big stick and say, I put my foot down, it has to be done. But also, you also look at, okay, if you are going to do that within the Southwest, that means you have to replicate that nationwide, just like the one of Prestige said. All right. So if you are going to harm the Amotekun, you should also be able to harm the, what do you call them? Ibubeagu, or the holy police in.
Harm what? You see, why do we confuse? I think some of well, listen, I don't know. Sound like maybe Mr. No Hall here. I mean, I don't know all, but sometimes when we do analysis, we fail to consider certain things about what we're analyzing. You see, my point is this: we're talking about an arm of the government, the three-tier. The three-tier of government. We have federal, state, and local. They are government. Constitutionally, they are empowered to do stuff, because of the crappy 1999 constitution that we have. That is not real constitution in the real sense of it. The copycat that we did, that was not really the real copycat that we should have done. In a sane society where you live, Ade, where I live, we are running a federal system copied from here. And so every arm of those governments should be able to have their own local police, their own police. Federal, we have their own. State, we have their own. So if the state says Amotekun is their own, we need to understand that it is constitutionally given to them that they should have their own state. That is, if we have it in a real constitution, not like the fraudulent one we have right now, that put everything on the exclusive list. So if the state says we want to have our security outfit, that does not give any tribal people to have their own security outfit, because the constitution only recognizes the federal, state, and the local government. So you're telling me that Fulani now is a government, right? That's what you're telling me. The constitution does not say anything about Fulani as being a government. It's only federal, state, and local government. So if the state of Ondo State, or Osun State, or any of those states, or even any state from the north or from the south side or southeast, if they say they want to have their own security outfit, they want to make them a police, in a real democratic, in a real federal system, they have the right to establish their own police and give them the weaponry that they needed. So all this pandering to federal government, Tinubu, I know it's the crappy thing that he made there, which also is part of the rot, because he wants to get it, but let me not go into that. My point is
the funny thing is, you can't even use executive order. It has to be codified one way or the other.
I get it. I understand. It cannot. That's what I'm saying. But you are saying that, because if the state can have Amotekun, then the Fulani tribal, whatever, Kataure, whatever, they have the right to also. No, they don't have the right. There's a difference. You need to understand the difference.
Come on.
Let me quickly ask something.
Security outfit.
Rational mind, if you don't mind, please let me ask something. See,
Fulani is Fulani is it's an ethno whatever security word, which should not be allowed. Just imagine Yoruba people say they want to have their own security outfit, or they legalize Odua people. What are we talking about? This is a state. Even maybe they should not even call it. You should not even call it Amotekun anymore. Just give it Southwest Police or whatever. I mean, you see, sometimes when we analyze things like this, you're telling me that they have the right. What right do they have? Because Amotekun is having gone, or Eastern network has their own arm. No, you can't compare. They are incomparable in that sense. That's also what I want to say.
Like what rational mind is saying, Amotekun is a creation of state legislative arms, so it's legally backed. So if they are the same thing in the north, see, the thing is this: if a state is creating a security outfit, the federal government should not be holding them down. Is it not ridiculous? For example, you have a governor of a state, and he was even giving just a mid-level officers of police officers order, and he was saying, "Sorry, I take order from my Inspector General of Police." And one funny thing is that your governor is a member of the Police Service Commission, or what do they call it? You see, what we are saying is this: when individual can carry, you can be licensed a rifle in Nigeria today. The president is the commander-in-chief of armed forces. He has that power to sanction. He doesn't need to go to the National Assembly. Femi Falana has
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Don't let us say what is not.
Femi Falana. I'm not a lawyer now. I'm making
No,
reference to
it
Femi
doesn't.
Falana.
Like I said, it can't even use executive order. It has to be legal. It has to go through the constitutional
No.
change.
We are, see, this is not the issue. We are not creating. We are not. See, Shebi is the name Nigerian police that is causing confusion, right? Now, individual can be licensed a gun, right? As an individual, as Adewale now, you can apply for license to bear an arm in Nigeria, according to Femi Falana. Then, when you now have a state that is trying to create an organization now, what applies to an individual can apply to these people too. You can apply for arms, and it's the responsibility of, I think, the president and I think the Inspector General of Police execute this thing on his behalf. So it's not even an executive order.
There's a distinct difference between an individual and a group of people trying to form a militia. That cannot happen.
But it's not a militia. That's a different thing. This is not a militia group. It's a security outfit created by the arm of the government. And I think FEMFAL and SCN knows what he's talking. It's not drunk. And as a matter of fact, it's not the own first person that will say that. See, the forest guard, even though the forest guard in those days, they were carrying is it double barrel or pop action, whichever they were carrying. You understand? It's just a matter of upgrading the type of gun they can carry. So the law that still permitted those people to carry gun in the 80s, in the 70s, the law is still there. So the only thing is, the fear of political enemy has always been the problem. They put political interest. Oh, if we give these people now, if they give them arms now, I won't be able to have power politically. Because that's how Buhari, when he overthrew Shagari there, he reduced the power of a mobile police. You understand? They said that we cannot have parallel military. They read it as part of their cool speech. They now got hold of all the armor personnel carrier and some of the important weapons there, just to reduce the power of the mobile police. So the thing is this is government, and the state governors are part of, they are member of police service council or whatever they call it. So how come that the president is the only one this thing, and police service council are the one that oversee to oversee this? So what's the problem that you see? You are supposed to secure your people. You are supposed to secure your people. And these people, they need things to secure. We are talking of a group of people. Even whatever it is, why not try it first and let them take you to court? At least they can take themselves to court when it comes to revenue. Let them take themselves to court that, okay, we want to give the state a rifle to protect the citizen, which is the number one responsibility of any government. And let's see.
This thing is not even a rocket science. It's a state. I mean, listen, we all live here. We see how even a state, which is a replica of a federal, in a sense, in a local form, and even the local government, which is a replica of a state in its own form, how they you see, let me say this to you. There are some local police station you will go, where they store their weaponry for their police is as stronger than the CBN, the Nigerian CBN. The security, before you can even get, even some of the walls are very impregnable. I mean, I can give you one of the city here. If you look at the local police office, the chief police office here, if you look at the walls that they used to build that police, inside that very police station, you will see some, I mean, they have a jail that they use, it's like the county jail. Very, very highly impregnable. Stronger, in fact, the security there for you to even penetrate it is even stronger than our CBN, just to enter CBN.
You know,
so
Russian
the presidency. We can do. It's when you say something is the government, they have the authority to I don't know how to put it, but what I'm trying to just say is this whole excuse of if we license them, the gun will fall into that. No, these are states. That's why you need to, people who are going to be employed into this service, into this police service, local police service of the state or local government. They have to be vetted very well before you can give them gun. You don't even need, I mean, the point, you see, this thing is not a rocket science. It's just because we just want to play with this thing and toy with it and make it look like, oh, we need the federal government to give them license. No, as long as they have the way of storing these weaponry, whereby before you can even get in there, you know how many checkpoints you will have got through, or some kind of clearance before you can even get in there to go and get one, maybe one of their AR-14, I mean AR-15. I mean, this thing is not rocket science. All you just need to put the check and balance in place, whereby people who will be getting weapons to go out on patrol, they have to go through some rigorous kind of a vetting, so that you know who is going on and you have the number of bullets and everything. I mean, this is not rocket science. There are people who are acting in place for the states. So, but I don't know why we cannot get this right. We keep toying with this thing. We always have to play politics with it. The North will not agree. Fulani will form their own. Come on. Tinubu needs to wake up. And if he's the president, send a bill, sponsor a bill to National Assembly. Call your party people. Tell them why you have to, at least you can call them for other things, Abi. Say you want to see all the senators, you want to see all the rep from APC. Call them, tell them, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to solve this problem of insecurity in this country. We're going to license you guys. We're going to allow you guys to have your police. They will bear arm, and you make sure that this arm is well regulated, only for them. And so we go from there. And then gradually, if they can pass that into law, is APC senators and rep, they could buy into his idea, and they pass that into law. And it's also called audio state governors, both PDP, APC, or Labour. Call all of them together, or NMPP. This is what I want to do. Tell your various states, legislators too, to be able to work it. It's not rocket science. We can do this. Rather than come here and every time we'll be talking about this and that, and we say the North will not agree. I mean, I don't know. It's just ridiculous for me when we just come here and we talk things like, just make it look like we trivialize it like it's something that is nothing.
Adewale, can I come in a little? Adewale, can I come in a little before you continue? Hello.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. Your rational mind is making it look too simplistic. Now, fact is this: number one, armed forces, defense, and all of the armed peering security agencies is on the exclusive list. As of today, you can talk whatever you want to talk about the Constitution, but that is what obtains today. That's a fact. Nobody is saying that we cannot have state police, but we don't have state police yet. The argument of, nobody reduced this to Fulani, that they will arm Fulani. If you give go ahead, one, they will ethnicize it. That, he has given, and other states also. I'm not saying ethnic group. Other states also. If you can give to Southwest, there is no Southwest registered as Amotekun. It's all the states that register their own. It is not like Southwest, like a regional. It is all states. There is Oyo State, there is Ogun State, there is Ondo State, there is Ekiti State, there is Osun State. The only state that does not participate is Lagos State, because they have their own neighborhood watch and this supernumerary whatever police. So if he goes ahead with that, he can't even do it, just like Adewale said, without an act of the National Assembly. So, but if
he proposes, that he needs to call his people, from his own party, sit them down, tell them what you want to do. If you want to pass budget, now you can call them and sit them down.
That's not what I'm saying now. Huh? That's not what I'm saying. Just hold on now. You finished.
Well, you didn't hear me very well. Maybe you just want to hear what I want to say.
Well. Let me say
I said, call your people.
Let me say my. Let me
to National
finish now.
Let them be able to pass it.
Let me finish now. I wanted to interject that time. You said no, I should let you. So let me finish, please. So what I'm saying is,
when did I say no? Come on. Why do you always call to come here every time and just say things?
But you said it happened just a few minutes ago. It's not yesterday.
When did I say no?
You said no, that I should let you finish, let you land. You said so. Am I lying? Sometimes you guys, I was talking the other time. Somebody said I was bullying.
Okay. All right, go on. Please, go on.
What's this thing? Didn't you say? Did you not say so just a few minutes ago? And I said, let me land too. I took permission from the man that holds the grant. And you're taking the conversation away from me.
I said that to, what's his name?
It was me that said, and you said, let me finish. And I kept quiet. It was me that said, "Can I?" And you said, "Let me," and I kept quiet. So what's the big deal in
And so
it?
why are you bringing it up like as if it's something? You always
No,
do
but
this.
you just took the conversation
Are you
away
trying
from
to
me. You
do?
just
What point are
intercepted
you
now,
trying
and
to
you are
do?
just taking it away from me. And I'm saying, let me finish too. Is it a
I
big
beg,
deal?
Oga Bishop,
Let's
Bishop, continue.
All right, Bishop, carry on. Bishop, carry on.
So the issue of, like I said earlier on when I made my submission, the state security outfit actually are carrying weapons. It's just that they want to upgrade it. They carry double barrel, they carry gun, they carry some other local, but not automatic or semi-automatic weapon. Now the question is this: if Tinubu, whether by an act of the National Assembly or by a fiat, which I believe he will not use, they say, okay, look, let's give Amotekun. Every other state, every other 36 states, including Lagos and Abuja, will come up with act of their own security outfit. Now, and they will not be able to deny them to bear arms. I am for it if it is going to be money, but I'm looking at both sides. Already we have situation whereby even the ones we have, there is always conflict among them. Look, even in advanced countries too. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was reading the times that FBI and some state police have clashed over some issues in America. Say, look, we are in charge now. They say, no, who put you in charge? And they've had confrontation because of this ego something. I'm just using that as a putter. So if we have 21 states, we might get there someday. I'm just saying it is possible they can be misused. So if we interrogate how can they be misused, what are the chances of being misused, what are the loose ends we need to tighten. Everybody wants a safe environment. It's just that we should do it with our eyes open. Not that when we are trying to cure one problem, we are creating more dangerous situation for our citizenry. You just hear that maybe one local policeman, local police and one state whatever, they have a clash, and before you know it, there is a gun battle among them. Unfortunately, it might not even be these people that will be killed. It might just be innocent bystanders or innocent people. They will say it's stray bullets. So that is what I'm saying. But Tinubu cannot. If honestly Tinubu say, okay, let's do it, and they give the Southwest, the states in the Southwest, then there is nothing that stops any other state. It's all this one that we are calling ethnic something. It's just for them to go under a state. Katsina will give them. Nasarawa will give them. Yobe will give them. Borno will give them. Jigawa will give them. Kano will give them. Everybody will set up their own. Now, when we set those things up, can we manage it? I want it. I want us to have state police at the state we are now. But I want us, it might take time, but I want us to do all the necessary things so that even our police as it is today, we are recruiting drug addicts, we are recruiting ex-criminal, ex-convicts, because you don't have all the proper detailed record into those ones that is being vetted and being sponsored by the state. Now, state cannot pay teachers, state cannot pay civil servants, state cannot pay lecturers in their state universities that don't have guns. You now create a state police that you are giving guns, automatic guns to, and you are owing them salaries of 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 8 months. Those are the little things I am where me and maybe some other people are saying, let us look at how we can tie up those places. Am I for state police? Yes, but let it be done properly and at the appropriate time. That's my submission.
Bishop, see, now I refer back to Femi Falana. Now, what type of gun is Asadi Dokubo carrying? What type of gun are those people manning the pipeline or that Jonathan? What type of gun were they carrying? They were carrying automatic rifle.
Let me answer you. Do you want me to answer you?
Oh, please go ahead.
Unfortunately, when Jonathan came, I know some of this something in the Niger Delta. That's where I lived, and unfortunately, when Jonathan came that time, he brought in some military contractors. Military contractors are different. They call them mercenary for a purpose, and it is that kind of a thing that he unfortunately registered, and Atari Tokubo and this other guy, Tantiana something these are military contractors. They are like mercenary. They call them soldiers of fortune. Unfortunately, it is not the same thing as having
No,
local.
the principle. What principle was used to license them that rifle? See, the question is this: if whether you call them state mercenary, the fact is that they are not Nigerian police, they are not Nigerian military, but you still license them automatic rifle. Because when I say Femi Falana even said when the Inspector General of Police and Chief of Army Staff said jargon that time, he said no. What they said is illegal. It just pointed to all those ones that if those people can be carrying rifle, then we are talking of things created by another level of government in the country that is supposed to be more superior to whatever you are using. So if Asari Dokubo now is giving contract to be manning the Abuja Kaduna Abuja road and carrying the AK-47, and we are saying just because of fear that the state creation security outfit creation cannot bear. And now the way you narrate it down that okay, all of a sudden, if they are holding salary now, Amotekun now we don't carry gun, I now started facing the state governor. Abba, since when okay, are you saying police cannot do the same? How come police are not doing the same? We can't just
No, don't say we can't just be. I only give an analogy of the challenges that can come out of it. I never said that it is wrong. I'm just giving that when we look at when we do it, what are the fallout? What are the possible fallout? Because all states are not the same. I said yesterday, or was it today, that there are certain states that have not started paying the 30,000 minimum wage. Go and check it out.
No,
It's not all states.
One of those things that is driving our economy today is insecurity. And there is a connection between insecurity and economic quagmire, Now, if let's say the middle belt now, the North Central that used to be the food basket of the country, they are chasing them away from their farm, and we are suffering from food inflation. You understand? You give them security outfit that can man their territory. Now they are able to go back to farm. You do the same thing in Ekiti. There's nothing wrong, even if all the 36 states have their own security outfit to man their state. It's just like, well, even though I don't like what is happening in America, all these people that are assaulting people up and down, if they know that where they are going to be made fire for fire, they will think twice. Because we've had the scenario, because I've had someone, the guy came online that, okay, when these Fulani S-men were approaching his farm, the guy said he was using automatic rifle, and he came to one of the TV station, and just a private citizen like you and myself. He said by the time he fired the second one, he fired the second time. He said those guys that trained militia that he used his hand, he put his hand around his cell like this to just air the type of sound. Now when that guy aired the sound that okay, this is not just ordinary gun, they turn back because they knew that okay, this guy that are going to has a very good firearm. A firepower to counter them.
Maybe so, that is one in a
Asari Dokumbo and pipeline security people can carry automatic rifle. Amotekun should be able to carry automatic rifle.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Just like you said, the man that you said maybe it's just one in maybe 1 million, which is very questionable. The Firearm Act we have in Nigeria restricts the caliber of kind of firearm that can be licensed by the police commissioner of each state. The police commissioner is acting on the power that is conferred on him by the Inspector General of Police, which is the power of the federal. And that is where I'm going. Yes, you can bear arms, you can have license to firearm. It just limits the kind of firearm, and the limitation, the dichotomy is just you cannot carry an automatic or semi-automatic firearm. What is the difference? Both can kill. The difference is that you can load a 30 what do you call it? Into a magazine to an automatic rifle. You are already a one-man army, because if you have 2 magazines that can be interchanged and you put it in an automatic mode, that means you can. An individual that is going rogue can actually kill more than 100 persons before it can be stopped, because he will empty everything in his magazine. But if it is a double barrel, the most I have seen a double barrel take is 5. Actually 6, yeah, 6. The most I have seen that you can load them into chamber and you can, and you have to. It's not as rapid. You cannot put it in rapid firing. It is just to serve as a precaution. It is good. I want state police, but I want it to be done properly, at least so that this one that we are having in the past 10 years alone, we have had more than 30 intercommunal crises in Nigeria. Let's even leave Ifemodakeke, Aguleri, Muleri, in different places in the north, in the southwest, in the southeast, in the south. If everybody would it's just the fear of having unnecessary massacre. Look at what is happening in the middle belt, in the plateau. It's just the fear. It's not like I'm against state police. I'm really for state police, but I'm just trying to be very careful. It will not fall into the wrong hand. People will not take wrong or undue unnecessary advantage of it. That's it.
All right, William, back to you, Dewale.
Let them continue. I'll join them in a minute. Sorry, Bishop.
All right. Let me go on to Ola. I'll come to you in a moment, but I think we only have Rational Mind for a period of time. So let me take.
Very soon.
Yeah. Let me take the conversation to Rational Mind. And I think you've already kicked it off from the headline piece. The Yoruba space.
Let me quickly just give my submission on that. I know I said something already, but
yes.
See, the point is what I'm just trying to say in real quick is that I think we're getting this whole thing. You see, some of us just come here, we just want to, for the sake of wanting to talk, and we just want to defend everything that is even in. It doesn't even make sense sometimes the way we even defend. We try to defend certain things here. People's lives are being snuffed out of them, all because of the stupid and senseless way we organize that country, the way they run that country. That country, I've said it, and I always subscribe to that, is an enterprise only for the rich. The life of an average Nigerian does not matter to them as long as the whole Nigeria is. Somebody was saying yesterday, was it yesterday or the first day on Arise? He says it's all about regime protection. Like I said many years, like 2 years ago when we were talking about Boo Boo here. It's all about for them. It's all about administration. Regime protection for them. Whatever will protect, will maintain the status quo. As long as they are there in government, their life is secure, the life of their kids are secure, and other elites are secure. That's what matters to them. The life of an average Nigerian, masses Nigerian, either is being slaughtered like a chicken or whatever. It doesn't care. They don't care about it. That is why they just want to maintain that status quo. And somebody will come here and be telling us using America as a standard. And when you're using America as a standard, also looking at the other side of the America that that we're supposed to use as standard, that they never copied. When it's convenient for us, we want to talk about America, and then we want to make some points. When you have to take a very close and deep look into how the system works here, you don't want to talk about that. America here, there's an extent to which a police department will handle a case. If they are going rogue, I'm sure my friend here is here. What's his name? Ade, who's a lawyer himself. I think he's a law enforcement agent. If any of the police department goes rogue, the FBI will come in. If there's been several reports of some shenanigans going on there, maybe they've been like collecting bribe from drug dealers, or they've been involved in some kind of shady things, FBI will come into it and they will investigate that police department. Else will roll, and if it's the chief of the police, they will arrest him. He will go to jail. He will prosecute him. That's why we have a federal police. Federal police is more like the check and balance for all of them. Can we make that kind of you see, when we're copying a system, we're not copying the real thing. If we want to do federal, we know that we're doing federal, not this hybrid or crappy thing that they're doing in that country. They put everything on the list, because you cannot do that. You cannot use a unitary system and run a federal. If the old notion of a federal state is that every tier of that federal of the government has their own autonomy. The local government has their own autonomy. The state has their own autonomy. The federal has their own autonomy. But you want to make everything unitary. You want to use this military system of unitary thing. I want to run a federal state, and you expect it to work. You cannot do. You cannot go copy something. I want to do it in a way that you want to tweak it in a way that doesn't really. People that really said federal, they have it. Why they make this federal that way, and you have to make it work the way it is worked in the federal system. But you want to do a federal system. You want to make it look. I mean, the whole idea is even defeated in the first instance, because what's the federal? It's just by name federal. It's unitary system we are running, because by federal, every state, every tier of the government in that system has their own autonomy. State, I mean, I've already said that. There's no point sounding like a broken record. It just kind of, some of us come here because we feel we understand politics in Nigeria. And you see, when I come here, I say Nigeria sometimes. We are the problem we are our own problem. Why we will never move forward. I was saying that on one platform that I said to them, as long as we don't have this consensus, not just only elite consensus, even we who are just the ordinary people on the street, who are not part of the elite. By not being the elite, I mean, I'm not in politics, but I like to talk about politics and economy and all of that. But so what I mean by elite, I mean some of us that come here and become that talk heads here. I mean, some of us who don't even have a grasp of this whole thing. We just want to give idea because of the way we see things. No, you need to understand that a federal system, when we talk about governance, it's a system. When we say something is systemic, there's a way it operates. You need to allow it to function that way. If you tweak it other way, and it's in conflict with the whole idea of the federal of what that system is, there will always be a problem. It won't work. I believe we can tweak our own things in our own way, but if we tweak it, if you find out that it's not working, why don't you revert back to that system, or go to how it was supposed to be? But no, we'll come here and this and that. I can carry gun. It doesn't matter. And this one cannot carry gun. What kind of thing? Sometimes it gives me headaches. Sometimes it just makes me think am I going? What is wrong with our people? For me, you see, what I just want to say is this: if we do not go to running a real federal system, as long as we want to maintain the status quo, we will never make headway. Our people will continue being just having their life cut short because of the senseless policies system that we run in that country. Our people they are here to live and exist before they leave the earth, before they leave Mother Earth. They are here to also enjoy. They're not here to always just to come every come here every day. We talk about Nigeria and nothing gets done. And then we want to show that we know everything, we know this. No, it's about solution to our problems. If I have to be licensed to protect my own self and protect my own people around me, I will do that. I want an idiot to come from nowhere and come and carry gun and come and kill me and kill my own people. I will defend my people. I will give them guns to go and fight.
You know, there's an easy solution to this. A rational mind. They should just liberalize the gun laws.
No, I don't believe in that liberalizing. I don't believe.
I'm not for that. There will be a period where that will be abused.
We can do that.
And then very, very quickly, people will learn to respect the gun.
Well, yeah, I agree with you,
man. If he's manning the road and he knows that every single vehicle trafficking that road, everybody is carrying a gun, then he will think twice before he comes to start. He will shoot one vehicle, and the rest of them will shoot him.
Well, man, I agree with you, but this is not the time for that. Let's all allow the state actors. By state actors, I mean state legislated security. Let me not call them a security agency, namely local government police, state police, and so the federal police. Let them have, because when I say this, when I mean state actors, I mean people who are acting in behalf of the states, agents in form of security, law and order, law enforcement agents by the states, by every tier of the government, local, states, and federal. Let them have access to whatever weaponry they need to protect the locals. That's what I'm about. I know in the federal system, you cannot do that by some executive fiat, because since the stupid and the nonsense 1999 constitution, fraudulent one, just put everything on the exclusive list, you will need the National House of Assembly to take it.
Let everybody just bear arms. I'm telling you, that will solve it.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's anarchy. For me,
how will it be anarchy? If you are going into that house to rob and you know that everybody on that street is armed, then you'll think twice.
I'm not against people not bearing arms, as long as you've been evaluated very well by whatever agency that will be created or whatever one they have existing one that they give the capability of investigating and doing some background check on you, or they can license you to have a certain part of kind of gun for your own protection in the event of maybe police cannot come on time. I'm with about that. You license everybody like everybody on the street, even like boy, all these Jagoda boys like MC Oloma and his
not everybody, but liberalize it to the extent that the average.
One man. I think this thing should be systematic. We cannot do it. You see that this is what some of those people, the naysayers, who are against even the state having their own security law enforcement agents that should be carrying a real assault rifle. Why some people will come here and say that they should not do that because this and that, they fear. Yes, there's a fear, but these are state actors. We need to understand these are government. You see, because we run a system, we so bastardized that system in that country whereby we only look at federal government as the only reputable and legit that can really run a system. That's what they've conditioned our people mind, and even the people who even run the states themselves, who run the local individual states. They made it so to the extent whereby people don't even see the state as an arm of, as a tier of the government, that they're just like a headmaster or like a monitor of a no. If that's what I'm saying, we do not understand the notion of governance. It's so sad that we've lost that essence of what governance is. You will in some system like here, you will fear local government. Here, they have prosecuting attorney for even some local, some places that are not even up to the local government. They are just city or town. They have prosecuting attorney. They will send you to jail if you violate anything in that little town, city. See, these are just I mean, a town like about 2,000 people. They will if you commit any infraction, they will send you to jail. They don't even need wait for the FBI to come and prosecute you. That is how a system that really works. Our people we are so bastardized that country to the extent whereby we don't even think of the state of the local government. I mean, am I surprised? You go to some local government, it's a beer parlor. You see councillor and chairman and all these party people, they will sit down there, they'll be they collect their own money, they just go out and marry 5 wives, live in another district that is even far from their own local government, their own local government where they were. You see, we so bastardized that system that our people do have lost touch with what governance is all about. That's the point. That's why some people will come here. No, you cannot give local government, you cannot give a state. I fear they will abuse it. Abuse what? So that's why one man said we need a real restructuring in that country before we even talk about all of these things. I know it's not something we can do, but if it's something we have to make as quick so that we can do it quick so that level our people can be secured. I'm all for it. But do I believe that some people want to do that? I know the naysayers in the National Assembly, namely those people from the Ariwa, Nigeria. I mean, they always want to put some. You see, that's why I said to you, one man, we need to answer the first question first. Are we a country? You want to be together? That's the question. We're just forcing ourselves to be together, and it will not work.
I think you have to surrender to the fact that Nigeria is never going to break up. I cannot see circumstances under which that will happen.
Continue dragging it now. Let's go to.
Do you know the country is being pulled more and more together? You have the second Niger bridge.
Why is it that one? Who is telling that it's being put more and more together?
Infrastructurally, the country is being pulled more and more together.
Oh man, look at this. I mean, there are countries that used to be one before now. Well, Pakistan and India not be the one before. Were the British not building infrastructure in both of the countries that link both of them? Was Kashmir
and I can also tell you,
was Kashmir not once part of Pakistan and what's it called? And India was Czech and Slovak. Were they not together? Were the Serbians and all of them those were they not all linked together? Come on, woman. Let's see why we kind of create some kind of fear in ourselves. Like it's not possible. It is possible, woman. Can they do it? Well, that's only thing I can tell you.
Nigeria is not good. Let me tell you why Nigeria is not going to break up.
I'm hearing you.
Firstly, Nigerians don't want the country to break up. Okay. What you actually hear is more a frustration at the system and a somewhat an unbalanced system, an imbalance in the system. That is really what you're hearing. I've not yet met the Igbo person that wants to leave Nigeria. I've not yet met the Yoruba person that wants to leave Nigeria. In fact, the only people that don't actually mind leaving Nigeria are the Northerners. Well, I think they are rested in an acceptance. They are building rail networks right across the country to pull it even further together. They are building all these infrastructures that links the country as an entity. The country will always be there. Nigeria will always be there.
Well, I somewhat will agree with you that many Nigerians, I mean, let me say many Nigerians, some Nigerians wants to be, we still want to maintain that, be together. I agree with you. If you ask me, what would I prefer? That would depend on how you bring the question to me. If you're asking me that we should stay
the only thing that I can see, sorry, rational mind, the only thing that I can see is a reversion to regional sort of like a confederation sort of a system. I think that might work in terms of satiating people's needs to control their domain more. But for the actual entity of that nation to break up, the world needs Nigeria, even not even Nigerians. The world needs.
So you see,
Nigeria.
the world needs. Just hear yourself, one man. The world. That is it. The world needs that. That is to tell you that some powers that be, namely the U.S.
No, I'm talking
British,
about a big black country, or not infrastructure.
No. Either you're saying it, you're not saying it. Either the big black, whatever you call them. Those are the people that have interest in Nigeria too. They want to maintain that Nigeria as one, because it's like, I don't, maybe it suits their purpose or it makes some kind of things for them. My point is this, woman. They want, but we who are the people who are in that country, do we want? That's the question. I agree with you that if given that do we want to be as one, I would say yes first. But the question we should be asking is, how do we want to be together? So if that question is not answered properly, then I don't want to be together. There's no point being together. That's why I'm saying it will depend on how you come to me with that question. Because I will not tell you yes or no that I want to be together. But then the point is, how do you want to be together? If I said yes, how do you want to be together? It is after we answer the second question, then that will now determine if my previous yes will be yes to you. So my point is,
if Nigeria was a confederation with sub-regional, like we had at independence, and then a loose confluence that overarches, would that satiate you?
One man. Again, you will see those naysayers. They will tell you that no, we cannot go back to regionalism. The same crap that they will tell you that we cannot have state police and whatever. They will abuse it. They will tell you of what happened in 1959, 1960 that led to the military striking. They come in and then they come into the matter when they tribalized the whole thing, and the western region was almost burning down when they pitched the head of Awolowo and Samuel Akintola against each other. And they'll tell you that that's what's going to happen invariably at the end of the day. You see, they always look for this same. You see, man. You see, I don't just know where to even. Sometimes when we come here, we'll talk. I mean, we all have a different way of seeing things. I don't expect everybody to see things the way I see things. I agree. I accept that fact. But something is that we just need to, like somebody said, we need to be objective sometimes. Let us look at things critically, very critically, and look at it, analyze things critically. Maybe I'm just too critical in my way of analyzing, or maybe I'm just too I don't know. So my point is this, woman, is that you will see some people that will tell you that no, we cannot go back. What can we now do? So should we maintain the status quo? That's what they just want.
No, we cannot maintain this.
Gradually.
The status quo is coming to its natural end. Because there's the realization that it's not functioning. I think everybody realizes that it's not, but nobody wants to do the heavy lift. We thought Buhari would have been able to do the heavy lift, but I think
so
we lost him
Tinubu that will do it now. Tinubu that some people are making now, saying that if they do it,
Tinubu will do it, but Tinubu will do it in his second term.
So, and how which one are you going to do in the second term? Is that not what some people are saying?
Because he wants to legacy himself. Tinubu wants to leave Nigeria as the greatest president that's ever. He wants to legacy.
I hear you, woman. Allah share me what you we're all going to be alive to see that time and even beyond that time. But you see, I don't believe in all this crap. You see,
rational mind. Can I please ask you this question, please, if you don't mind? Yes. Or let's say you have used this English officially. Let's say very obviously, the part of the nation that has fought for the war to be separated is the Southeasterners, which they try, and at the long run they fail. But don't you think if They said they want to leave, then they left, or now they couldn't leave. Don't you know even the Southeasterners need Nigeria more than Nigeria need them?
I think the Southeast needs Nigeria the most out
The
of all of the
most.
regions. Yeah.
Yes.
Because in terms of being able to stand alone, the Southeast they are not that they lack the capacity to stand. They are more than able to stand alone, but they are at least equipped to stand alone because they have no.
Thank you. God bless Mama.
They have no
That's
natural,
They have
no
no access to the
natural
deep.
income. You know.
They have no. They have oil. They have oil. They have
Where?
palm oil. They have palm. No. You see. Okay. See, I was looking at it. You see, one man. I don't want to. Because of time. I was listening to Joshua Weller recently. Was some few days ago. Was it Joshua Weller? DW. This German TV. I was watching it, and they had a documentary on Switzerland. You know that Switzerland is a landlocked country. I know some of us know.
You're comparing Switzerland with Igbo
No,
land.
hold on now. Okay. An example, look at Rwanda. Is Rwanda not landlocked? And what is Rwanda now? Rwanda is doing very well. So you see, the point I'm trying to make is this. What I'm trying to say with that is that these days, you see, very soon, oil is not going to be a thing anymore. It's what you have up there, what you can do with your hands, what you can build to sell to the world, how you can solve problems. You know, I don't need to bore you, and some of our listeners, that they all know, some of them I know, some of them are very educated, highly educated. So we're talking about robotics now, we're talking about AI, we're talking about, things in technology, what you can sell to the world. If they can manufacture some components.
Technology is there in the East.
You said what?
I'm not saying that. I said what technology is there in the East. I'm not saying that.
But then in the Nigeria, let me tell you something. This is not a matter of trying to promote them.
They can't stand on their own.
Hold on. You are the one saying that because I don't think you've traveled.
They're the least equipped.
You see, that's the point. You see, some of us when we're not real traveled, like when I mean well traveled, I mean within our own locality, that country called Nigeria, we tend to make this kind of assumption and make this. I tell you, in the whole of that country called Nigeria, the most highly technologically savvy people. I mean, it's not a brag. I mean, I'm not from there.
Technologically savvy. What have they ever?
Yeah. These are the people. I mean, Igbos are very, very innovative when it comes to technology.
That's not true, rational mind. It's just a perception. It's not true.
Well, you can say it's my perception. I can agree with you.
The world has not documented Igbo land as a technology space.
They are very innovative.
I have a very quick something.
Go on, please.
Good, thank you. I just want to correct. Rwanda will refer to is not a landlocked country. So I don't know what you mean by landlocked. Rwanda has about 3 or 4, or even up to 5 countries that they share borders with.
Okay.
The southeast we are talking is completely subsumed inside of Nigeria. Even the one that would have been closest to it is the Gambia.
Bishop, by landlocked, it means they don't open to the sea.
No, there are several. No, I mean, of course, there are thousands now. There are more than 30 countries or 20-something countries in Africa. Niger is not open to the sea. But the one we are talking is that they share boundaries with about 5 other countries. Southeast, we only share boundaries with Nigeria, completely subsumed. The one that is closest to Southeast is one country in South Africa. What's the name of that country? And Gambia. And Gambia, Lesotho. And Gambia even has a boundary with the sea. It's just that it's completely surrounded by Senegal. It's not the same thing. I just want to point that out so that people that are listening will not be mistaken.
No. But Rwanda is landlocked because it doesn't open to the sea.
So that means Chad is landlocked, Niger is landlocked, Mali is landlocked.
Yeah, but that's what that term means. If you don't have access to the sea, you're a landlocked country.
No, Gambia is not landlocked. It's just surrounded by.
No, Gambia is not landlocked. Like there has a vast coastline. Yeah.
No, so I said Gambia is almost landlocked.
I know
it's completely surrounded by Sudan and Senegal.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. You said
So
that, and I agree with you.
Rwanda share countries with about 4 or 5 other countries. I don't know how many countries now.
That's not what. It doesn't mean that they are not surrounded by countries. They don't have access. The country does not have access to the sea, and that's what it means by landlocked.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's leave it on that.
Yeah. So my point is this: you see, the point is we talk about this. Some of these countries, I mean, some of them are doing well. Like you see, I was looking at that documentary. I mean, if you look at, let me not bore us with that story. Go and just type in Switzerland, maybe on radio. I mean, Deutsche Welle. Just go and look at that on that documentary. I mean, it's just it opens your eyes to some things that we Africans. I mean, well, let me not say Africans. People generally, humans generally, but especially in a sense, Africans. We are very short-sighted. We only see what our nose can see. We're not far thinkers when it comes to projecting into the future, having some kind of strategic plans to the future. We just look at the immediate. That's why our continent is not moving on. But in this sense, we're talking about Nigeria. So talking about these people you're talking about, they might be landlocked. But another thing you need to understand is that by the time we do the rebounding of Nigeria, there are some of the people. You see, let me not go into all those things. I mean, I don't want to bore with this story about referendum or whatever. Because if the issue was to be settled about referendum that they want to be on their own, if that's what you're talking about, that they're going to be landlocked. Yeah, some of their people who are shared into Kogi, some part of Edo, some part of maybe River State or Cross River, if they all say they want to be part of them, join their people, fine and good. But my point is this, that they can still make something out of nothing that you might consider. You see, I know I made this argument that they travel all far and wide. They are in Sokoto. They have a house everywhere in Nigeria. So they didn't leave their house. Well, when the time comes, we're going to talk about that. But one is this, woman. Let's not scare ourselves with all this supposition of throwing some kind of like a spanner in the wheel that it's not going to be possible. It is possible. It is possible. Lesotho, we have Lesotho within South Africa. We have, if you look at Botswana, Botswana is landlocked and it's doing well. I mean, what are we talking about? So the point is this, woman, let's not see this. As long as we don't have this consensus, we know the elite does not have their own consensus. Even we who are just the ordinary, maybe people out there, we don't even have this consensus. We come here, we have made this argument. I'm not expecting us to. Woman, I need you to go and listen to one of these interviews that somebody did on Arise. The way the guy explained it, and I have so much. I mean, just with my idea, I mean, it's just like we have the same idea on that. You see, we can negotiate that country to whereby it will work for everyone. Nobody's going to feel like I'm being cheated or somebody's threatening my own tribe. Put in place some check and balance for that. But they will never do that. Nobody wants to, like you said, nobody wants to do the heavy lifting. They just want to maintain. And woman, give me another topic. Let me quickly say it. You see, just sometimes when I talk about this, I just find it like it's just so frustrating for me that somebody said it's so simplistic. Yeah, it is simplistic because we see the system here, how they do it. If we are truly copying the system here, copy and paste it. I mean, just copy it like that. Go and replicate the same thing there in Nigeria. If that will work for us. And see if it's not going to work. Put check and balance. If anybody wants to abuse any system, if it's a governor, put it in. If a governor ever tries to use the state to whatever, the state, our own state DSS can move in and take over the police department and all the state police department, and whoever gives the order, even the governor, remove that immunity clause given to governors. Remove it. You all sit up. Remove that. But would they ever do it? I don't believe they will ever do it because there are some people that will send their own people to go and.
But if you remove the immunity from governors, then it will constrain their decision making.
Oh God! What? You see, that's the point. You see, again, woman, this is the whole idea of governance. I don't know if some of us. I did government. I did government in school. If I took it to political science in my university days. I did that. You see, some of us we look at governance from the lens of Nigeria kind of system. That's not governance. We know we might say it's theoretical. It's a book kind of governance. No, it's different in the actual research of it. But other countries are practicing it, and it's working for them. Why is it that Nigeria always defy everything logic, everything that is in a book? Talk about our economy. It defies the economic book. It defies everything. It's because there's something inherently wrong with that system. that system we call Nigeria, that country, that system we run in that country called Nigeria. There's something inherently wrong about it, that it defies everything that is in the textbook. So my point is this, one man, is that we can do it. We can do it. We just need to bring people together and let us reason together and look at this thing futuristically. Look at it that we're not looking at the immediate right now. We're looking at long term. How do we get to this goal? Like that guy was talking about. It says, because we don't have this, I think it was Jagada was even saying it. And I think I remember saying that in one of the platforms before I even used that word, elite consensus, because we don't know how that elite consensus. And not just elite, even we who are the people, go on Twitter now, go and ask people who are fighting themselves, over Igbo or Yoruba, Fulani, not Fulani, we all fight ourselves. They don't agree. It's because they bastardize the mind of our people that they can't even see. All they think now is just ethnic. The real governance, we're not even, I even ask them, they don't even know how to even explain it. So my point is this, one man, let me not ramble and assume I'm ranting. My point is that we can do it. We just need to sit down, bring in experts, let them sit down and our policymakers, let them see how they can create something that will work for all of us, and send it to National Assembly, and let us see if they can deliberate them, and then send people also to go and monitor what they are doing, so that they can really bring this about this. If it's piecemeal, I don't believe in this piecemeal constitutional review. You see, one man, think of that topic. I mean, just Nigeria matter jobs. The time is not that talk about it. It's like maybe I'm the only one that have this idea. I'm very, very just idealist. But I believe
no, you're not idealist. You are just No, you are fixated. You are fixated on what you think is right.
I'm thinking of what is right. Okay. I know you very well now. You use words.
You are fixated on what you think is right, and you wonder why people cannot get it, because you see it so clearly in the way that the thing is structured. So you are clear in your mind that this thing is wrong. The only problem is that you are wrong in how you think. That's just the thing. But it's a principle stance, but it's misguided. That's just what it is. Let me take you to this place. Kwakwanso, I know you're pushed for time, by the way. Kwakwanso hints at defection, eyes APC ticket for 2027 presidency. So this is Kwakwanso now, who was invited by Tinubu, and the conversations ongoing about him are crossing over to APC. So he now gathered his acolytes and explained to them, they pushed back, and he explained to them then that he still has intentions of running in 2027 for the presidency. So if he's intending to cross over to APC, and is also intended to run in 2027 for the presidency, that then obviously lands on the thought that is going to the APC to snatch the ticket from Tinubu in 2027. So what do you think then would have encouraged him to form those thoughts in his mind?
Yeah, woman, sorry. I was reading what Ganiu was saying. He keeps calling himself a criminal, So
I think he came in because of you.
So so anyway, so
that guy is going to DNA test you ultimately,
I don't mind idiots. I mean, it's
because
it's Anyway, yeah. So you see, this
you're calling me idiot. You are idiot as well.
Yeah, no problem. Lagban Leni, to ba Lagban Leni, o le ma wa bi baba pe mi criminal.
Agbayawo ni e, ṣé o mọ age mi ni? Do you know my age?
We are to ma wa bi to ma ba mi sọ pé èmi criminal.
And you're criminal ni because o parọ́. O parọ́. Why to ṣe mama pera? Why to ṣe mama pera Yorùbá? O kì í ṣe Yorùbá.
Ìwọ ló
confuse àwọn èèyàn wa.
Ṣé ìwọ ló bí mi àbí?
Gbogbo wa mọ̀ pé Yíbò ni ẹ. Gbogbo wọn
ló mọ̀.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ ni ẹ, Orùbí ọ̀dẹ̀.
Ọmọ Ìgbò ni ẹ.
Ṣòro bí àwọn Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀dẹ̀ ni. Do you think we are fools?
Ọ̀dẹ̀ ni ìwọ ọ̀dẹ̀ ni ẹ.
Àwa mọ́ra wa. You are not part of us.
Ìtorí Tinubu ẹ ló fi mọ́ rẹ̀ àbí?
Kì í ṣe nítorí Tinubu. Hello, ṣo fẹ́ gbọ́ jẹ́, let me explain to you. Kò sí nǹkan tán lè sọ ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ láyé. ó máa support Igbo ni òun ló sọ pé Igbo wà intelligent ju kíní lọ and Igbo ní ẹ confirm 100% Igbo ní ẹ you are a criminal criminal ló máa.
Sorry, what's going on here?
What piece? Now these are my people. This is my person here. Where they not be my person actually.
I'm not your
this guy
person.
Where they always call me, they attack me. Where they call himself criminal. I mean, I was reading when one man was giving me a question. I was just reading what he was saying in the background. That was why I was commenting. And then he came up and he was like, I said I was a criminal myself. I was saying I'm an Igbo.
Yeah, why do you call me idiot?
I call you an idiot because you call yourself a criminal in the chat.
Yeah, because you are lying.
So
okay,
because I lie,
you can never say the truth.
Can you prove that?
Okay, rational mind.
Okay, can you tell me where you are from?
Dude.
Gentlemen, please.
Let me just try and just dignify me with this comment.
You can't prove yourself.
Hold on, fine. I mean, not my friend. I mean, this dude. Hold on. You keep asking this question. I told you that there's no way I'm going to tell you where I'm from. And for the fact I don't tell you where I'm from, does not mean you can go about farabale. Farabale. I mean, I will tell you. I mean, what piece? I'm sorry, sir. So I won't tell you where I'm from because people like you, I don't even know who you are. You know, I've told you before. Just don't make me know who you are actually. Because if I know you're in the UK, I mean, I can petition your government and tell you that you're being an hateful person on this online. You're being hateful.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
You can be in trouble.
Okay,
I don't know
guys, you guys are not built for this. For real.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Rational mind. Hold on. Gentleman, I don't know your name. I can't see your name. Please hold on. We are not built for this. We are not designed like this. There's no need to look for who come first or who came last or where you're from or talk to your comment section. What happened in comment section lives in comment section and stays in comment section. When you're on the platform here, we respect ourselves as gentlemen, attack the person's view, push back, but don't go for his personality. The rational mind does not disclose where it's from. Is this prerogative? Let it keep it to himself. Please, whatever has happened to you before, my gentle friend, please let it go and let's have a healthy conversation. I don't have a long battle. Please,
thank you. You cannot call. I'm on the platform. You cannot call me idiot without
it's okay. Please, we apologize for that. Let's just drop that and let's move on. Rational mind, let's drop whatever happened.
All right. So let me go to what one man was asking me. So Kwakwanso for me, Kwakwanso, I don't like I've said it many ways. This last election shows because when you see the guy is just I don't even know. Somebody was making a comment a while ago. Maybe it was Bishop or was it Ajale Koko? That this guy doesn't know what is even wrong with him. I think it's just keep jumping here and there. APC, I mean PDP, APC back to PDP, PDP, NMPP, and then now he wants to go to APP. I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Now, so a few weeks ago, we heard that he was in consultation with Bubu, with Atiku, and then with what's his name? This guy from Labour Party, Obi. They were all. I mean, I don't even know what. So I don't even know all this propaganda we see on the newspaper. We see everything. Sometimes it's just so confusing. Don't even know where to even anchor these news or where to even where to place this news. So for me,
how do you think Kwakwanso should place his ambition? Because I look at him as an entity. It's a it's venerated where he comes from. Almost deified even. But then outside that loop, it's just another northerner really. So he has the importance, this huge importance in Kano, but that doesn't translate into anything at the national level. So now, he's still a relatively young man. He served 2 terms as Kano State Governor. How does he, and he still has ambition, but how does he progress that ambition? That ambition, I can't see it landing him in Aso Rock. But what future for Kwakwanso?
First of all, he has to contend with 2 major players from the north, in the person of El-Rufai and the current vice president, Kashim Shettima. He has to contend with those 2 people. I don't know how he's going to do that.
And then his mortal enemy is the chairman of the party.
That too. But well, you know, was it on your platform here? We're talking about this on few. See, that's what we're saying. They just want to throw out narrative there so that they can distract us. That's what some people have been saying And I've been buying into that idea too, that all these things that will come every day, it's like 1 week, one trouble, 1 week, I mean, not even 1 week, one trouble. 1 hour in Nigeria, one trouble. I mean, let's even say 1 minute, one trouble that's how Nigeria is. You always see one narrative thrown out there. We'll be talking, we'll not talk about the misery that people are going through in that country. We'll talk about Tinubu, talk about Kwakwaso, talk about Central Bank, Emefiele, all of them. I mean, the main issue, the suffering of our people, how to get our people, they don't want to talk about it. The stealing that is going on, they don't want to talk about it. So that's how I see it, one man. So some few days ago, we're talking about, oh, it was a consultation with, I think your headline was what even brought my attention. When you were saying that, oh, you were in the closed door meetings with Kwakwaso and Kanduje, they were in the closed door meeting, they were like trying to sheath their sword, you know, and I was like, oh, what is going on? And then again, now we're hearing that he wants to go back to APC. What is going on? You know, it's like you start looking at. So for me, all I just want to say is that this guy, I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know whether just jump ship from here and there. I don't even know what is. You see, and again, is this? Let me talk to his politics a little bit. I'm not for that kind of a politician that these are rankadede kind of politics in the north. That's what I think he wants to replicate.
Just stay within that space for a moment. Do you think that rankadede politics is spent? Because I thought the crescendo of it was Buhari. We cannot have rankadede politics anymore if we. And he's a rankadede too.
in this poverty-stricken climate that Nigerians find themselves. They will do rankadede. I mean, don't you see them? I mean, some of them not here on your platform right now. So I'm not even talking. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to dissect anybody here. I mean, go everywhere. You see them. Go on Twitter. Our keyboard warriors, all because of some crumbs that Tinubu and his, you know, this is when Beta was removed. Omo Beta. When I say Beta, Omo to Reba Bruku, you know, that girl is a very pretty girl, you know. So yeah. So,
rational man. You will always go to Tinubu. You will always go to rational man, my brother.
Oh, come on. Tinubu 5 as only 6, only 5. You know, I mean, only 6, only 4. You know, so anyway, yeah. I will not ever do with that. So my point is like, I mean, look at those sycophants that were talking. Bring up our Beta, bring out our, you know, like a bunch of idiot morons. You know, like you start wondering what is wrong with people. Somebody, the money that you were supposed to use for you people, for your own upkeep, is siphoning it, stealing it, and you're paid crumbs to go and start canvassing for him and start making like this as if you see, those are the keyboard warriors.
Sorry, who is a very pretty girl? You mean Beta Edu?
Beta bad no bad. So the married.
Other one is divorcee.
Divorcee. I mean, on fait divorcee.
So you know this wasn't our original color.
Look at the hand now. Look at the hand. The hand
she's done everything. She's done her teeth. She's bleached her skin. Good job. Nip and talk, as they call it. Nip and talk. All right. I thought you didn't even like. Like black women now. You don't like black women now.
What did you say?
You like black women now. So why would you?
So I treat for fair-skinned women. Anyway, let's just leave that. So my point is that see those sycophants that were just going about. We got all of them everywhere, and even right here on your platform, woman. A lot of them are here. Keyboard warriors. They will type. They must all hear Tinubu. And these are the people that are suffering in Nigeria. People are suffering in Nigeria, and they're promoting this clueless man that is now for president right now is in France. When people are all lamenting in Nigeria. Oh, but actually, did you see that video when they say Nigeria score? I mean, Nigeria won. Did you see him in his palace?
I saw it.
Oh my goodness! Look at that guy enjoying in France, in his beautiful home in France. He's in France, 24 hours, 7 lights. He can walk the street of France. I mean, have you seen that during that election, after that election, when he was walking the street of France?
With Gbajabiamila.
She won't be that rock, she won't be that because these are countries that, oh God.
Rational mind. Sometimes you push your imagination beyond people can walk everywhere. You push your imagination beyond limits sometimes. Sometimes we just manage to if Tinubu is going to walk in Aso Rock or walk everywhere in Abuja, he will walk. I can assure you.
Without DSS.
It depends on it's what you see.
People like you will come here, you want to defend indefensible.
See, let me go back to one thing you do a lot. See, when we want to talk, let's address issues. I just hold on. When you started talking, you see, you spent too much time talking to you spent so much time rambling about rambling. I actually wanted to go rambling about what other people have said.
Okay.
It is irrelevant. It's immaterial. Let's address the point. Address the point the way you see them.
Okay.
If you don't agree with me, point it out. Don't dissipate energy. You spend too much time trying to disparage other people and their opinion. It's not necessary. Look, listen, I ignore. Look, the truth of the matter is you spend so much time what other people say is their problem.
Okay.
Address it and move on and address the issue. Look, I'm not saying my views are superior. I have laid my views out. Bring out your facts to contradict them. We are not fighting. But the way you make it, you take so many things personal, and you are the first person that will be accusing. Let me land now, Oga. You take so much time to disparage and abuse other people for their views. It is unnecessary.
Okay.
Look, if my view is that rain should be falling from the ground to the up, and you have a superior view, why don't you just come and present your view rather than spending time to disparage? If somebody is a keypad warrior, and so what? If somebody is coming here to defend whatever, they are defending it because they believe in it. It is not for you to disparage and condemn and abuse and insult whatever they are defending because they are hungry. Who told you they are hungry? It's not fair. We are supposed to be having an intellectual discussion. And my view is this: we should be elevating the quality of our public discourse with every episode, every day, to get better, gradually. But sometimes we just descend to pedestrian issues. That is,
it's for the woman.
And you are an expert in that. I'm saying it without. Yeah, you are. I don't mean to be offensive, but
It's
without any what you call it, you are. You can concentrate on the point. Look, I can spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 20 minutes if they are ready to address everything. The one I don't have any opinion or expertise or information about, I'll say skip. I've said this several times. But you are just bantering and throwing tantrums to other people that are not.
Is that you, woman? We saw a picture of the woman and said, so sorry, Bishop Joe. I think woman threw a picture of. Is that you? Was that you and your? I don't know. Let me know. It's okay.
Finally, on a lighter note, look, that you like Omopupa. Kosoike, Awata like Omodudu or natural. Yes, of course. I said on a lighter note, Alaye, accommodate me now. So you like Omopupa. Kosopa like Omodudu. You understand what I'm saying? We can balance it. Omokupa is good. I don't have any issue against Omokupa, but allow us to like it. Black is natural.
Stop in now. She will stop. No, stop right now.
Okay, no problem. Anyhow, you can move forward. Thank you very much. So. Oni ọlọmọge wo listing ẹrọra rèdíè àti ẹrọra mọjú ẹrọra tọtú ẹrọra sọdí ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ nítorí pé àwọn tó ti fi Shelley àti àṣẹṣò àti kínní kan wọ́n ti fi búra tán dúdú lọ́lọ́run dá wọn bọ̀ wọ́n ti túnra wọn dá wọ́n ti di pupa so àwọn lẹ́yìn ń gbé so no problem it is your choice. Exactly ẹ jẹ́ káwọn tá à ń gbé natural black is beautiful adúmáradán ẹlẹ́yinjú ẹgẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká máa gbé wọn bọ́lọ̀ ti dá wa nìyẹn.
I always spoke of myself. So let me go back to our topic because they said man digress. They say I always digress a lot. So my point is this: talking about Kwankwaso for me, I don't think I said it. This is Rakandede kind of politics. I think we in the South, let me say we in the South, some of us in the South, who have seen it all, what it has led their own region to, how that has, which is the same politics that Tinubu was playing, or he's still playing.
Let me just show you this rational mind. Would you believe this is the same person?
Really? Jerry, can you see what we're talking about now? Where do you go and dig all these old photos of these people?
I have sources now. I have sources.
She's even better this one, though.
They look alike. They was just they have the same face.
I will go for the one on the left.
I think they call it skin washing. I
will go for the one on the left 100 times over. That black is super.
Yeah, black is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm a very dark person myself. I'm a very dark person myself. Mora. So very dark as charcoal. So the point I'm trying to make is that
one man, don't you see Bobrisky? Compare old picture of Bobrisky to now. the guy enter machine, he go bath.
Thomas, learn to use human beings as an example when we are having conversation here. Limit your example to human beings. Human beings.
He's a human being too now.
Sorry.
You know when we're doing Bobrisky stories, I used to struggle with the adjective to qualify.
To qualify him.
Yes. Is it
he or
him
she?
or her? Yeah. I used to struggle with the adjective.
They, them. That's what they do.
Is that where we are now? They,
them. Yeah. That's what I use. That's what I use when I'm trying to be careful at work.
You know one thing I like my province for now. Now
you know something. Sorry, Ola. You know something. So they don't ask you. They don't ask you about your wife anymore. When somebody meets you new now, they ask you about your partner. So that they leave the room. They leave the room for you to be whatever it is that you are. They say, and how is your partner? Not how is your wife, or how is your partner?
It's
in case
you
are.
So
My
it
goodness.
could be dog, it could be goat, it could be human being, it could be anything.
Sorry, carry on. We've got to give.
One thing I like about my province now is that, before they said, okay, the children, the parents cannot dictate what they can say. Anything they tell them in the school about their orientation, that the parent, so they are now passing a law now that said, no, parent must, as far as they are underage, must know whatever they are doing in school, must have says. So I think people are pushing back seriously now. So, and all these all these things, they are frightened, they are protesting. I said, you will protest higher as long as we outnumber you. How can if you go and give birth to your children and do whatever now, you don't want to give birth to children, but you want to control what my children will become. How dare you? Rubbish. So I'm very happy that my province is pushing back now. And once my province push that back, I know that others will start pushing back. So all those ideas that your teacher can tell you jargon and your parent cannot say anything, all those things are fading away now. So it's very.
Is your province a conservative place? Is what your mayor? Is it your head of your province? Is it conservative?
It doesn't really even matter the party now. All of them are into all those stuff. It's like people are pushing back seriously. One thing is
same here too.
You want to
pushing that back too. Same here. But it's just that
if you want to be politically alive, you have to listen to people. You see, one advantage about this is that we have a very high volume of religious and population that are not typically the Caucasian people, right? So when we talk of group that are so religious, we have Nigerians, we have people from Asia, and I give credit to some of Nigerian parents. Some Nigerians, I think people are very active. they push back seriously. So anybody that is ready to listen to those people that want parents to have say in what they tell their parents in school, we have to dance to them, otherwise you are going to lose your election straight away. You won't go back there. So it's as simple as that. But except that you guys in the US, you are supporting Trump, that is anti-immigrant. You know,
support,
last time.
Support, let me just quickly wrap up to just round up through this thing. So, woman, for me, that's a Rankadede thing for me. It's I will never, even though he's the only person on the ballot, forget it. If he's the only best candidate among all the candidates, I will never, because you see, just take a sample of what his party has been doing in Kano State. I mean, I know that's their kind of politics in the north, in those core northern parts of Nigeria. This their showbiz kind of politics. Oh, we married 1,000 people for 1,000 women to 1,000 men. We bought them a sewing machine and wheelbarrow to be empowering them. Oh, we send them to Saudi, or we send them to go to school. Like our man here that used to come here before, what's his name? Our man, our Malam guy from Malam, what's his name?
Hassan.
No, Hassan. No, the guy in New York. Yeah, I mean Chicago. What's his name?
Jafar.
Is that it?
Jafar.
Abdul Jafar. Yeah. So I mean, like, you know, I used to say, somebody said he was an Almajiri. He got a scholarship to come. I mean, no, I'm just Jafar. No insult. I'm just trying to like be cheeky here. Anyway, so I mean, those kind of their politics whereby they will just say, oh, we empower people. Like, you see, we're in the 21st century. We're in the 21st century. Like, the world is not like that anymore. Those are kind of feudal kind of lord kind of society where they I don't trust that kind of person to come on, because you see, woman, if you're not on Nigeria to sue me, I just don't like talking about Nigeria, because I just get frustrated when I have this fear of the certain things can happen in the future. Fear gets me like really, like I get really, I mean, like the possibility that this guy can become a president because he's from the north, because it's not that people look at the boo that they sold to us, and now there's people who voted massively for him. And then they don't think, I mean, like people from there, I mean, the masses from there, they don't really think. They go by the religion sentiment, they go by their ethnic sentiment. Oh, it's from the north, he's a Muslim like us, this is that. They don't really go by, analyze what these people have been doing so far. What is the antecedent? They will never go by that. And that is why that country is always backward. And that's why they'll come here, they will throw this in, you'll see it will have a repercussion. You will see it in the next election, we'll vote you. How many are even there? You see, I mean, woman, let me not digress, like somebody said I was digressing here already. See, for me, Kwankwaso for me is I don't know what he's going to do in APC. How's he going to snatch the ticket out of Tinubu hand if Tinubu decides to want to contest? So all this narrative that we always see from these newspapers and these national dailies, I don't even know what to make of them anymore.
All right, let me take you to one more space and then I hand over to Thomas. This one now, this will please you. Nigeria ranks second with lowest cost of living 2024. So all of these are doomsday apostasy that we hear all the time. Life is actually better in Nigeria than most places, at least in terms of affordability. The lowest cost of living country on the planet is Pakistan, and then the second, Nigeria. So what are you then making then? The metrics are housing, grocery, taxes, and healthcare. The cost of living covers basics such as housing, groceries, taxes, and healthcare. And Nigeria, in terms of those things, the cheapest place to be.
Well, you see, one man, I think I heard when everybody was talking, I think the bishop and other people when they were talking, and Adali people and the rest of people. You see, I don't know what is the parameters for these measuring these or the metrics for measuring these what makes Nigeria to fall into our ranking. Now you're talking about a country. Was it yesterday we were talking about that here? People in some state they still pay 18,000 naira. Oh God! Some people a day they recharge 18,000 naira worth of recharge card in Nigeria just to a day call. and you see a man, balele, I mean, a husband, a wife, children, and the husband is getting 18,000. Well, I don't believe that's the amount. I mean, that's why a lot of them, they are corrupt. If they work in civil service, in a state civil service or local government, when they receive 18,000 naira, they also have some other ways to make money. Either they go make up their own tickets and issue out receipt for some things, and that's why we have. You see, woman. You see, this is what I was when I say when I think of just my mere thought of this, it just get me like I just get hesitant. I just get frustrated. Just thinking about that alone is one of the reasons why we have a huge problem in our hands in that country. You wonder when certain things that should be happening, that should be working, is not working. And why certain things are just the way they are. When you pay somebody 18,000 naira, how can somebody, 18,000 naira is what some people used to even eat within 3 days in Nigeria now. Just 3 days. 18,000 naira, where these were paid, when naira was exchanging for.
What would you? What sort of gluttonous living is 18,000 naira could feed a family of 4 for at least 2 weeks?
For 2 weeks, where?
In Nigeria.
18,000 naira to feed a
family. One man, come on now. One man. When last have you been in rational mind? When last have you been in Nigeria, one man?
A while ago, but people live in Nigeria. I send money home all the time.
No, one man. Oh, come on now, please. No. Let's be.
Are you trying to be?
What are you talking about? 18,000 for 2 weeks, family of 4. What are you talking? One man, one fish. My mother-in-law called me. Hello? They bought one fish for 4,000 naira. A fish. A fishy.
Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas, please, let me share a very tragic story with you. And I'm not sharing it because I want to dignify or glorify anything. It's tragic because it breaks my heart, and I almost cried. Now, I have some few people, I shouldn't say this, that I'm responsible for their schooling. I pay their school fees and the rest, and they are in the university. So I just got talking to one a few weeks ago. So I said, just out of curiosity, so how are you? What are they? Say, thank you, sir, blah, 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 blah. I just paid the school fees. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this. So I asked, what did you eat? He said, they eat. So how do you eat? He said, they used to cook. How do you cook? He said, well, they used to make soup. Now, when they make soup, that will last them 3 to 4 days without anything, fish or anything. They can make soup of 1,000 naira, and they can use it to eat for a few days, 3-4 days. My heart broke and I cried. I said, really? You make soup with 1,000 without? He said, yeah, without anything, no fish, no meat, nothing. And I said, you eat it for 3 days. I said, okay, please, you are going to go to the market today, and you are going to make soup, and you are going to eat meat and fish and everything like a king. So make sure you do that. So I sent money. The amount is made that at least for 1 month. I said for 1 month, make sure you eat meat every day or fish. That's your choice every day. Now it's amazing. I did not want to go further to ask what kind of soup do you cook with the student is living in school in a campus. I won't mention where they are. Yeah. It's somewhere in the southwest. So what kind of soup do you cook with 1,000 without fish, without meat, and you are able to use it to eat? See, we have formed a standard, our own standard, and we are using our standard to judge how everybody lives. Some people go to market with 400 naira today, and they come back home with something that they can just magically put together, and they will eat food. It might not be what you eat. You might not even feed your dog.
Let me just hold on. Rational mind. Let's add some data. This is the prices, average prices at the market. These are Lagos prices, by the way. 1 kilogram of meat is about 3,300 naira. Tomato is about 1,500 naira. Onions is about 900 naira. And then 1 kg of rice is I'll find rice in a moment. So I mean, let's keep it. 1 kg of rice is 1,200 naira. So I mean, that feeds you for a week.
1 kg of rice. Where are you getting that from?
Only now.
1 kg of rice.
These are 2023 prices.
Okay, so 2023 prices. When was that in 2023?
What do you mean?
When dollar was
2023?
900? I say 800. Or what time was that? What time was that made?
2023 now. 2023
now. We know 2020 when Buhari was there, things were not as bad as this, even though it was bad by that standard of that time. You see, woman, like if I don't send money home now,
one is 2,800 naira. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
even a glutton will eat for 18,000 naira for at least 2 weeks.
This is what we're getting wrong. You think living in Nigeria is all about just. I mean, food alone is even it's in its own. It's just something. You're going to pay your house rent. You're going to pay light. You're going to pay soap. You're going to pay water to take to shower. You're going to pay so many things. Come on. Do you know how much I send to my dad every day?
Rational mind. Stop. Sorry for cutting you. Doctors are lamenting in Nigeria. Doctors that are earning. What is one man talking about?
Doctors are lamenting in the UK. They are on strike at the moment.
No, one man.
What are you on? What are you on about?
What are you talking about? One man.
It's a different planet. One is on a different
planet. One man is just trying to push our legs.
I'm saying, but we have the prices here now.
No, forget that.
No, that is internet pricing. One man. What are you talking about? You are checking internet.
Is internet pricing not more expensive than now?
No, that is not the reality in Nigeria. No.
Oh, okay.
This money, if you calculate the start money here, you see here now, take it to the market, you cannot cook a soup. Start money you see on the screen here.
I think we are becoming a little bit too elitist. We are not saying things are not bad, but people are surviving. Listen, rational mind. I give one man the liberty to share my private number with you. After, I will give you the number and the institution of this. Just let me finish. I just stated my personal experience, and it's very intriguing and sometimes annoying when people share their personal experience and you are coming up with all this your kumbaya nonsense to this channel. I have just shared. Listen. I have just shared a personal. I'm not saying. I have just shared a personal experience. Respect that. And it's a contact. These are real life people. I'm not saying they are living like kings. I said they are cooking without fish or meat or something, which breaks my heart. And you're making it sound like one is what? Where are we?
Hold on.
Where are we?
Bishop.
What is it?
Hold on.
Your experience cannot be every other person's experience. Okay. And let me finish. Don't let me hold on. Your experience cannot be every other person's experience. Your market might be different from where other people buy their stuff from. That some people can live on a certain amount does not mean. Look, we are not saying it is right or it is what it should be, but accommodate other people's experience as well. Don't make it look like it's your only view is just one way. It's the only way you see it. The other people must see it. I grant it that you can see it your own way, but it does not mean that my own way does not exist. I just share the personal experience that I shouldn't share ordinarily because I don't want it to sound as if I'm ridiculing those children. What are we talking about?
All right. Let me.
The personal anecdotes are outliers, but they don't speak to the totality of everything. This is Kulata telling us that Amala at Iya Adija is 4K. But nobody eats Amala with champagne like you do. So you are not an example of anything.
Where's the champagne there? Where's the champagne there?
Does Kulata not have champagne with it? He has champagne with every meal.
Somebody just say to us here.
Kulata is not. If we are talking about poverty, Kulata should not be in the conversation.
Somebody said we're elitist here. Yeah, we're elitist.
No. Rational mind. Kulata said amala in some areas, I think they say 5K, but in VI 15K. So the question is, some people in Lagos their salary is less than 15K if you don't know.
How can you how can you go to a 15K? How can you go to a 15K amala? How can you, let me tell you, let me give you this. Hold on. Let me tell you this. If you go to Agege to go and eat amala, you will not get amala at 5K self. How can you get amala at 5K?
Hold on.
Let me give you this. Let me give you at least. I know some price here. I can testify to. Hold on. I've not talked. Let me talk. I've not talked since.
I've been here for almost 6 hours. I've not said anything to you.
You've been talking. I've been hearing you. Warpeace. I've been hearing you.
You just put word in my mouth, not me. Let
Warpeace land, then you go on, please.
Please just hold on now, please. Now, for example, I live in Ojota, which is the hub of Lagos. I can get transport. Now I want to eat amala. Then I have to start transporting myself to Agege.
You cannot eat 5K amala in Ojota. Let us be realistic. You cannot spend 5K to eat amala in Ojota.
Let's have a conversation so that people understand us. I live in Ojota, Victoria Street precisely. Then I first of all walked almost 30 minutes to walk to the junction. Then I want to catch a bus to go to Agege. I know that I'll spend almost 3,000, which transport is just minimum.
There's a flaw in your argument, but carry on.
No, there's not a flaw in my argument.
No. If you are living in Victoria Island, then your wallet is Victoria Island. If you are living in Ojota, then your wallet is Ojota. So if you are living in Ojota, then your wallet is Ojota now. So you should be able to afford
Ojota and Agege, as he just said. He said Agege. Now I want to go eat amala. Since he said Agege is the most cheapest, then I will not walk first my time, spend almost 2 hours on transport.
No, you are missing it. You are missing it. If you are living in a place more expensive than Adekunle, then your wallet is at the level of that space. So you would not need to make that travel. Because for reasons that you can afford to live there, then those reasons you can afford to feed there.
I got your point.
Do you see?
You don't get my point. I'm following his narrative. He said Agege is the most cheapest. Let's use Agege now. And as I live in Ojota and I want to go buy the cheapest, I'm not saying now the price in Agege in Ojota. Let's just follow what he said. It's very cheap over there. Maybe it's like 300 naira. I do Nigeria is even though it's still big, but 300 naira. Then, but I will spend like 4,000 naira to go there. Now, don't you say it's still expensive? Like it's not cheap?
But we don't understand your argument. That's what you are saying. What is your argument?
Let me tell your argument. Let me just point to you. How can you not be using Agege to classify the price of amala all over Lagos?
Why do you need to use the one in Victoria Island or the one in Niger?
This is what we are saying. We're supposed to have a minimum threshold price that everybody can afford. Not have to have the cheapest price in Agege.
Okay, let me give you this. I can tell you what I know. Egg. Look at egg there. They say egg regular 1,158. I'm selling egg in Nigeria. The farm gate now of 30, a crate of 30 is still 2,800. So they say regular 12. This one is even more expensive than the one I'm selling. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That most of the price here, they are real.
What are you comparing?
Is authenticating the pricing on
let
the
me authenticate for you, one man. I said I have a shop.
You know. Let me tell you this. Yesterday, don't say hold on. Let me finish.
Oh God.
Let me finish. Yesterday, we came out we are talking about Nigerian police. We are talking about remuneration. We put out something there. We believe it. Why is it that when they now put something, it's not as if he's telling us that the economy of Nigeria is good. But if you look at the cost of living in Nigeria, even if you compare it,
it's wrong. You cannot say the cost of living.
It's not wrong.
It's it's not wrong. How many Nigerians can afford to go to Buka that you're talking about? Somebody just gave us which let me dignify what you said.
Rational mind. Hold on. He just used egg. Have goose. I have button. I have cake. These are called cake buses. Now, on couple buses, what they call keke, that's small that they're using Lagos now, that can be under different street. I give wholesale price as we're selling away for people. We sell for 1.7 million naira. But outside, now is being sold for almost 2.5, 2.6. So do you mean now if person want to buy balls now, because I'm selling for 1.7, that's the price that has been since like last year. You have to now come all the way from Bayelsa and come to Aladipo to buy from my hand for 1.7. And I'll use that as justification that prices are still good in Nigeria. Like you just said.
A standard meal at an inexpensive restaurant in Nigeria is 2,000 naira.
And it's still expensive for a common man that live in that area.
That's not correct. That's not correct, woman. That's not correct. With six, no. You see, look, you will see there is 600 naira meal in Ibadan, in Bukas in Ibadan. You will eat amala or eba, and you will eat your soup, and you will eat 2 pieces of meat in Ibadan, and you will be okay. It does not mean that everybody can go there because we have class, but there are places you will eat 600 naira meal of amala, or you want to eat eba or whatever, or fufu in Ibadan with soup and meat or fish, and you'll be okay. So this is 2,000 naira as a yes.
Bishop, how much do you think they wrap amala now?
100 naira.
One amala.
100 naira.
100 naira.
Yes.
So
there are places you eat lafu amala. You eat 3. Go ahead.
No, 3 is not enough. Do you know how much? When last have you been in Nigeria? 100 naira amala. It's just like a shake. It's just like a shake.
So your level, okay, now
are we comparing Nigeria to Nigeria, or we are comparing Nigeria to other countries? Are we comparing Nigeria to Nigeria? We are comparing Nigeria to other countries.
So let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
No, Bishop, I haven't finished. If you are a good eater, you will take
how
5
do you
amala.
How do you define a good eater? If you are a glutton, you mean? If you are a glutton, is that what you mean?
Not a glutton.
Bishop, hold on. One verse at a time first. But if amala, if a wrap of amala is 100 naira, nobody should be eating more than 3. And then if meat is about 50,
one man, 4.
Nobody is eating 4 wraps.
No, one man is a small thing now. It's very small. One man.
Okay,
I know what I'm saying.
5. Thomas, 5.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on. Let's go 4. 4 wraps of amala, 400 naira. Meat, 50 naira each.
There is no 50 naira meat anymore. One man, I can prove that to you. There is no 50 naira meat anymore.
No fish, not even fish. You can't buy
not even fish. One man, not even mama.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
About 1 man.
So 100 naira. So 100 naira.
100 naira. Okay. So
pure water. Oh, ni mu juice ni. Ṣé mi ni mu juice? Oh, ni mu coke.
Oh, ni láti mu juice. Ebi o pa. Oh, ni láti mu juice.
Wait, no, hold on. Let's just break it down. 1,000 naira for a meal. How many people have 3,000 naira a day?
Hold on, what piece? The meal is not up to 1,000 naira. If you eat 4 wraps of amala, 1 meat and 1 pure water, so that's 500.
One man, you are very wicked.
That's
1 meat,
525 naira.
1 man, no, you are very wicked. 1 meat, if do you know the size 100 naira meat? Do you know how it is?
Thomas, I beg. I have lived a life that I eat food without meat. What's the big deal that you are saying meat?
No, Bishop.
What's
the meat?
I have passed through a phase in my life that I will eat food without meat. Well, if you want to call it wretched, that is your own. I am happy that I'm able to afford to eat something, put something in my stomach, and go. What do you mean wretched? Are you kidding me?
Bishop, my wife is here. Is saying that is a wretched life. Is that normal?
It's not. This is your choice because you are living an elitist life. What do you mean it's a wretched life? How can you say because I cannot afford meat?
I'm sorry to come in.
How can you say because I cannot afford meat is a wretched life?
Hold on. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Let's hear from Thomas's wife. Yes, let's hear from you. Good to meet you.
Sorry, good afternoon, good morning, I don't know what time. The fact that you live that kind of life, I went to a uni I went to a uni where we don't eat meat, we don't eat fish. I was in uni for good 5 years with no meat, no fish. Although when I get to my house, to eat it, but it's not a normal life. You want to eat a balanced diet. Your meat, your fish, they are all protein. Why do you want to eat only eba that is full of carbohydrates? So where's the balanced diet and coming in? The fact that
Well, if you see now, well, if you see, they can put egg now.
Have you finished? Have you finished?
See, first of all, a bricklayer
Is she
or a
done?
workman.
What is she done? Let us wait for her.
No,
I don't know
I
if
think
she's done.
I want to make she's done.
Network.
Yeah, did you break off, Thomas? We were enjoying hearing. So we now know where you're getting all your sense from, Thomas. You have a clever wife. Oh, I think.
Some of you guys are breaking up.
All right, carry on. I think the connection problem.
Red meat is not even
sorry, please, let me
too much.
Hold on, let me put this. Sorry, I beg. Novice. A workman. Probably everybody have a project at home now. If you have a workman, I think no workman would take less than a day work. I don't think they'll take more than 5,000 from you. The way it is in Nigeria now, 4,000, 5,000 naira, and they will spend 1,500 for feeding. They will not even eat the kind of food Bishop is suggesting that we eat a bar without meat. If you see what the workmen are eating, they will put beans, yam, rice. They'll buy heavy carbohydrate food. Then they'll not buy maybe like egg, like 4 eggs. Do you know how much for 1 egg? Workmen just spend like 1,500 for just a feeding in one afternoon, because they eat afternoon. Then they will walk, drink a lot of water in the evening. These Aboki boys, the Aboki boys inside. Now you are saying a regular person should go to one amala spot to go and eat amala for 500 naira. Do you know how much one wrap that is 100 naira look like? It's like 2 of your fingers, wrap it, fold it together, and you put 4 together, not to your fist, and you think that will do anything in your body. That will not hold your stomach. Before you get to the junction, that food already gone, elapsed. Then you said meat, fish alone, head of fish in a stew that mama whatever is selling is that the smaller one is that 200 naira, 250 like that. Because one full fish now they sell for 1,000 naira in the market, so they're going to 3 or 4. So how can you sell one fish for yourself to 200 naira? So 1,000 naira will not feed you in a day, in one meal in a day. This second one said,
yeah, but War Peace, people coming back from Nigeria.
War Peace.
Kolata just came back. He told you 500 naira can feed you quite comfortably.
War Peace. Whether anybody wants to believe, whatever anybody wants to say is their opinion. There are restaurants in Nigeria today, both Ibadan and Port Harcourt, that you can eat 1,000 naira for a meal. If you are not choosing and you are not choosing high class, and you'll be fine. Whatever anybody wants to say, it's fine. It's okay. If you like, go and eat ice cream. Let me finish, please.
I agree with you.
I beg you, please. I beg you. You can go to places whereby they use ice cream as the dessert or whatever, but there are places you can eat. One day, my friend was at the car wash, and the guy that was supposed to wash the car were on the phone and was buying food, buying spaghetti and yam and beans and whatever and whatever. And after the whole thing, he was saying, "Are you the one that is going to eat?" I asked her to take the picture of the food. And the guys just spent 600 naira, and in the food was yam and rice and spaghetti. You know the kind of mixture all those people that hawk food used to hawk. And I said, "Is this 600 naira food?" He said, "Yes." I think there was, and in fact, there was egg. There was 1 egg on it. 600 naira. If I say you can eat with 1,000 naira, you cannot go to a Ecole Meridian or go to what's the name of that rainy place in Lagos. I don't expect you to go to that place. You go to a better buka, roadside buka, where some people are the people that are used to hawk food. You will not have 2,000 and you want to go and eat in a classy place and expect that's the one. No. What I'm saying is that you can still eat 1,000 naira in a moderate, very low-key place and be okay for a meal. So if anybody thinks otherwise, that's okay. You can go and choose to eat in Transcorp, whatever. It's your choice.
Take this question. Take this
Oh,
question.
one man. Let
Hold on,
me just
Bishop.
wrap
Take this
up. I need to
question.
go.
You
I need
say
to
a
go.
meal. Somebody can eat a meal for
let
1,000 naira.
Rational Mind wrap up. I
I
think
beg,
I know, please. I know you wrap up, please. Let me ask
it's
this question.
pressed for time.
I
I
just
know.
need to
Thank
go
you.
very
Please,
soon.
sorry
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
mind. Bishop, according to don't answer, but I just to tell you this. According to your narration now,
If you
that
answer
somebody
question,
can
I ain't
eat
going to
a
answer you
meal.
again. I could take time again.
No, I don't want him to answer. I just want to tell him. According to your narration now, he said if somebody can eat a meal for 1,000 naira. Now, how many people can afford 3 meals, 3 square meals in Nigeria or 2 square meals? And how many people get paid 2,000 naira every day in Nigeria?
What do you mean by 3 square meals?
I wonder, and you don't want me to answer.
Hold
Two
on.
square meals. No,
I
hold
don't
on.
even eat 3 square meals where I am. I don't even eat 3 square meals.
Bishop,
Hold
please.
on.
Hold on as well. What please? People say they're afraid to.
Even me, I don't take 3 square meals. I don't need to.
I only eat once a day. You won't believe it. As far as
Exactly,
I
one
am,
man. I agree with you.
I can't recall the last time I had 2 meals. Wait, 3 square meals, 3 square meals.
Wait, one man.
On this planet
One
eats
man.
3
Every
square
standard
meals?
home.
Let me go. Let me have this go.
Yes, Russia, you go on. Every standard home.
What piece, please? I beg you. Because I need to bounce.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
continue.
It's almost. I need to go right here. So you see, all of you are just saying these things like, I mean, if you eat one, you see, most of us live. Like, I can tell you sometimes, it's by choice, not because I don't have. A lot of us say we have the luxury of eating more than 3 times a meal a day. You see, let me tell you something. I used to remember way back then when I was in university, back in Nigeria. Sometimes when you don't have, sometimes when I have food in my storeroom, when I have food, I don't get hungry. If I have money in my pocket, I don't really feel like I want to eat anything because I'm just the mere thought of I have rice, I have beans, I have gari, I have yam, and my people brought for me. I'm satisfied because I believe there's food there. But let that thing just miss, or there's nothing there, there's no money in my pocket. The kind of hunger that will be holding me. That is just so. We are more relaxed here because we live in a country whereby there's plenty. Not as if we cannot afford to eat 3 times if we want to eat. Except maybe somebody's living here and he doesn't have papers or he doesn't have a job. Except that. But if you are here in these countries, I mean, even people that are homeless standing on the street there, they still eat 3 times a meal a day. There are places they can go. They'll give them food. They can go in the morning, go in the afternoon, and they'll eat. So you people will come here. You see what I'm saying? That some of us here we act like we are patriots. We love our people back home, and we just kind of they can eat without no meat now. What kind of life is that? And we are here. We all run out of that country to come and live here, live a comfortable life. Not as if some of us are talking about I eat only 1 day, 1 meal a day. Not because you want to eat 1 meal a day. Maybe you are so occupied, you are working, you need to make money, and just the mere thought of I have the money. That alone will not even make you hungry because you are more relaxed. That I have the money to do whatever. That in itself it satisfies you. But back home there, the kind of duress, the kind of stress, the kind of the level of despondency in that country that even make people so. Just the mere thought of even thinking alone, it takes money, it takes energy from your body. And you're here talking about they can eat without no meat, they can eat with 400 naira. Look, Bishop, I do not disrespect when you gave that experience of somebody. It's so sad that they have that experience, but that's not a yardstick for everybody. And I don't believe. Let me not say I don't believe. I'm in disbelief that somebody will cook 400 naira in that country at this time. Kilo bera for 400 naira. You heard somebody was telling us.
Hold on. In the first instance, no, you have just lied now. So let me correct you. I never said 400 naira. I never said 400 naira. You can go. I never said 400 naira. I can wagga. You can put a bet. Oshiboni. Yeah, I know Shiboni. I put it to you, Oshiboni. I said 1,000. He said they can cook soup with 1,000 naira. I never said 400, so you just lied.
Right. Okay, so fine. Maybe I thought you said 400 naira. Oh, so 1,000 naira. What can you even ordinary just what's it called, tomato? We're talking about. So now it will cook now without no tomato, right? Or
I did not question. I did not question. Look. If you are there, I did not question. He told me, and I believe. I have every reason to believe, and I can give you. I said something a few minutes ago. I said I gave permission to one man. I can send you to that place. You can send someone to that. That same school, I will give you the details of that same school. You can say, look, hold on, now let me finish, please. We're having a conversation.
That's why I'm just acting like this.
Okay.
I think he just wants to have his final say.
I know maybe I'll listen to you guys in the background when I'm going. So my point is,
no, but Rational, before you go, I have a question.
Oh God. Okay, bring a question real quick. It might be new job.
The question I want to ask, okay, in as much as we don't believe these charts, and we believe that Nigerians cannot afford food, they are suffering. Well, how do we now think that, okay, how are they surviving now? If this thing is not true, how are they surviving? Why are they not living in hunger? Because we have not seen.
You see, only that the time will not permit me. I remember those years. I went back to Nigeria. I had some issues back where I was back then. I went back to Nigeria. During Abacha time, people were cooking with sawdust. I was living with one of my then I could not go back. I was living with one of my cousin then in Badia area there. We call sawdust. What do you call it? We used to play football there. We'll go there and play football somewhere in Orile area there, Ladikbo. There's a place there. We'll go and pack sawdust. We'll now go and buy boiled rice. I mean, I've lived in desert. I know how it is. So what I'm not trying to say is that Nigerians will buy anything. That's how Nigerians survive. But we wish that kind of life for them. Look at you and now. You are in Saudi. I'm here. Everybody, most of us that are here and on this platform right now, we're in different countries. Most of us we left that country because of the standard of living there, the way our people live, the way we used to live there. I want to get out and see how life is. And then now we are here and then making case for our people back home.
Rational mind. Sorry. I think we are mixing these things. We are missing it.
What am I mixing?
Affordability is different from cost of living. You people are talking about affordability. Okay, what is the basis of this comparison that we are making now? Are they comparing Nigeria to Nigeria or comparing Nigerians to other countries?
Hold on.
They rank countries. We are talking about affordability of our own people, but they rank countries. That's what we are missing here.
Where is the money to even affordability? Where is that money to affordability? Our people are doing 1/3.
Are you disputing the statistics when they compare with country to country?
In every level,
that is higher in Nigeria than other countries that they posted or what?
That was why I asked one man that question. I said, what are the parameters? What are the metrics for this? And he was saying maybe is the most cheapest place to live. How can you say cheapest place? What are you talking about?
Okay, rational mind. Yesterday, you said that you will have been a billionaire. You said you have been a billionaire. Sorry. You said you will have been a billionaire just because you are financing some. You said yes in Naira. That if not because people that are calling you that are taking your money from Nigeria, you will have been a billionaire in Naira.
Now I want. Billionaire, B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. B.
He's a millionaire. Go on.
Billionaire. You said you have been a billionaire. So, if you want to be honest to yourself,
okay,
how much did you think? Even the money that you are, we that are living in diaspora, we have this euphoria as if we are the one financing these people. If you send ordinary $100 that cannot fetch you, wait. Let me finish my talk. You $100, you send $100 to Nigeria, become a huge money, and you would think to you in US $100 is nothing. You cannot even you can even eat a meal with it. Now you send it to Nigeria, and you can see how much that $100 can do for somebody in Nigeria, and they are not telling you that the cost of living in Nigeria is cheaper than even that US that you are living, and you are saying it's not true.
It's not cheaper. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't know the angle that you are looking at it.
Listen. Okay, you are giving me an example of me. Let us take me out of the whole picture now. People earning 50,000 naira or 30,000 naira. What can they eat with 30,000 naira? Someone who is married with a wife, 2 children, or one children. Honorary, you know how much? Oh my goodness! Don't let me start talking about like Bishop was talking a while ago. Don't let me start mentioning instances of people. Right now as I'm bouncing out, I'm going out to make money so I can send money out. That's where I'm going. I'm going now just to go and make money so I can send money. You know, if I were just to base everything on my salary here, I mean, ordinary school fees alone. Imagine somebody who is earning 50,000 naira a month and is paying per term school fees for a child. Just a child, one child is paying. This is somewhere in Alimosho area there. Is paying almost 40K for school fees.
Why would you go and put your child in private school if you are earning? Hold on now. If you are earning 50,000, why would you hold on now? Why would you go and put your child in a private school? Let me finish now. Let me interject. Hold on now. Why would you go and put your child in a private school? Hold on now. Entertain other people's opinion now. It cannot be only one way. Look, there are. Hold on now. Let me say what I want to say. Leave Ajanle Koko out of this. Leave Ajanle Koko. Why would you go and put your child in a private school that you cannot afford? It's a question now. What is the big deal in that?
Can I answer that question? Now, the reason is this. How many Nigerians are sending their kids to public school? Go and look at the public schools in Nigeria, especially our
millions. When I say millions, I mean millions.
What is the level
Lagos State School in the last session established 138. Hold on, now let me finish now. Let's have the conversation. Lagos State established more schools, built 138 additional classes, and because they were on what is let's talk to figures now. I beg, let's just leave. No, it's okay. It's okay. Nigeria is dying. Everybody is dying. It's okay. That's what you want to believe.
I wonder what Rational Mind is saying. Honestly, you would have been a billionaire if you're not sending money to Nigeria for people to feed. How many people are you feeding in Nigeria? Are you feeding the whole country? What's your problem, Rational Mind? Do you think everybody's brain doesn't show? You would have been a billionaire. Billionaire for killing. Iṣẹ́ wo ló ṣe ní Amẹ́ríkà? Iṣẹ́ wo ló ṣe l'Amẹ́ríkà? Ṣé wọ́n nìkan ló ń gba gbogbo owó tó wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ni? Wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀ àrìndínlẹ́nu. Nonsense ló ń sọ ṣé ò gbọ́ ni billionaire wèrè wo ní ẹ̀ tó ń send owó èèyàn mélòó ló ń send owó sí ṣé ìwọ nìkan ló ń feed gbogbo èèyàn tó wà Nàìjíríà ni.
Kò lè yé ẹ ní kò lè yé ẹ o fẹ́ mọ̀ di abájọ àbí o fẹ́ mọ̀ di abájọ wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀ di abájọ
Let me tell you something, Rational Mind. Rational Mind, please, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Jẹ́ sọ fún ẹ, Rational Mind. Jẹ́ sọ fún ẹ. Hold on.
Are we having discussion?
Hold on. Let's have conversation. Hold on. Let's have conversation. Rational Mind. Orúkọ mi, my name ni mo jẹ́. Ìwọ ń jẹ́ Rational Mind, which is fake name, right? Mọ nǹkan kan sórí jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn méjì lórí platform yẹn kọjọ mọ èmi àti ẹ ká wá rí bílíọ̀nù tó ń sẹ́yìn sí Nàìjíríà. You just talk anyhow. Tẹ́lẹ̀ dìdìrín lánàá ní pẹ̀lú ẹ. A máa búyàn ó lè ní conversation kó máa parọ́. Animal ni orí ẹ̀ ò pé rárá. You don't have brain.
No, what's going on? Ganiyu, kí ló máa ń le tó báyìí náà?
Ṣé òun lè máa bú mi kí n má bú ni?
No,
okay, guys.
Rational
Mind. Please.
Okay, go on, please.
Can we contribute?
All right. So my point is, he was asking me a question about how much am I sending that could have made me a billionaire. I mean, dude, I don't need to tell you. Like I said, you've asked so many questions. I will decline answering your question, and I don't think I owe you that. Yes, the money I send to Nigeria on a monthly basis is, in fact, if I were to change that money into naira. Oh my goodness! Let me know. I just want to tell you I'll just give it up to that extent. Let's just leave that. My point is this: is that our people back home, they are here to also live like all of us are living. They also deserve to live a better life. All this rhetoric of they should manage, yeah, we know the system there They should manage. They should cut their coat according to the size of their coat. That's what we used to say. Cut your coat according to your size.
you are trying to suggest then that the Nigerian people should be having meat with their meals. Is that what you're suggesting?
So they should not have meat. How do they have balanced diet? How would they? How would they even think?
They don't eat meat in India now.
Do you know what protein does?
I don't know balanced in India. I don't know. They don't eat meat in India.
Let me just
they don't eat meat in India.
I think we are not sensitive to.
But they have other ways of other protein to make up for that.
Yes, now vegetables.
You are eating eba, laro, amala loson.
I think we are being sensitive to the suffering back home, to be honest.
Because, I mean, people are just insensitive here.
Because
I live right now.
The way we talk about it here is this.
All right, yes, Russia mine.
Even in Canada, in the US, people are still suffering. People are still homeless. People are struggling to pay their bills. Talk less of where you hardly find it. So sometimes we don't play with this thing because people are not. It's not something we can laugh and joke about, to be honest, because it's not easy. Although I know people will try to adjust, Shebi is what you everybody will have to raise their value, whatever they are going to say to meet up. But it is not as easy as people are talking about. Yeah, people can eat 500, of course, yes. People can eat less than 500. So don't let us exaggerate that you have to eat with 1,000. But the question you ask yourself is this.
The poor will always be amongst us. The poor will always be amongst us. There will always be, under every circumstances, there will always be somebody that lacks.
Yeah, the poor will always be among us, but then it's not what we just try to rationalize and look at. Yes, if people are look, what we are still not looking up to is this: the economy of that country was destroyed in the last 8 years. And people are still battling with that. So it's not a joking matter, to be honest. Yeah, but that people are saying people cannot eat 500. It's a lie. People can eat with 500. But the question is this: what are you going to eat with 500? How do you manage your 500? It's not everybody that eats out in Nigeria. Like, for example, while in Nigeria, it was very hard for me to eat out. So the matter of 500 will not even come in play, because probably that 500 that I will spend at a seat can even give me like three food. I'm just giving an example. So it wasn't going to work like that. So
why should the people in the lower economic brackets be eating out anyway?
It depends on the location of eating out. You know, we have Mama Put, we have some standard restaurants. So it depends on where you are eating out. You know, those days where you can buy a plate of rice for 100 naira somewhere, the same plate of rice when you go to VI, they cost you like over 1,000. So we can't be using what is happening on the highland on VI, compared that one to something that is happening maybe in one Songwater. So it all depends.
Ola, sorry for cutting you. When I was in Nigeria, me and my junior brother and my wife, we went out in Okpebi. We spent 70,000 naira in a meal. For one meal.
You talk of Okpebi as you are talking.
Hold on. What did you have? What did you have? How did that come about? Three of you, 70,000 naira.
70,000, yes.
Yes. What did you have?
Yes. In Okpebi. Yes. I can't even remember what did I think I have. I think rice. Their goofy.
And I know you don't drink alcohol.
I don't drink alcohol, of course. Yeah. Their goofy is 5,000 naira, one man.
Where did you visit there? TB food, or where did you visit?
I forgot this restaurant. It's in Ikeja. I forgot the name now.
You spent 70,000 naira on a meal.
I know of a
three
guy
people, one man. Three. I said three.
I know of a guy that worked together in a bank. If you went to his restaurant to eat there, and you are not eating in ordinary restaurant, so you try to you try to differentiate yourself from others. The same 70,000.
5,000 naira for goofy.
What,
Yes.
what mine? What mine?
Is that one for
What mine?
one?
What
Yes,
mine?
one Ogufe, yes.
One
Yes.
Ogufe,
Yes.
5,000 naira.
What mine?
Yes.
Can you please let me say this?
Sorry, let me just ask Thomas. How do they justify that?
What do you mean by how do they justify that? that's
5,000
what
naira
how
for
much.
Ogufe.
Yes, one man.
You know, I find that difficult to believe.
What man?
5,000 naira.
Can
Yes.
I chip in what I want to say?
Okay, go on.
Good. I hosted. There's this Makanenuga oil company. That's the exploration company. What's his name? There's this. It's MD. One of his MD then the oil company. I want to remember the oil company now. It's the Shekiri man from Delta State, and a certain Peter Halibos. I'm mentioning names now. I'm dropping names. Peter Halibos. I had an event in Lagos, and after the event, I hosted the two of them to a dinner at the Chinese restaurant in Ikoyi. And when we finished our meal that day, our meal cost it was supposed to be a buffet, but especially for the three of us, cost us like about 90, 80 to 80 something thousand with the chiefs and the rest ended up to like 90,000. And I'm not talking of just yesterday. I'm talking of well over 10 years ago. And that was actually in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. That's almost 12 or 15 years ago. And we spent about 90,000 for the meal for the three of us. Myself, something to somebody. It was the MD of Makanenuga's oil. What's the name of the oil company now? Why this? And a certain Peter Halibos that came all the way from Canada then. Now, the truth of the matter is this. As at that time that we spent 90,000 naira just on a meal, there are several places in Nigeria that 90,000 naira can take a family for 3 months for food. So when we want to compare, we compare. I asked a question last time when Rational Mind said something that look, there are primary schools in Nigeria that are competing very well. So if you are earning 50,000 naira per month and you go and put your children in a place where they are paying 50,000 naira as school fees, then something is wrong with you. It's just like you earning 50,000 naira and you
Rational
go
mind
and
has
collect
left, though.
actually,
Yeah.
I'm just making reference to what he said. You go and collect, you are earning 50,000 and you go and collect Ashwebi for people that want to do party and their Ashwebi is 100,000. There are several Ashwebi people are sharing today that is 200, 300, 400,000 naira. Will I now say because I cannot collect Ashwebi of 400,000 naira, am I walking naked? Yoruba used to say something. When it's an adage. Arakun laṣọ gbági kò sẹ́ni tó ní ìhòòhò dọ́jà. You buy what you can afford to add to what you earn. So if I am hungry and I know that my budget is 200, 500, 1,000 naira, I will look for in Ibadan or in Lagos. There are places you will go to today with 1,000 or 800 or 2,000 naira. You will eat that your eba or fufu or amala at mama put. Or those the boys we used to call Costco then, those Amoyibo, eba yellow. Costco with egusi soup. You will eat egusi soup with your yellow eba for 1,000 naira today, and you will be full for the day. So don't let us put class into these things. We are talking of survivor here, not just to come and blow some unnecessary trumpet.
Thomas, I bought Ogufe. I bought a whole goat in Ondo State just about 6 weeks ago for 7,000 naira.
A full what?
Goat.
Goat.
Yes.
Wow.
No,
that's
man.
amazing.
What Thomas was saying is this. I think that's why I was asking the name of the restaurant I visited. You know, some of these guys that were working before. I know a guy that was working in a bank before that was established there. So you don't expect someone that will spend several. You know, that restaurant, probably the restaurant you went to was a restaurant that was established with almost with more than 10 million naira. So paying the staff something heavy. So what do you expect? So it's different from when you go to one mama under umbrella that is selling food, right? Mind you, you are still going to eat the same food, but maybe you want to see the environment. You want to look at, oh, this environment is neat and all those stuff. But what I want you to know is that some people earn less than that 70,000 you spend at the go, and they still send their children to university, right? So what you are saying, even I can tell you some bankers, some people in the telecom, they will not go and spend the same amount you spend on eating around that place. I can guarantee you for that for sure. So we can't use that one to compare, honestly.
No, ó lọ express ara ẹ̀ ní diaspora money ló lọ spending. Ẹ má dá Thomas o.
All lọ show off lè bí all lọ ṣe big boy. You want to bam bam.
Thomas,
Thomas, are you ready?
Thomas, my computer. You know, there's a feature now that I can bite you from your hands.
Thomas. Okay, I think Thomas still needs a moment. We have Simba here now. Actually, we have Ola. Ola, sorry. Yeah, come into the conversation. Do you want to go through it, or do you just want us to kakoma shefe?
No, yeah, give me now, so anybody can interject. So you know, I'm very open to
all right. You know, the Amotekun space are wanting to have bear arms, so you can kick it off from there.
No, if you asked me, 100% I support that. So they should bear arms, because over time, over and over, we've seen that the federal government cannot secure us, and the more we allow all these criminals to have their days, the more they keep building capacity and they are learning. You see, as Yoruba will say, they say, it simply means that, you know, when a local tree starts growing, as it grows, you know, it starts building capacity and it starts growing in a size that before you know, it's just start taxing you. You know, you should go, but you should bring something for ritual. See, all these guys, they've been emboldened over time. They've studied our space and they see that we are on serious, especially when it comes to our government, their leadership. They know that we are very, very unserious. That the basic things that the government should do that should not normally cause problem, we are playing politics with it. So what was the big deal in this story that, oh, governors we abuse? Okay, governor we abuse power, right? Against someone that want to get power from the RB. So is that the reason we should now surrender ourselves to whether you want to call that external, internal aggression, whatever, call it anything? Is that the reason we should surrender our life to insurrection? So see, even I don't want what happened in the United States to happen in Nigeria, but I'm giving an example. United States must have had a reason to license everyone to carry guns, even though it's creating an issue. The type of issue it's creating is totally different from what is happening here, because we are seeing those people that are carrying their military category weapon and coming to attack innocent citizens. We are saying no, we are now playing politics with how to tackle, which I think is not saying it. So, like, look at what happened in Ekiti today now, for example. You understand? You know, I said it the other time that my schoolmates in this forum too, that can bear me witness. So we are not joking that we know some areas even before banditry became very popular in Nigeria. That's when it is between 6 and 7 o'clock, you dare not pass through that place. That's why that even the commercial vehicle then, we call that, there's a route through Araboko, you know, where with Araboko routes to Ijebu-Jesha, you'll be going to, when you are going to Lagos. That around towards Araboko, you don't take all those areas in the evening. I'm even talking of back in the 90s. We know those people that are committing crime there. You know, they were committing crime there as at that time. Now people now find alternative road. There's another area they call it Baraoke or Goto side. That's where all those drivers will now be passing through. Even sometimes they have to move like they have to move like 3, 4, 5, so they don't move alone. So the evidence is that particular group of people, they've been so much involved. You know, today now when you talk of Yahoo Yahoo in Nigeria, you know the tribe, we know the tribe that are involved in Yahoo Yahoo more than others. When we talk about piracy, maybe you just release your movie and you do this thing and some people quickly pirate it to make money. We know the tribe that are involved. It doesn't mean that other tribes are not involved. But the thing is this, there are some dominant people that are there. Now, the ones that are involved, they play politics, they were not ready to solve their problem over time. And you know how some leaders measure what is happening. When you are doing things and they see some citizens are taking those things, they tend to be more empowered, they tend to acquire more capacity, and they keep coming because they know that what you are not going to do anything. You understand? That's the narrative there. So the matter of gun, it should not even be what you will be arguing about, because we've seen the government license, like I said, license private security outfit to carry all those weapons that we don't want to give to those security outfit created by state, which to me sounds somehow ridiculous. Let me say something there. Truly, I know about all this kind of firearm act in Nigeria. But let me tell you one funny thing. While there was a ban, a security officer once said that, okay, oh boy, if you want gun, just go and do, we call it ASP course that time. It was 135,000. That all these police, they will train you, collect your 135,000. They will even give you uniform as an ASP. You understand? But you are not a regular police, but you will still have uniform too. You understand? That you still have uniform, but you have your training. As a matter of fact, that time you can buy gun and they will license it for you. So there were so many bankers you know, they were what we call bankers committee. You know, they are for the security. You know, the security of cash movement within the banking industry. So there are so many bankers that use that opportunity to even get they went through that training and got guns and got that license. But people like us, just because we naturally hate gun, I naturally don't like carrying gun. That's me. Because I believe that once you start carrying gun, there's this kind of I believe there's this kind of feeling you have. You start feeling bigger than the other. So I just want to be like a regular person. So to me, it's never an excuse. What they are saying is okay, as we are concerned, but just because of a political reason, the citizen can pay as far as we're concerned. So I don't want anybody to have power over me. And so yeah, that's why I will not like saying this is not good. You see, why I say we should be very dangerous, we should be very careful about this dangerous trend is this. Yoruba will say, afẹ́fẹ́ tó fẹ́ tó káṣọ nínú yàrá, ẹni tó wọ tiẹ̀ sọ́rùn kó má ṣàfihàn. Because it simply means that because that thing is not touching you today, because you feel that, oh, I'm away from this.
Let's understand it in English.
And that's why I say now,
no, in English, we have to let our people know what you are saying.
I'm just telling you that the thing is this: you are okay now. What that one is saying is this: even someone that is well fortified, you understand, is not immune to all this kind of insecurity. You understand? Talk less of someone that is not fortified.
Ola, apologies. Let me bail out, hand over to Thomas now that he's here. Floor still yours, Ola. Super Tatas, Team Jack, many Team Jack, who else? And Kulata, yes. Team Jack and Kulata. So all that. Thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Carry on, Ola.
So the thing now is this now. So the person that is fortified, even it's not even secured. Actually, we are in Nigeria when the former general was PI. We see the security chief that were PI. So you are now saying ordinary person. So the thing is this: you never know when you will travel to the territory that thing is happening, and you never know when the person is so much love. We get within that environment. So what is happening to these people? can easily happen to anybody. Ikú tí ń gba pojúgbà ẹni, òwe ní pa fún ni. You understand? So a death that is taking someone around, maybe that you're on the street and someone you just died today. Hey, this thing, it's just telling you that your own turn can soon come. That's what it's telling you, because nobody is immortal. So to me, we should not be joking with all this security matter. We shouldn't be joking. Now, we should profile those people involved. Look, if you want to profile Yahoo boys, we know the tribe that are doing, profile them. So you go there. That is the essence of statistics. If you want to profile those people that are committing kidnapping, yeah, I know that Igbo people are there. I know that Yoruba people are there. But who are those in majority? Who are those people that brought it in the recent time? We know when the Niger Delta were doing all those stuff. We know what they were doing. But we know those people that we know the trend since after that 2015 election. We've seen those people that came out to confess what happened. We've listened to the like of El-Rufai, and we're listening to some elders, to some elite talking about it. So why do we like to just deflect this thing? Now, the people involved, let them come and defend themselves. As a Yoruba man, I won't be here when someone is accusing a particular tribe for this thing, and I will be the one be justifying when they are not even here to say. We've even heard some of them say, let us be factual. The people that are doing this in our people, we've listened to that to such. So we can't be explaining this thing for them. We can't be the one defending them. That's why I intentionally poke at Mike the other time when they talk of Fulani at this thing. I say, show me. Or immediately you mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu like this, you switch on the go, they're criminal. It simply means that you are just picking your battle. You are not talking to general situation. You have your grudges against some people, not just because you really want to address that issue, but it's now looking like a personal agenda. You understand? So to me, we have to. I said it before that if at the end of Tinubu's tenure, the first tenure, he has not been able to empower the state. See, let's forget about semantic of state police. Amotekun is even enough. You define their function and just make sure that it is recognized and give them that rifle. Since private people can carry, and let them fight. Simple as ABC. All this recruit 2 million soldiers, all this kind of. Let it start from Amotekun. The structure is already there that others can copy. This is not difficult. And thanks goodness, this structure is an act of parliament from the state assembly of those people involved. It's done in such a way that if a criminal is coming from Ondo State, Mike is coming. If a criminal is coming from Ondo State, I want to escape to Osun State, Amotekun is there to catch. If you want to enter Oyo State, Amotekun is there. So when they work together that way, we can overcome. We can't just be dressing this thing. We can't just be play politics with it. We just have to. I was not in the right state of mind because of what I heard today. When our people are saying people like this did that, like Adewale said, people in Ekiti, we know our forest. We know those people that are not part of us. We know those people that are perpetrating. Even before now, before these people started doing all this thing, the like of Gani Adams shouted, hey, so the sale of all these criminals, they were increasing like this, and people say, hey, you should shut up. Just because he knows that they will take the oil contract from the when all these things were yet to start. What Gani Adams said the other time now. If all those things are happening now, and we are still here, we are still arguing, we are still trying to rationalize. We don't have to do this. Honestly, we don't have to do this. Let's just be serious as a country. So, what other topic? Thomas, it is our law. So, Thomas, are you still there? So the thing is,
Okay, while you are waiting for Thomas, Ola, let me quickly put this here. I was waiting for the opportunity. Earlier on, you accused me, and that's very serious, that I cannot bully you the way I used to bully other people. I try to place that. I don't know what you mean by that. We're having a conversation, and you've poured that out. And my conclusion is that you've had that in your mind all the while. You were just waiting for an opportunity to spew it out. I don't know what you mean that I cannot bully you the way I used to bully other people. If you will just shed some light on it, I would really appreciate. If I need to apologize, I will.
No, Bishop.
The way I used to
Bishop,
bully other
you
people.
don't need to apologize. Let me tell you something. Sometimes argument can get it to that level. See, I'm your fan. Let's just say this. So, but as at that time, I was really boiling, to be honest, because I was practically shivering. I was angry, and just because I wanted to talk, when we are talking about those people that have a very coordinated and well presented opinion, you are one of them.
No, I just want
So,
to apologize because I really don't want to
you
be
don't
in
need
your
to
bad book.
apologize.
I don't want to be in your bad book. I don't want to be in
You
your
don't need
bad
to
book. I've
apologize.
listened to you dozens of times and I respect your articulation. So if for any reason I have fallen in your bad book,
You didn't offend me, but I know
okay,
it was just the tempo. I will tell you,
okay,
if you really offend me, I will tell you. You
okay.
didn't.
I
You
appreciate that
understand?
then.
Just because I know that you are well coordinated when you say all those things. So it's just it's more of an intellectual argument that I know your capacity.
Okay,
That's why. Not that not that.
okay, thank you. So
I know.
thank you. I appreciate
So
that then.
yeah. So that's just my opinion about the security thing. And I think we were talking of the central bank the other time, which I totally agree with that. On central bank,
Okay, yes, Central Bank
thing.
and NNPC. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%. In fact, you
yeah.
actually helped me. You helped me out on that. Because we need to take some steps. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be like a roller coaster. It's not going to be a stroll in the park. But honestly, I mean, I love Nigeria with a passion, and I know that our way out is not going to be a very easy way out. We need just to take some very tough but necessary decision. That's just my view. I might be wrong, but that's my view for
No,
now.
you are not wrong. You know why I said so? Because I work in the financial institution and I know how, and I have an idea how some government official they will intentionally spread the money across to the point that some money may sit there for years just because maybe the person that put that money there somehow is no longer in that office. Sanusi was able to take some money out of all those commercial banks then just because he to understand the game, he to understand that game. So see, the idea here is that TSA, single treasury account, or is that's what they call it? I think it's what we should
Transmission accounts.
treasury single account. I think CBN should supervise because the thing is, it's not as if CBN is the salesperson or market, but it's because you are the one that you want to monitor the government banker. You understand? The government banker is this money we are talking is government money. So now, if CBN is like, look at what happened during Sanusi and this Siani era. You understand? Why Sanusi was shouting about about the remittance, and even truly Sanusi might have got some figure wrong, but he's talking about something there that some people
Very fundamental.
intentionally
You are
created.
very right. You are very correct there. He might have got some things wrong, but we kill away the baby with the bathwater. There was substance in what he was saying. Very strong, very cogent, very, but unfortunately, the media, and I can tell you, they spent a lot of money. The media cast a serious aspersion and doubt on the integrity and the crying that man was crying there. And we lost focus as a nation. And that's one of the reasons why we are where we are today. Unfortunately so, but that's the fact.
Yeah. So I think the fact that there was no synergy between the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, and NNPC that time, that means that even someone that doesn't know anything about accounting must have known that a fraud has just occurred there. Because why should when the central bank is the banker of the government, you don't even know how much the government is even making. You don't have the accurate data about it. So that's because it's just like Canada here now. I'm trying to remember who collect money on behalf of Canada. Every money revenue Canada will be able to see whatever is coming to the purse of the government.
Is Canada a federation?
Yeah, we're a federation. We have a very complex arrangement. And we learn from you guys from your civil war. It's for your civil war that we we have our own system. So even though we call ourselves a constitutional monarchy, but the state structure itself is federal. Before America went into the civil war, then there was some residual power that they did not define those people that will be exercising. So some states were just making all those decisions on the other, to the point of that America was even headed to disintegration. So they went to see the civil war. So when Canada was now doing their own, they made sure that the residual power stay with the federal legislator. Like there was a time now that the British Columbia was making life like hell for Alberta to even move their pipeline to that place. The British Columbia then even went ahead to even make law to stop that. Hadn't been that the Supreme Court, assuming the Supreme Court did not do anything that time, the federal legislation would have made another law just to counter this incident. So that's the kind of thing. So when there are two issues between states now and they now reach an impasse, that is where you will see you will see the prime minister or the federal cabinet now make some kind of use the residual power just to do some things. You see that even our structure is so funny to the point that we use both combination of written and unwritten constitution, and we are bijural too. We have two type of a criminal administration code. We keep that of the France. Exactly. So we keep that of the France, the one of French heritage, and we keep that of the British heritage too. So we have a very fantastic. It's like,
sorry,
for example, now.
Okay, sorry. Just a question. You said something that is very instructive. Does the French have an influence? I thought that the French-speaking part of Canada, Quebec, is just like a happenstance. Does it mean that they have political influence on Canada apart from the Great Britain?
Yeah, the thing is,
really?
those guys, they are if I told you the history of those areas, Canada got to a particular stage in their history that they started deporting those people in the Quebec, even though they were citizens of Canada. Canada. I'm telling you, before they stop it, yeah, because those people that they believe they're giving them problem that time, but that was like I'm talking of something like almost a century or more than a century ago now. So that they were deporting them back to France. So they call them Canadian. So those people that are descendants of the French people before they managed to resolve that matter. So the thing is this: the people that still, everything is politics. People that still have that kind of a French heritage, they believe that staying on their home will give them some kind of power, and they've been trying over and over to secede from Canada. The last time they almost got their wish, but they still failed by some percentage. So they are keeping the French heritage. Quebec, they keep the French heritage. So their own type of law is.
So is it only in Quebec? How many of the provinces that are likely to go with the French, if eventually, just assuming without considering that they are able to succeed, how many of them? Is it only Quebec?
It's only Quebec because because
Oh,
Canada has both provincial government and territory. So the
yes,
territories are under the federal government.
yes.
Those are the territories, those areas that cannot form their province or their own. So they're under the
Oh,
federal
okay,
government.
that makes sense.
So but it's Quebec that wanted to leave Canada. Even Alberta too. Alberta too is threatening because of Alberta is where I stay. But anytime I
Yeah,
find myself in the forum, anytime I find myself in the forum, I'll just be
but,
laughing.
but there's another smaller. What's the name of that province? There's another smaller province that is more French inclined. I'm trying to remember the name.
Is that they use both French and
Yeah, French and English, but it's more of French.
I
I'm
hope you are
trying to
not talking
remember.
of Newfoundland.
Is it Newfoundland?
I don't even know myself, but I know that in Newfoundland or New Brunswick, it's like New Brunswick they speak both French and
I cannot say it authoritatively because I did some research when I was proposing some few things there, and they gave me those, and I was made to write some exams. Unfortunately, I abandoned it midway because I just felt like
you know
you put it on it.
we are that's I think that's New Brunswick. We are Canada is a fantastic it's a fantastic country also, but when we step into our politics now, our politics is funny. Alberta, where I stay, like more than 10 years now, about 10 years now, they've been threatening to leave Canada too. They were even saying they want to become a state in a state in America.
In America.
Anytime I find myself in that forum, I'll just laugh and laugh and laugh because and this thing that I'm laughing about, some people are damn very serious.
No,
and they are not taking it as lightly. And why are they doing that? Is that because look at oil and oil, because the major strength of Alberta is the oil. And Alberta is one of the major, in fact, is the net is the largest contributor to what we call equalization fund that they pay to the center, and they don't assess it. Like, meanwhile, the Quebec that keeps saying they want to go, they are the major beneficiary. They've been assessing that money almost every now and then. But Alberta just managed to assess just little, just once or twice, and they are contributing and they are contributing. And one of those major contributors to that. So the thing is, the politics everywhere is like that disability. So when Alberta is talking of leaving, now look at the politics now. Alberta, they are saying, okay, by 2030 or 20 something there about that, 2030 or 2035, that they want to reduce the oil and gas, all this emission, and that is why Alberta is protesting. Alberta wanted to lay pipe from Alberta to British Columbia. British Columbia was opposing. The same British Columbia, they say, oh, we want to protect our marine environment, wildlife, all those stuff. And they are using vessel to import crude oil from Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Now,
same vessel, same diesel, same environment.
Exactly. Now, Quebec is part of Canada, right? But they are importing oil from the United States of America. So you will see how funny our environment is. That is why when they say Dangote is going to be importing some crude from the United States, that's why I ask some people, I want to know the reason behind it, because the environment I am here, I really understand the environment. We are net exporter of oil to the United States of America, and here we see import crude oil too. And the reason simply because of cost. Sometimes it is cheaper to bring crude oil from America to a particular province in Canada. So that one is understandable. So they just make it like open market. So that's why I was asking.
Go ahead.
So that was why I was asking whether the issue with Dangote, is it the issue of capacity or
No,
the issue of cost?
Sometimes you see some of these things are a little bit complex, and you take it for granted because you know it, but other people it becomes a little bit convoluted about Ojimaso. I mean, that issue of Dangote, I've read a few things about it, and I just keep laughing because the truth of the matter is this: it is not as serious as we are taking it. We are very liberal in Nigeria. Our media is very strong, and they are very free. And sometimes some of the things they do is just what do you call it now? Outright distortion. Everyone that has an investment as big as what Dangote has, you cannot limit your source of raw material to just one source. Dangote is entering into an agreement with another, which is the normal practice. In case, for whatever reason, look, Dangote industry is in an exclusive export free zone, or what do they call it in Nigeria? So
free
it's
zone.
allowed to import crude in case for
They call
any
it, is
reason.
it free trade zone or what they call
Free
it?
trade zone, free trade zone,
Yeah.
yeah, free trade zone. So it's exclusive free trade zone. So in case there is even a conflict in Nigeria tomorrow, and there is war, whatever, and they say, oh, they cannot supply Nigerian crude, or one government comes in place and say, look, you cannot supply crude oil from NNPC Nigeria. If you have a second, it's just simple. It is common sense. You cannot put a $20 billion investment and just limit yourself to one source of raw material. I mean, anybody that is investing any amount that is more than $100 million should be able to think outside the box. Because when I began to read those things, I just laughed.
Bishop, and people
Yes,
even think Dangote has that plethora of money. This guy is in on borrowing.
it's borrowing. It's a borrowing spree. It's
He's
borrowed
borrowing.
money.
See,
Yeah. Oh, he's not a saint. I will not stick out my neck. But hey, who is? It's Elon Musk. It's what's the other man?
Bill Gates, all of them borrow.
Bill Gates.
Borrow.
Are they? They've got skeletons in their cupboards. And this look, there's one thing we need to admit. Nigeria, if we are able to cross this corner, about the share corner here, Nigeria is a great, massively great country in potentials greater than America. And I will tell you why. We are very, very critical, liberal in thinking, in thoughts, very analytical, and very, very critical. So it's just that, look, some people have a good head start. They started earlier than us as Nigerians because, man, we are very diverse. Very, very, very diverse in our thinking, in our reasoning, in our analysis, and what have you. So if Dangote is putting up such an investment, it would be very foolish of him to think that you can only limit yourself to one source of crude or stock feed supply. No. So just say, let's assume, without considering that things go wrong, I can get supply from so. So I don't know why our media are making it. And it's okay if they can present all the sides. Say, okay, oh, in case this goes on, that's why this. But the way they are presenting it, it's making it look as if, oh, Dangote wants. I mean, when I read it, of course, I know, because I know that was in place already before. So maybe that was why my own reaction was not a knee-jerk reaction to the issue. So, but the truth of the matter is that you cannot just put such an investment and think that, look, Dangote allowing Nigeria to get 20% is very strategic. It's not just a mistake. It's not an error. It's not a coincidence. It's because that is the way it should be. I really look forward to a working Nigeria. I was discussing with a woman earlier ago, and I told him my dreams, my aspirations, and my ambitions. I mean, Nigeria is great. Oh, with our challenges, yes, I always say this before now that we have our challenges, but honestly speaking, if we can tabali shekona, if we can get over those challenges, I mean, Africa, we don't even need to lift a finger to conquer the whole of Africa. That the whole of Africa will begin to look up to Nigeria.
You know why I believe so much in Nigeria is this, because I know so many people too where we have that privilege. Because of the privilege of my exposure to some kind of innovations that even the banking sector pushed to the public sector. Like that's why I made an example the other time while we were talking of the CBN. That time, oh my goodness, you just imagine a university that has capacity of, let's say, to make the number simple, 10 million. These people, by the time they collect their money, maybe along the line, because they collect this thing by hand, some of those money already disappeared because some of these crooks in the public service, they must have printed their own receipt, before individual will collect money, and because these people, they don't have a way of knowing other than presenting receipt now. The receipt is duplicated, so you won't know. But when the banks now say, okay, e-transact and Interswitch, they are the major, they give their corporate pay, and the other one pay direct, corporate pay, they adjust of that solution. So what they were doing that time, you find that many institutions in Nigeria, they don't even have website. Many institutions that have website in Nigeria today, those idea came from the banking industry, in partnership with Interswitch and all those e-transacts. Then GoDaddy was a major domain hosting the services they were using those days. They will say, okay, don't worry, don't stress yourself. To make this easier for you, we are going to, bank just need the collection. We are going to give you all this website and the way to pay the money. Before they started having this thing. Now, when the issue comes to the issue of transcript, now, before when you go pay for transcripts of the, you just pay and you may not even get your things. Some Nigerians just get an idea of what people are facing overseas. They introduce that. Today, you just need some agency to pay for your transcript. And school, they were not making money from transcript before. They're not making transcript.
They're not making money from it. Exactly.
So why am I saying this is that if you take insecurity out of Nigeria, all those are farming before people will do cassava. As a matter of fact, I have a colleague that is, in fact, this guy has invested excess of over 300 million.
Ola, let me share something with you very critically. I'll try and be discreet with my personal background experience. The issue of security in Nigeria is a little bit it's more complex. And I'll tell you how and why. You see, some people, when you recruit them into any of the armed forces, they have their allegiance. Unfortunately, their allegiance or allegiances, if there's a plural of allegiance, is not to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that is why everywhere you are as a commander or as a leader, you must be very, very careful. Now, there is always this tendency to believe people from your own stock, from your own tribe, and ethnic, okay, let me use that word, ethnic stock. So a little bit, you are a little bit more relaxed with them because you believe that they believe in you and you can earn their trust easily. Unfortunately, it's not always like that. I have had the rare privilege of having to work across and interact with security operatives across the country, everywhere in Nigeria. And you discover that you think that the knot is a knot until you begin to dig in and you realize that when you are in the northeast, it's a different kettle of fish. When you are in the northwest, it's a different kettle of fish. When you are in the north central, it's a different kettle of fish. And that's a big example is what is currently happening in the Plateau now. Which did not start today. It's been there live for, I can remember the earliest of the middle of the Plateau crisis I had was actually maybe in 1990 or 1989, if I can remember very well. 1989. I was there. I was in the Middle Belt. I witnessed one of them. in 1987 or 88. Yeah, 88. I was a Rokuba for a court martial. And yeah, 1988. And there was a conflict. And 89. So it's been there. Unfortunately, what some people think, they are not in the majority, is that look, we are better off. If we can survive these challenges, if we can survive these little skirmishes, we are better off together. They have vision, and some people have bought into their visions. That look, yeah, it's going to take us a long time before we can overcome. But if we can just cross that Rubicon, if we can just make it over that, will be will be a country to reckon with, that the entire whole of Africa will look up into. And I have reasons to agree with them. We just have to get our act right. If we can get it right, honestly speaking, because put Nigerians, share Nigerians and put them in other countries, wherever they are, whether by crook or by whatever, they will excel. Look, unfortunately, we look at fraudulent, what do you call it now, as being evil. But the truth of the matter is this: hey, people say the end justifies the means. Now, I'm not saying I agree with them, but I want you to come and fault that, oh, the end does not justify the means. Then I will agree with you. But for me, I align with that school of thought in the present, that when the end justifies the means, so come and convince me that the end does not justify the means. So the onus is now on you to convince me that, oh, no, you are looking at it from the wrong side. So for me, it is not going to be a stroll in the park. It's not just going to be like, oh, we're just going to stroll to that great nationhood. We will pay our price. And all these things we are passing through are part of the prices we are paying, and we are going to pay for that greatness that is to come. We will disagree. We will fight. We will war. We will battle. We will kill ourselves and tear ourselves into the pieces. And we will come out and be able to say, yes, we have conquered. And here we are as a great nation. Unfortunately, one thing is very certain. You and I don't know who is listening to me now, may not be there. But hey, great men are not men that plant trees, that they will enjoy the shade in the future. You're looking at the future. Maybe it's going to happen in another 100 years, in another 50 years. I will be very, 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 very unrealistic to think I will be in Nigeria in another 50 years. In fact, if I am lucky to see another 20 years, I'm very, very, very lucky. Very lucky, considering the circumstances that I'm living in. So I'm not looking beyond another 20 years.
People are living 100 years.
All right. Oh, that's 100 years. If you are living
Although
beyond,
I once said something, but people think I'm joking. I said, see, if I will suffer after 70 years, it better me apply before I begin to suffer, because
one of my biggest ambition, and I'm saying this here now, and without prejudice, one of my biggest ambition, and I do a prayer to God, is that I want to see death proudly, with I don't know how to put it now. I want to face death with every manner of already for yeah, I want to see death, in my. I don't want to see them with fear. So as far as I'm concerned, God help me as I am today. Sikuba Day, I want to welcome it with pride, with joy. Yeah, Cabo, welcome. I'm telling you. I want to spend some years in retirement, and I'm looking forward to my retirement. But Sikuba Day, let me welcome me. I'm telling you, I'm not.
You know one thing I've learned from this Oyibo is this, and Oyibo can be so funny. Now Oyibo I see go buy their coffee.
Let me. Is that Ola talking? Ola, I have a grave site prepared. Yes, beautifully. No, And in fact, I am now here, and I'll tell you this, and I'm saying it openly, and my son is somewhere listening. If I die here today, and I've made arrangements to cremate me and put my remains in a bottle and send it so that they can bury it in that graveyard, sarit, which it prepares in one of my prophecies. I'm going to put it there. No, I'm not. It's not. I mean, I want to die proudly, so I'm not afraid. So, but I mean, I will call they have age today. So, who am I?
Do
So,
you
I'm
know?
not.
Do you know where I personally prefer cremation? You know, there was a time I read about history of how some people would die and they will wake up beneath the.
I beg you. Okay, all those things there. Religion
That's why
has
I
done
say.
so much damage and harm to us as a people. All those things they are saying, Ishaki Lagbao. Don't let me say
No,
more than that. Ishaki
no,
Lagbao.
that's why personally I prefer cremation and
Yeah,
uh
I said it. I told my friend. The day I told my friend here in the US that look, in case anything happens to me, he was. What is wrong with you? You don't hear? What are we talking about? That's what I want.
because no, because no, like because there's one of my wife friends, that woman, they work together in the same place. The boss is she already bought her coffee. She bought her coffee, kept it in the room.
Exactly. That's
I've
what
been
yeah.
looking
I don't
at
want to say
it.
too much now. I don't want to say more than I'm
And it's
saying.
already taking some kind of picture that want to be used. And
Okay.
the,
I don't want. Don't let me say more than that. Ojú pósí ojú sáré nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ bó ṣe fẹ́ kó rí. In fact, if I have the grace and the opportunity, lọ sí aṣọ pósí aṣọ tí màá wọ̀ ni o mo fẹ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ in case tí màá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ aṣọ everything kí ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kí là ń para wa kí là ń.
no. That's reality of life. There was a time when I told people that okay, I started attending church last year. So not that I was not attending, but just because of my background, I'm a Christian. But you know, it got to say that's religion. They made it so religious that I think was causing me some kind of depression and all those. You know, when people start telling you
I beg you.
hellfire. There was a time that one pastor was trying to, one brother, I won't call him pastor, was trying to drag me to church. I was trying to say, they preached to someone. The person now said, okay, he didn't listen as he was crossing. Bimo to shake Bani, and the person, I said, I told the guy, who told you that he didn't want to die, self? How do you know? The only thing is that we only parabi, but who told you that I'm afraid?
I'm afraid of that. I'm not.
So the
I'm
other
telling you,
pastor,
I am not.
the
I am
other
not.
pastor now said our own brother will not be like that of that person. I said,
No,
well,
I am not.
I
I
said
am
the only thing.
saying this to you now. I am not afraid of death. In fact, I want to be very proud when I meet death. Say, or none here. I am
People are
not
pushing
afraid.
for bill.
I
People
am
are
not afraid
pushing
of
for
death.
bill that they are pushing for bill that they should allow them to decide the date of their death.
If
It's
they give
something
me that
that is very
opportunity,
people now.
I'll
Some
be
people will
very
not save
ready.
money. Some people will not save money and go to Switzerland.
Exactly.
So this thing
I'm not
is
sure.
any day someone cannot scare you. Although there are some kind of death that someone does not want, to be honest. But death generally, any day you are not afraid of it. Spiritualist, whether you want to call a babalawo, some fake prophet, and all those things, they won't be able to use that one. Oh, don't travel because there's a death upon you, so that those
See,
things know they work for me. Because if you ask me not to go out, I will go out that day. So for
I
sure.
tell you for a certainty, my brother. I don't know who else is listening. If there is one thing I have conquered, that is the fear of death. That is one. It's just one of it. But that one, I've conquered it. I don't have fear of death. If it comes tonight, I'll be so glad. Say, Akabo. That's one. Number two, um, how? do I want? Do I have a choice? If I have a choice, it's a different thing. So the fact that I don't have a choice, I cannot determine how it's going to happen, simply means I've prepared and conditioned my mind and have said to myself, if, for example, today, and I've rehearsed that over and over again, and they tell me, oh, Mr. Man, you have an ailment and it's a terminal disease, and you have just 3 months to live, I will be the happiest man on earth. Do you know why? I will be able to say, thank you for telling me. Beautiful. So let me begin my journey.
Everything I have only to do within that time.
I will do whatever I can do and get and say, okay, on so date, this is the time. Just help me. That will be so. If anybody thinks telling me the date of my terminal, whatever, is going to scare me, that person is making a big mistake. That will be my biggest. I will be so happy. So we will record from like a few 3 weeks to the last. I will make everything, record it. That keep me, and you will see that there is no fear, and that is what
I developed my boldness was that when I had an accident and I was like in a coma for I don't know how long, but I just know I was in coma for this. So when I just woke up, I just said, okay. So already when I was out in coma, so that means I didn't even know what was happening. So that means if someone is dead, you are as good as you don't have any memory, you don't know what is happening. So why are people afraid? But when someone is now telling you, I can work on my journal for 1,000 years, you start wondering, where did they get that? Who among them visited that place that saw what was happening there? And I think the mistake people were making is this: they were misinterpreting the proverb. The proverb that Jesus Christ made something and people will not be using that.
Ola. I don't actually read comments, but let me tell Shoma and who are the people, if they are Tokwe and who they are still listening. Luckily today, I can tell you very, very. I don't know which part of the world you are. On which day was that? I was blessed. I was blessed with another grandchild. Just so that they should know, I was blessed with another grandchild, and that was not my first, and that was not my second, that was not my third, that was not my fourth grandchild. So when we talk sometimes on platforms, we should try as much as possible to be circumspect. What I'm saying, I'm not saying it. I don't have one house in Nigeria. It's not just 2. It's not 3. It's not 4. So if I am praying that I want to go and relax, and if I can face death, I know what I'm talking about. So when people make things and they say things, they should. Just a few days ago, I was blessed with another grandchild. So if I say that I'm not afraid of death, I know what I'm talking about. So for Chioma and Tope and the rest, it's okay. I can only pray for you to get to where I am. Maybe you will have been able to learn better and grow and see life in proper perspective. We are lucky to have some very elderly and responsible people that that are with us here. I mean, I respect people like Baba and what's his name? No, not Ajani Koko, and what's his name? Alexander Gomez. Those I respected and I've interacted with, but then sometimes we just need to draw the line. So I repeat again: if I die today, you shoku at all. You shoku you shoku. You shoku. So if you think that I'm going to shoku, no. So thank God for me. I have another grandchild a few days ago, and I pray you have your own grandchildren too. So thank you very much.
So, like I said, some of a person like me, at least, I've already felt what death is like. You understand? I felt it. It's not as if, it simply means that if I would just pass on like that for like days, I won't even remember what was happening around me. So, you know, so when I was even coming back, it was just like a dream. After I said, what happened? They said, okay. They were even started telling me what happened to me. So since that time, I just gonna say, okay, do I even have any control over my life? I don't have any control.
Oh, serious
I
one.
don't. So even there was a time I went to do this what we call it, this thing, roller coaster. You know,
Oh,
I
okay.
that, I went for that roller coaster. So when the thing just took me up, I just descended at over 90 kilometers per hour. So for days I was afraid to take aircraft. I say, what is happening to me again? I say, I know they fear death again. But later I just know, say, okay, why am I even afraid? But I got over it. I got over it quickly because see, the thing is this: nobody knows how it's going to die. Some people wake up, maybe one silly guy in the mall will just go and ring some kind of a bullet on them unconsciously,
Yes,
and some will get.
you are not sure what's happening next
Exactly.
minute.
So some people, as rare as lightning is this, that some people were struck by lightning. A lot, a lot happens to different people. So the thing is, the essence of this message is this: don't let anybody use death to capture your
Scary.
mind, because it's a very easy thing to capture people's mind. Fear. Once they introduce fear,
Yeah.
and fear will not let someone think creatively. That's the problem.
Ola,
Once fear.
I shared something with one man many months ago. I was somewhere. My work, the nature of my work takes me across America. I've been to more than 45 states in America. I think actually a very few states that I've not covered, and that's just in the angle of Maine and the rest in that northeast. I've been to almost, more than almost. I've been to almost 90% or 95% of America. So I went somewhere someday and I parked. I was in my, you know, truck in the evening, towards evening, and I just said, "Oh, there's a restaurant there. Oh, it's a China. Let me go and see what they have." So I got down. I was walking to the restaurant just to get dinner and to eat something, you know. So as I was walking, a car pulled up and a guy came down and he was wielding an assault rifle. And my mind, the first thing that came to my mind is that, this is it. Because we were so close, it was just like 10 feet. Not up to 10 feet away from me. The way he came down menacingly, he was entering into one of their stores, this Navy store, Navy whatever store. And I saw, this is it. In my mind has raced like 1,000 miles per hour that this was going to be it. So, and we crossed ourselves closely. I did not turn back. I did not run. But he just came down and he was wielding that weapon and he was walking towards the store. But I was going to walk across the door of the store to the next about two or three stores after that. But I don't want to run. But my mind for that moment, I must confess. I
No,
am
because it's
melted.
an adrenaline something now, so body will normally respond,
My
right?
body, I melted. And the only thing that came to my mind is that, Oluwaseun Pariri. And that was because of the moment. So because it was not like a sickness, it was not like but it was just like something. And the guy walked past me and he was carrying the thing. His hand was on the trigger and he went into the store. There was no shooting that day. By the time I passed through him, the hunger disappeared. I was going to look for food. The hunger disappeared. I did not even know that. How come I did not run when I saw him came down from that car? He was not driving. I just parked, pulled up, and he just opened the door, and I saw, and that is what America is. The guy just came down, and I said, Mogbe Paris. But the guy passed. I passed. We passed by ourselves. by less than 3 feet or 2 feet. Like a Kojarawa. And I just went ahead. And so when I got back home, I started thinking, okay, this is where I am now. Okay, this is what happened today. What happens if tomorrow another one happened and it did not end the way this one has ended? So I lived every day as if it is the last.
Yes, sir.
That happened
Yes, sir.
about 3 years ago. I remember very well. That incident was completely in my head. So what happened if the next one and the guy just stand? If the man just got down from the car and he started firing, as we have seen in several instances, I would be one of his first victims. It is not where you see it.
Ben,
I would have
Ben.
been one of his first victims because the thing was, well, me, so that's the truth. Because it was
No,
a
because
life
it's not.
experience.
It's normal for the body to
It's
respond.
normal. My body was just completely dead. Yeah, after I was now beginning to, to think, okay, what happened? But for that moment, the truth was that I was dead.
Yes, so no, Prince Daddy asked a question. Prince Daddy, maybe I fail for answer. Maybe you just like, Prince Daddy, see, dying at the age of 33, whether it's a sign of life, it depends. It all depends.
What's
See,
the question? I want to ask the question.
He's dying at young age, say
No,
33.
no, no, no. No,
And
no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I want to use there's an illustration that came to my mind now. I used to work in Port Harcourt. I was working for an oil servicing company, and there is a friend of mine. I will mention his name so that if he is alive and if anybody knows him, they should tell him that I say so. His name was David Omolugbe. So I was reading a newspaper many years ago, around 1998 or 99. That newspaper was of a young girl that died in Lagos, was killed in an accident. She was sitting in her father's house and a vehicle crossed in Ikeja, and they put her obituary in the newspaper. So I was reading the newspaper, and she was a young girl of 24 who has had her first degree and her second, two first degree and one second degree. And when I was reading the newspaper obituary of half page, and David was passing by my back, and he said, born to run. And I asked, what do you mean? He said, well, what others are struggling to achieve at the age of 50, she had achieved at the age of 24. What else is there for her to achieve? And that is struck. It struck me seriously that, oh, really? What do you mean? Say, yes. And I respect David. I mentioned his name again. Anybody that knows him, he's from Edo State, David Omologwe. He works with what's the name of this company? One of these oil company or something company. He's somewhere in the Middle East. And he said, yes, born to run. That what other people spend 20, 40, 50, 60 years to achieve. Yeah, because she was doing a PhD. And that sent, that gave me a deep thought. Now, can somebody achieve his or her life calling in 33 years? My answer is yes. It is not how long, but how well. I repeat again, it is not how long, but how well. Some people can live 60 years and they will not do half of what some people that live 30 years have lived. So it is just a matter of understanding it and being able to come to reality that really, can this thing happen? Yes, it can happen. So for that case, which I remember, that gentleman used to be I was my colleague, was 30 years ago. We were working together, and I remember very well that was, that thing never left my mind. It's a born to run. So yeah, some people they accomplish, they
Exactly.
achieve
So
what some
it is the impact. So many great scientists, even including those people in the medical, those people in the thermodynamics and even electricity, they
exactly,
died young. But they are still one of those people reason that people are not freezing in the cold today. They are one of the
exactly,
reasons we have good road. They are one of the reasons we have aircraft. So Yoruba will say, "O so kiakulomode." You can't die by Ladi.
exactly.
So,
You get it. So it's just a fact.
so
And there's no individual that will get everything right. No. Yeah,
exactly.
we can make mistakes. We are human. There's no individual. But the truth of the matter is that how fulfilling. Look, Jesus was just 33 years. I don't know if it has any relevance with what Prince Daddy is saying. But
Of
hey,
course, yes.
he
Of
was
course,
more
yes.
fulfilled. He was more fulfilled than some people that live for 90 years. I've seen people that
More fulfilled than Methuselah. Okay,
exactly. That's a good
apart
example.
from the old age, what is speculation about Methuselah? He just died the oldest man.
Exactly.
That's it.
So for me,
So,
the answer is yes. You can live a more fulfilled. In fact, you can live a more fulfilled life at 20. There was a young
exactly.
boy in one place in Borno that rescued and a suicide bomber, and the guy detonated the bomb. It's just a school guy. He was a 16-year-old boy, and everybody knew that that guy was going to carry an IED into and the guy rescued him, and both of them were exploded and they died. Everybody is remembering him now. Do people remember his father? The guy is already, he died, yeah, unfortunately. But then the truth of the matter is that people remember him now than they are even remembering his father or his grandfather. He's the one that is bringing the name. But he was only 16. He was in high school because he died a hero. Some people will find it funny, but for me, look, if I get back to Nigeria, I have a gravesite prepared. Every other thing.
Okay, Bishop. Let me say something now. Henry Mosley, the guy that discovered periodic table, he
Oh
lived
yeah,
for just 27 years. The same
27.
periodic table that is the basis for discover all elements, the basis for all this chemistry today. Without chemistry, there won't be pharmaceutical
Of course.
industry. So I just at the age of 27. So then when you talk of Gotthold Austin too, you understand. So who happened to be one of the greatest mathematicians too. So you don't have to okay, well, okay, so someone can be 100 years and you start become new
Is that
certificate.
Henry Mosley? Is he the physicist? The renowned physicist, right?
I see him as a chemist because I said, well, sometimes he's very
Okay,
difficult
maybe
to,
I'm talking of somebody else. Well, there was one I read some times
mostly, yeah.
ago that was a physicist. I can't. I'm trying to remember what were attributed to him.
There are many people that even sometimes it's difficult to even define the gap between a physicist or mathematician those days because Galileo now, if you ask me now, I find it difficult whether to call him
Is he the
mathematician
guy?
or
Is he the
physicist.
guy that did something about atomic atomic number concept and whatever? I'm trying to struggle
No,
to remember.
periodic table. The periodic table in
It's the same
chemistry.
guy. It's the same guy now. The periodic
Exactly.
table that one that contains the atomic whatever.
All
The
those
periodic table.
elements,
Yeah,
all
he's
those
the same
chemical
person.
elements.
It's the same guy. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's the same guy. Yeah, it's the same guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember. It's the
So
same guy. Oh, I did not know he died at 27.
just 27 though.
Oh, really? I only know his name mostly. Yeah. So that's what we
So
have. So it's Kishepeke or live ultimate to say la. It's what impact. What can people say about you? No, that's great.
So and when people go into the space today, people forgot that some people did all those research or what they are
Exactly.
using.
They pioneered the research that led into it.
Exactly. You see anybody in the pharmaceutical industry that you have there's no way. There's no way if you don't cherish what Henry mostly did, then I don't know what. So,
Yeah, Henry Mosley. Yeah, now it's beginning to make some sense. That name is beginning to make some sense. I remember.
so that's just it. So someone can become 100 years and become a Damu Adubo, you know. That's
I give that to you. Yeah, you are right. You are right. I mean, for
so
us in Nigeria and as Nigerians, I always try as much as possible to express I am an optimist and an incurable optimist for that matter. I am not looking for what Nigeria will do for me. It's not anymore. It's late already. But hey,
no. Nigeria will get over the thing, to be
yeah,
honest.
Nigeria will get over it. But do I really want to benefit from it? No, I don't want to. I'm not looking for it. That's not my. That's not my. That's not my. It's not. It's not what is driving me. That because I want to benefit from it. Maybe for my children, our grandchildren, as the case may be. But hey, but I look a little bit deeper. Is Nigeria destined for greatness? My answer is yes. Does Nigeria have the potential to rule the world in the coming? And my answer is yes. So, what is stopping us to getting there? Because we have mismanaged and we are still mismanaging. And many are not understanding what it takes great nations to evolve and manifest. America it did not just happen by happenstance. It did not just fall onto them like on a platter of gold. But I agree. I
No,
agree and I respect.
I read about America. You know why I read about America is that when my wife was doing the Canadian politics, it was like technically because I like politics too. So it's like we are technically doing it together. And that's why that even in my undergrad, all those certificate education we did that time, all those quotes that all those lecturer gave, I don't forget because naturally you can see that's why you find me in the political forum like this. So I like politics very well. So to me, I know that America went through a lot. It's only that people, most of us just are existing in the period when America got things right. So, but they went through a lot too. They went through a lot. Even okay, look at Canada now. It is now that it was a recent that they just got some kind of conviction against those people that instituted their homeschooling then, you know, and how some aboriginal, how they send their children to school and they never came back, and the secret grave, you know, some
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
terrible things they teach. Oh man, see, there's no way you hear about this history and all this kind of thing that water will not run from someone's eye. The wickedness that went through, you know, is it? Oh, should we even read through all those? Oh man, I don't just want to say some things. So the thing is, as long as we can get our heart together, get the right policy, because you know I'm not a socialist person, though I'm a capitalist. As much as possible, everything that all those leaders are hanging on to, take those things away and give to the private people. That's why that the like of David Mark today, you know, they will be regretting the statement they made those days that 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 uh that what do we call it, that telephone is not for, it's not for common man, that is for rich person.
Yeah.
uh
David Mark.
so right in David Mark's lifetime, his own hypothesis was nullified. So
Yeah,
that's just the way it is.
that's the fact. That's the
So
fact.
anybody that is saying Nigeria will not be great is just a waste of time. It's just joking. Then that means the person has not read through the normal issues, because everybody will have his time. Everybody. So to me, Nigeria will be great is something will push us there.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with
So
you very, very, very well.
Okay.
really.
Prince Daddy, what I consider unfulfilled life, just like you see, some of this fulfillment is all about the target you set for yourself, right? If you set a target for yourself, normally, if you meet that target, then you say you are fulfilled life because it's your own target. But not like Agbero. No, I don't know. Let me use the word Agbero. Not like Idamu Adugo. You know what we call Idamu Adugo? Those people that is just like that. They are like pain. They are like pains in the neck of those people on the street that and when they are injury, those people that they don't really want to come across. And parents of people like that, they never plan to have children like that. So and those kind of children are giving them that kind of those one you can put them in the category of unfulfilled life. Anybody that will be creating some kind of the lack of humanity, those people that will be made like, I borrowed that thing from a can do. So those kind of people are the people we say unfulfilled life. But anybody that even they may not, some of them maybe probably they don't know, anybody can do something to change human race that can affect humanity positively, like Michael Faraday now, there's no way we can argue that it doesn't live a fulfilled life. You understand? All of us we drive vehicle, we use battery, all of us we use electricity. Just imagine if we don't have electricity in Canada where we were having -50, you know what will happen now? Because that was the day that just to expose my finger into that thing, just for 30 seconds, I feel the pain for like more than 2 hours just for exposing, because we know when even sometimes when we're wearing gloves, when you stay inside or maybe you touch something, you stay inside like 10 minutes, you even with your gloves you just have to come back. So just imagine that you are coming back home and there's no heater, and when there's no heaters, a lot of things will happen, right? The water in your house will freeze, your pipe will freeze, they'll be cold. How much cold? Because sometimes I wonder how people were survived when there was no gas, when there's no electricity to heat your apartment. So
let me add to it by trying to understand if that was Praise Daddy and this question was that I cannot. I'm trying to get the question. He said, "What is unfulfilled life?" Right?
Yes, that's the question. Where it says, what can you consider an unfulfilled life?
Unfulfilled
That's
life.
the proverb I made the other time.
Yes. Now, unfulfilled life is let's dissect it. Who is deciding that one has lived an unfulfilled life? Is it the people behind or the man himself? Now, if I am taking a decision that look, I have a condition I have to face, and that condition might take my life, and I'm ready to sacrifice my life to make that distinct, unique impact, or like to affect other people that are coming behind me, even though that thing is going to cost me my life. Would you consider it an unfulfilled life? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, I am sacrificing my life for that thing I believe in. That does not mean I'm unfulfilled. In fact, I am mostly fulfilled. That is a fact. So the question is this: who is deciding that thing that it is an unfulfilled? Jesus lived for 33 years. Would we say because he died at 33, his life was unfulfilled? I don't think so. So that's one. I don't want to go the path of religion because that's another complex, extremely very complex dimension I want to avoid. So the question now is this: who is determining whether you have lived a fulfilled life or an unfulfilled life? So when your action, assuming you are you are opportuned to take a decision, to make a decision that is going to lead to the termination of your life, brings value to other people's lives that are coming behind you. Whether those lives are coming immediately, whether they are coming in another 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 years behind you, that's the purpose for which you sacrificed a quote, because you know this decision I'm taking can lead to the end of my life. How much of value is it adding to the people that are coming behind you? Can we say it's unfulfilled? I don't think so. I think you are most fulfilled. That's my thinking. That I see is I've been able to do something that is going to be beneficial for people that are coming behind me, and I see it, then that is most beneficial. So the question is this: who is determining that factor? Who is that person that is saying, oh, your life is not? Who is that person? Is it you? Is it other persons? Other persons that are hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Good. So the question now is, who is determining that? Who is making that decision? Who is making that determination that it is an unfulfilled life? Whether you are 15, whether you are 16, I just made mention of a young man that died in Boronu at 16 in a secondary school, high school, when a suicide bomber entered their school and he rescued him to the ground, and the guy detonated his bomb, and both of them died. We are remembering the young man's name now. Who is remembering his father's name? But remember, that same young man could have finished school that day, that same hour, and on his way home, and he was going home on his bicycle, a cow will just run to him and gun him to death, and he would die. And nobody will even mention his name. But he died a few hours earlier, and we are still remembering his name today. I know his name. I don't want to mention a wrong name. But that guy, he has died a hero. It's just a few minutes, a few hours apart. But hey, one, it was made a difference, and the other one, it could have just been another. Oh, it's every day that cow hits people now and they die. So what are we going to say about it? So for me, it's a little bit very complex, but I think it's an opportunity that when it comes, we grab with both hands. That it is not how, long or how far you lived. Whether what are you able to impact, and what can people say after you have gone? Because all of us are not destined to live to be 90. All of us are not destined to be 80 or 70 or 60. Some people live to be just 20, and they are more, or 33 as your example, and they are very much more relevant than people that lived to be 90. And that's my submission.
But Bishop, everybody plans to live long.
No, Thomas. Like the topic now, I agree with Bishop. You see, one thing is this. I put it in simple. So, if you do what's dignified humanity, you see, it's not all of us that are popular like all those great scientists we talk about. You see now, like let me give an example. Even our entertainers that you see today, like the like of a brother Shaggy, like all those things now, you see, they live a full life because number one, some people, if not because of their comedy, some people will be battling with a depression. So the therapy they are saying. So anybody that contribute, the person may not decide, he may not decide that way, because to me, I just categorize like Bishop said. The way me, from my own perspective, positive, they will feel life. Negative, not will feel life. Adolf Hitler, for example, he didn't live a full life. because of the pains it caused this thing. It caused humanity. And it's like, so when you are talking of India and Uganda now, no, Samuel Doe, no, to me. All those people didn't live a fulfilled life. But now they talk of Mandela, you know, for him to have even gone through all those pains just to make sure they fought for what is right, what he believed was right then people like that. So that's just the way I can, because he's otherwise if you just want to categorize it become difficult to categorize. So that's why I say positive impact, fulfill life. Even the person is not deciding on that one. So we the human being, we are deciding on behalf of that person. The another person that negative, unfulfilled life. So because I don't think the essence of life is to make others cry. I think the essence of life is for us to make one another happy when we're on the surface of this earth. So that's just my belief. So Professor Prince Daddy, I think we've been able to do justice to your to your hypothetical question. Thomas, what topic do you want us to discuss about, I beg?
Yes. I think we've discussed almost all the topics. Let me check the top. Let me check the topic here.
Maybe can do want to come and give us investment lecture. I don't know.
Yes, I know
I
your the late night crew. They will still come in unless we just shut it down. I think one man sent some topics to.
for me now, if someone is asking me now, how do I measure this thing? Me, I like learning very well. I like learning. That's why you see me. If you want to trigger my happiness, you understand? It's just for you and myself to learn together. It got to say that it was even becoming. It's not the problem, but it's like it was becoming. I was becoming too addicted. Why? Why? Maybe because I chased money very early in my life. Because I chased money very early in my life. I chased money very early in my life. So, and along
And
the
you
line, I
get the
learned that
money? You got the money?
because I chased it wrongly. What I mean, I chased it wrong because I believe it's all about hard work. Hard work. I will give an example. If someone that can make 2,000 rich a day, I'm not saying I made 2,000 rich. So, you know what mean rich is now to Koibe. If someone can make 2,000 riches in a day, if it's what is meant for you to be rich, you understand? That was the kind of thing that I started in my life. Not riches, but I was doing some kind of
Ola,
hard job.
Ola, I saw one video. Hush Puppy videoing his food in U.S. jail. So, are they allowed to use phone in the jail? Or what is going on there?
I don't understand. Can you say that again?
Hush Puppy
Yeah.
videoing the food they are giving them in the jail in the U.S.
Yes.
So, are they allowed to have personal phone? How come I don't get it?
One man university, people can be in the prison.
I know, but are they allowed to use phone?
Baba Akure would have been the but I don't know, to be honest. But I think I will ask that question from someone that I know works in the correctional center if he picks my call tomorrow.
Because he was videoing the food. Spaghetti. He was saying it in Yoruba.
She learn how this sorrow. Okay. You he's still complaining that he's sitting being so okay.
No,
Yes.
it's actually good food. It's not that like what they give them in jail in Nigeria. It's that even they have varieties. Spaghetti was there, rice was there, baked beans was there. It's a really good food. That is why
The
people
only thing,
even like to
the
commit
only thing
crime
they
in.
don't have in that the correctional center is the freedom. We're into just shomo. Only Mara is shomo, But whether it's going to eat, it's going to do some other, you go to, if you want to study, want to learn trade, you will learn.
If you want to learn trade,
But
university,
if
I've
you
even
want
heard
to know,
somebody had their degree in the jail. Yes.
So even if you want to publish book there, if it's a good writer, I want to publish book, at least you can even publish a book They will
Yes,
see
I think so. Yeah.
money for him.
Oh, really? And US, you doing low.
You know, it won't Baba to be there. Look, the only thing about a person in this country is this: once you enter in that book, except you are innovative on your own,
Yeah,
get
now
you
voila.
job, to get you job
It
to
almost dent you forever.
even if your credit rating is not good, so there are some jobs that in Canada that is terrible. There are once some people will tell you that are you bondable, better ask them. Some of them want to run your credit. If you don't have good credit rating, some employers will not employ you. Yeah.
I think sometimes we just get carried away. Truth of the matter is that both the one that is talking about prisons, prison system in America is very, very, very extremely
Very,
problematic.
very.
It's very problematic. There are federal prisons. I think one of the beautiful things that is working for Hush Puppy is in a federal prison, which gets like 3-4 times more budget than state or county prisons or private prisons. Federal prisons are well more funded because they are funded by the federal government, and everybody wants to go to federal prison, but not everybody gets to federal prison. So if it's showing off something that is enjoying, it's because it's in a federal prison. If you bring it down and send it to county jail or city jail or state jail, or more, no matter. And what is the percentage of federal prisons compared to other prisons?
Bishop,
It's less than
it's a big
10%.
meal, oh. Big meal, very nice food. I said, really?
I know what I'm
Even
talking.
somebody.
I know. If you know how much they are, you see, federal prisons is mostly contracted out, and it is big business, a lot of money, and there is a lot of corruption that goes on there in America. And I will tell you very briefly in 1 minute. People spend a lot of money because those prisons are contracted out. So there are private prisons in America, and the federal patronizes those private prisons. So for an average prisoner, you'll be shocked that they are paying as much as 2, 3, 4,000 per month for a prisoner to a private prison holder. So the contractors, the major prison contractors, are making a whole lot of money. I don't know if you understand me. Hello?
We are getting you. Yeah.
Yes, we are getting it here.
So
We are
it
getting
is
it here.
big. It is big business, very big business for people. So of course they are making money now. So how would they? How much? They are charging you 12,000 for a prisoner in a year, or 15,000 for a prisoner. Well, it's the federal that is paying them. But what is costing them to give those prisoners to keep those prisoners in custody? Maybe 3,000 at the very most. But they are charging 12,000. But the federal is paying and that's why those people can go and bribe judges and whatever to keep putting people. There are more than 2.5 to 3 million people in American prisons. It's not all of them that deserve to be in prison, but because it is profit and big business for some people. Nigeria is still less than 100,000.
Not I didn't even up to 60. I remember I cited the data the other time. I didn't even up to 60 or 77.
I'm just being very generous. It's about 60 to 70,000. So you are very correct because I've quoted it here. But I just want to give some allowance to say 100,000. But America, they are more than 2 million. I'm talking of 2.5 to 3 million. Go and check the record. The facts are there.
I check it now. There are too many. When I say ha.
Exactly. Because the budget of America on prisons is, in fact, America is almost equal or more than the entire budget of Nigeria. Go and check it. Go and check. I challenge you. Go and check it. Because I've seen it before. Budget in Wolaso, which budget in Nigeria.
I searched it the other time when was it like about 2 weeks ago when we were talking about when we say we should be picking people and be putting them in jail, that I went to Google all those things. So our people I know they
I don't know. Unfortunately, our land for this far, our third world country, another our land for this far. Time benchmark the currency war against the dollar. Because I want to print the paper, one send the Shiwani, our land GI.
No, it's what the like of it's what the likes of China and Co has challenging.
Exactly. You get it. You get it very correct.
So
that's what they are challenging. They are fighting against.
So like I keep telling our people, see, if we get our local production right, we need to bother ourselves less on all this dollar exchange, because what we need, okay, for example, now if we get our agriculture right, we get our employment situation right. I mean, people will think. For me now, in Canada, I don't think of American dollars.
Exactly.
So if you don't tell me how the exchange is, I don't know.
I think you are very, 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 very correct. Because this mentality of everything must be benchmarked against the US dollar, we are just killing ourselves. And when we talk, say, $2.
If I want to benchmark, okay, a bag of rice that my wife normally buy, we used to buy it like around $40 before now, but it's now close to $120 now. So
exactly.
If I want to use Canadian, to compare to Nigeria, so we are talking of a bag of rice of around
1 million.
So no, I know $120 what I pay. That would be like how much?
Okay, 100,000 naira.
So over 100,000. So that's what we're talking about. And a bag of rice, a bigger bag of rice in Nigeria, I think it's around 40,000. So we can't.
Let's use the 50 or 60,000.
So at $120 now, based on today's exchange rate, I think today's exchange rate is 1,070 to a dollar. That's Canadian dollar, right? So if we keep benchmarking that way, that's not the way economics run. Economics is based on the goods and services you can sell. When you want to do that, rather, you do like goods and services you can produce and consume within your country. So it's not going to be done in dollar, it's going to be done in naira. So
exactly your local currency.
Like while growing up now, for example, people like us we went to the farm very well. We were not buying yam. We were not buying soya beans.
Exactly.
We were not.
There are a lot of things we are not buying
from the market. Even now we go even say yam. And my parents they are not traditional farmer. We just use that one to add to the sauce. Although that's why I don't like, to be honest. That's why I don't like Buhari anyway, because it was in Buhari period that we started going to the.
It's anyhow, sir. I think it's where I really look forward to Nigeria getting out of this quagmire. Because I know very well that when we were growing up, we had a farm in Ilori many years ago, 70s. We had a small farm at the back, and half of the things we needed in the house, we get it from our backyard farm. Yeah, even when Obasanjo just started this Operation Feed the Nation, I was encouraging people. My dad had a backyard, small garden. We're planting some of those little vegetables, and then.
Farm legal. Look at what we have in the farm, because our own farm we used to have at least 2,000 ridges, sometimes around 4.
That's a big farm.
Yeah, because sometimes we engage, we call them agatu, right? We
Yeah, I
get
got you.
so we plant tomatoes. So when that tomatoes when we harvest, we cut and dry the tomatoes. We can have like almost 6 bag of tomatoes sometimes. So then we have corn, we have the normal yam, we have vegetable too. We that arrow, we call it differently in Ekiti. We call it arrow jeja. So I don't know what was this Lego. What will Lagosha even call those vegetables? So so what one of those things we do is that we slice all those things to we dry the thing in the sun and we keep it. So anytime we want to use, we just put in hot water. We try to parboil the tomatoes. So that's how we. So the only thing we were typically buy, even at a particular stage, because at a particular stage, although that time I've already left my parents then. So, but my younger one, my siblings, they will go to the farm, they will go and help their friends, even in the farm, right, in the rice farm to harvest. That time, and when you harvest, so you will divide it into 3 portions, and you get that portion. So when my sibling enter into that one too, all of a sudden nobody was buying rice in our house. So you will not spend money buying yam, you will not spend money buying rice, you will not spend
Exactly.
money buying soya beans, you will not buy vegetable, you will not spend buy pepper and tomatoes, all those things. So now what we do is that we will sell the excess. That's what we do. So
Mm.
that's how we live it that time. But I just wish we could use more of the tractor. Although there were tractors, so but those tractors they were more of present in the local government farming settlement.
Exactly. Farm centers. Yeah.
Farm settlements. So,
I,
but
I
our
just
own
wish I
farm
just wish
spread
and
out.
hope we get it right. That's
Yeah.
just my desire. I
So,
just really wish and hope.
like my own papa's farm, we used to have farm in like 2, 3 different locations. So, not always a low particular. And the environment not what you could just take tractor to. So we will engage all the
Exactly.
laborers there. So in
I
fact,
just hope. Thank you. I just hope we get it right. It's not going to
no, we
be
are going to
easy.
get it right.
It's not going to be like a stroll in the park. But honestly speaking, with consistency and continuous effort, I think we can get it right. That's my desire.
You see why I always know that if you have the right policy, that's why that every day. In fact, I don't even know the day we are going to talk that I won't talk of entertainment in Nigeria and telecom how they develop. See, even the fintech, the fintech, because when the like of Salami there was introducing the National Automated Clearing System, NACS,
Okay, yeah.
in NACS project between 97, 98, between 98, and people were saying it was going to fail then. That is what started the interbank, the clearing system in Nigeria then. So they put it in place, they do it, and it didn't work. That is phase one of that was the phase one of fintech in Nigeria. Then later, when Obasanjo got to that place and tried to, although IBB already used decree in 1992 to deregulate telecommunication. So, but Obasanjo passed the SEC Act. Telecom
Yeah,
came,
yeah, yeah.
another revolution. When Soludo came, banking reform, because I did a lot in payment system very well, selling ATM, doing like reader so that they used to clear bank in the check in the bank. Like we have an application we call it CPX then that we use to do the communication between the bank and NIPS, which was acting on behalf of a CBN. So,
Yeah.
when I see the development around that place, industries came along the line, they brought their own products, e-transact, BAM, the Microsoft or this sort of stuff. So when I look at all those things were not possible in the early 90s. I know very well.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
were
It
not there.
evolves with time.
Exactly. And in the 90s too, when although it's not as if we do not have the musicians, like a person like me now that I'm a fan of Sunny Ade, you have to be exceptionally good for you to have studio. That was why the like of Sunny Ade could reign The like of Big Peter, they didn't rain so much. The like of Michael Day, they didn't rain so much.
Yeah, so they had an edge.
Because that time the channel of promotion for promoting their product not as vast as we have today. But when IB built the regulated telecom the broadcasting, the like of Ray Power emerged.
Yeah.
You know, the Keke, because I can't forget Keke and D1. They started using
Yeah,
that
anyway, you want Dio.
artists. Their early products were the like of Abdul Karim, Idris Abdul Karim, Tony Tetula and Co. But then Dove Entertainment initially brought out Plantation Boys before Kenny Music I got there. By and large like that, the like of P Square. Now today, even someone that is bangary that doesn't even know how to sing so much, we still find a way around the vast resources that deregulation. Why I mentioned the impact of the regulation of broadcasting is this. Before it used to be like government studio, but when those people came, you understand, we started having private. They started using that to promote themselves. And today, see that every time that this Kizane has dropped another single now, and everybody is crazy about it. I'm in Canada now. If I go to downtown now, you won't even know whether you are in Nigeria or you are in or you are in Canada, because you go to downtown Canada, you are listening to Kiss Daniel, you are listening to Davido, so you start wondering what is happening there. So if you could get it right in all those areas that I mentioned, that because I can mention like 15 areas that we got things right. So gradually, this electricity now, all this unboiling we did that, we don't have the impact now. In 20 years, it's going to be a game changer, because once they start investing in start licensing the investor to build the electricity infrastructure, before we know, what I know is that today some countries are taking themselves away from ECOWAS. Once you they will come back, because they won't be able to match the capacity of Nigeria no matter what. So it's just a matter of time. Like you're saying, Nigeria, if anybody still want to make money, Nigeria is still one of the easiest way to make money, to be honest. I've been in Nigeria economy, I've been there. I know how I struggle to even make what we can call the average money here. And I know the difference while in Nigeria. But the only thing is, what I've been able to do for my family is the most important, because my entire family, the capacity back home and here, totally different. So that's the only. But if a single person, or maybe someone that doesn't care about other things, honestly, Nigeria is still such a place for you to make money, because there are so many products not in the Nigerian market you can introduce. And when you are not comparing what you are making in Nigeria to dollar, because the problem will start immediately. Maybe you make 100 million, and all of a sudden you want to convert to you want to start converting to dollar. That is where the problem will start. But if you make your money within Nigerian context, you'll be fine. So that's just the way I see it. Babati.
Good evening, Apostle. Good evening.
You're welcome, sir. I missed your session yesterday.
Not my session.
I can do now. At least you wanted to give us that thing yesterday.
We've been going up and down for a lot, and the time is supposed to show up, we then disappear. Or I don't know.
No, that yesterday, one of my friends just go America. So, and I was even in the stadium too. So I took my boy they had a game, so I was in the stadium too. So
greetings to the great Bishop, Ganil the Radical. I greet you as well, and our missing man in Saudi Arabia, Simba. Greetings to you.
Simba pàdé olówó ó wá gbowó sí wa lára ó lówó jésù lọ.
Yeah. Simba,
Simba
I hope you have my PayPal. We can do Zelle, PayPal, or any other form of payment. We will take it. So if you want to donate anything to anybody on the platform, Simba.
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní diaspora lẹ̀ tún sọ̀rọ̀ àwa tá wà ní third world. ẹ tẹ́ wà ní western world the so-called western world àwa tá wà ní third world country imagine.
West third world is Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, you want to call
àwa tá wà nínú desert we are in the desert what do we know? We know nothing now. We have nothing.
You see over Yoruba ní ìgbẹ́ lówó wà. So
there's no Igbe here now. It's the desert. So what are you talking about?
Where is in that place is desert. Desert lówó wà.
How can you say when you say desert? What other kini Yoruba desert? Aṣálẹ̀.
Ìyẹn òun ṣe ahoro kò ń ṣe aṣálẹ̀.
Aṣálẹ̀ ni Yorùbá pé desert now. Aṣálẹ̀ ó mì pé kò sí nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀. That's what it means.
Okay, so sorry. Let me respond to Prince Daddy. See, Prince Daddy, when I say it is easier to make money in Nigeria, is this: we have to understand something that everybody will not have that entrepreneurial skill. Because now, when we are here, it is easier for us to see something that are being done that are not being done in Nigeria. So you don't have to think much. Just carry things, go back and replicate in Nigeria. That is exactly what I mean.
Yeah, but if you don't have the enabling environment to duplicate or replicate the same thing in Nigeria, has that been the major stumbling block for diasporans?
Okay, Babati, I will give you
business. No. When you say it's easier to do business, you can do business anywhere in the world. It just depends on what you are investing in and what the business is and the environment. But compared to what we have in America here, the stumbling block is the environment in Nigeria. So I don't know where Olight's going with this. Easier
Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. Let me correct you. I'm not a radical person.
It's not Prince Daddy you are talking to. You are talking to Babati. Prince Daddy is not on the platform.
Yes.
Doctor ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ gà ní àwọn alábẹ́ ẹ̀rù doctor ló máa ń bà mí o.
Sorry, I'm not radical. ẹ jẹ́ kí n explain fún yín.
mo mọ̀ pé nínú wàtí Mike ẹ̀yin ewu ní ilé méjèèjì ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n explain. Wait, let me
Mike
explain.
ni pàdé mi bọ̀ Mike radical gan pàdé mi burúkú ni Mike má dá lóhùn.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n explain kankan. Let me explain one thing. Sherry platform yìí, I'm still saying it. Máa invite àwọn èèyàn kan lọ máa gbọ́. It's well educating. Gbogbo news tí èèyàn bá gbọ́ rárá nípa Nàìjíríà, you will listen to it.
Let's make it for the benefit of our audience. So.
Okay. If my people are listening to it, this type of platform, and they are listening to people like Rational Mind, Yoruba people are very easy to confuse. And that's the only way. I want him to just, this is where I come from, and it's simple. He can criticize as many years as he like about Tinubu, but I don't. The kind of politics the other people have been playing with the Yoruba for a very long time. I want it to stop. You understand? Because you live.
Danny, hold on. I'm glad that you even brought that up. So I'm glad. Because that's the reason why the time like but I'm like, let me just sneak in tonight just to say this. Do you see how they are already playing politics with the Amotekun's demand for weapons? And they say, if we give the Yorubas the weapon, we must also have it in the north. We must also have it. No, you make your own case. Everybody can make their own case and justify the need for weapons to defend themselves. But some way, somehow, Yoruba man early. You don't. You see my point. You don't. This kumbayalism, the man kumbaya attitude. You know, man kuba wangbami. And so actually came up. So if Amotekun wants weapons, they should make that case for their own group by themselves. Don't hold hands with anybody else. Make the case in front of the president, justify it, show your proof, and fight the fight on your own. on behalf of your own people. But let's hold hands with some people from the north. No. So on that one, I actually agree with you. Like, I might think embarrassing for me. That is why that's
because we like say this guy, we almost lost everything. The Yoruba, we almost lost everything because of this propaganda. Like people that, okay, let me give you one example. Victor Izime, they interview him and they speak in Yoruba. The people of Edo State have started shouting about it now. This guy lives in Yoruba land. Victor Izime. The footballer.
I was surprised the guy I was even surprised that he speaks to. Sorry, or I went doing it. But my sort of talk on this platform. I've said it before. Only there's this Edo supremacy stuff. Only like I want jab everybody. I'm going to say I'm going to say I don't care who the one attitude. I talk to people like that more now. They want to like I want. So them on this platform. I want to do that is so. Shouldn't you? If I can speak Igbo or speak Hausa, we should be able to celebrate that now as Nigerians, right? You are multilingual. You should be able to celebrate that. But so kilo wrong Igbo so you back. She could boy they want. Any problem? I don't understand, Gani. I don't understand the English.
I don't
the issue is this: is it Babati?
Yeah,
it's not even from Edo. He's an Igbo guy. So what is their own?
No,
Victor Osimhen is an Igbo guy now.
No,
is it from Edo?
It's from Asia. It's from Edo.
Oh, he's Asian guy.
He's Asian guy.
Osimhen is an Edo name.
He lives.
But he's in Lagos. Yeah, he grew up in Lagos, so he
was born in Ketu. He grew up in Ketu. You understand? That's where he lived all his life. So people like Osimhen now is bearing his name. Everybody knows him. But tell Rational Mind, what's your name? Is Rational Mind a name? And he's talking about me.
Gani Rational Mind. See, no, Rational Mind is from Ilaje. It's from Ilaje.
Which side in Ilaje? Doesn't have? They have area in Ilaje. You say,
Ilaje Odo now. I mean, more but that's where it's from.
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk for him. He has to say it by himself.
This attitude of just opposing for opposing sake because it's Tinubu completely. But I mean, God, let's just be objective when we are. So that's his point. Tinubu cannot always be wrong every time.
No. Right? See, one thing about Rational Mind is that's his opinion. Like it depends on the view. Like even in my school, not school, in my old workplace. Some of us were in the group. I'm like almost the only people they see as Tinubu, and they know that I'm not really a Tinubu person because one thing I've tried to explain to people about myself is this: I'm a dynamic person. I have my first choice, second choice, third choice. So I don't put my head in one basket. Okay, Yoruba nation. People talk, oh, we're going to get Yoruba nation. I say, now lie. It seems you don't get things like that. It sounds too good for you to get. But Yoruba nation is on my mind. And I said the reason I want Yoruba nation is this. Before I was born, the Fulani people they wanted to capture Yoruba land. And they were defeated in Ogunjalumi. Now, these people, they've never relented. Do you know that?
Do you know where that Jalumi Oko happened?
Where it happened? You are asking me whether I know the city governor himself, Abi?
Yes, that river itself.
You know the river? Where's the river?
It's in my local government in Odot, in local government.
Okay. You are correct. So So the thing now is this, you know, my family I came from, we're warrior in I not where we are warrior. So let me just claim it. Let me just pretend I'm a warrior too. So we are warrior in our lineage. So I know those history, we know those history. So these people, they've always wanted to capture us. And because they are not so modernized like us, they still have those kind of idea. You know, like we know what this Papa to you know what Usman Danfredo did to the people of the Hausa land. You know, Hausa land to some extent they are related to Yoruba, Igala, Ishekiri, all those things. So even Igbo people we talk today, they are somehow still related to Yoruba. But now, the type of attitude we have, the type of we are too relaxed, we are too accommodating, is what the exactly that happened to Hausa people. To the point they were able to change their mentality, that they use them against against the traditional ruler, that they suspended, they pie their traditional ruler, the next thing they impose themselves. You understand? Those ideas, they sit there. You start wondering, what will make some crook be targeting Obas in Ekiti? Where that happened is very close. It's very close to my village.
Ola, first of all, mobile kedun ti Oshele, see our Kabesi. You know, for me personally, you know how I take that seriously. So bad So I mean,
What happened to their Oba?
they were on yes man allegedly, according to report.
Baba, I want to go allegedly. Say, take if it tells you something. You know, we are not that big to account.
No doubt. If you say that is this, that's what we go by now. You are from there. So I'm just saying that according to the report, see what they confirm on this platform. But my this is my problem again. Omari B àwọn Yorùbá ṣe máa react on Ṣaragiri mọ́ nǹkan. Wọ́n á tún ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹ tó máa ń mú bí mi yẹn bá Yorùbá people nìyẹn. No, we want this. Yeah, you will just give them 1 month. That you won't hear anything again about demand for guns for Amotekun again.
Bàbá tí àwọn kankan wà tí mo lè sọ lẹ́yìn ìsìn tó yẹ pé mi ò lè sọ bí báyìí, tí mo lè sọ lẹ́yìn ìsìn tí mi ò lè sọ bí, because those intel is on ground, but it's not as if they are not feeding the government. But unfortunately, the government is not acting just because they are too political.
But I'm saying that when people come out and say, well, if you give Amotekun guns, you must give our own region guns. No. What is your own security plan? Is it to the level of what they have in the Southwest? You know,
Babati, I don't even care. Everybody go and get the gun, get gun and secure your environment.
I don't care. I don't care that. I'm talking about the Yoruba reaction.
I'm only concerned about my own.
I know, but I'm saying that Yorubas will just feel black. No, just forget them. You
it should not be our duty to hear the advocates.
That's my point.
It's not our duty.
That's my point. But our man borrow Lumi be Oshuka. You get my point?
No, why you see our general behavior is in our proverb. Only pansa ofura, pansa jana, aja ofura, ajaji. It's a very deep Yoruba proverb that came from our attitude. You understand?
I was not hearing we should form a joint task with Amotekun and something from the east. When you look at the east,
no.
I don't get.
Do you know Babati? Sorry to interject. Do you know the problem? Those other regions of Nigeria did not come together under one umbrella like the Southwest Amotekun. Let them go and do that one first. Every region, six states, right? Come under one umbrella, and then you can push for it, like you said. I think if they cannot push there, then they should ask immediately. Everybody should have state police. You cannot have your own state police at when you are ready. If you are not ready today, I don't mind. When crime kill you in that state, you form your own security.
Remy, sorry, I am with you with what you are saying, but your political elites in Southwest, they care so much about what those people think.
Sórí àwa Yorùbá torí pé a ti pẹ́ ń ta a fẹ́ máa lẹ̀ pé Americanized ni mí bìtìkó ni mí Yorùbá mi gan is not also polished gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ń kó bá wa. A máa wo nǹkan in general view pé ẹ jẹ́ ká kóra wa jọ papọ̀ kò matter does not matter it's in Nigeria something like that but táwọn bá máa ṣe nǹkan they always look at it from their own perspective okay.
Remy.
Our Yoruba,
we cannot remove politics from this. In as much as we still remain one country and we still remain part of Nigeria, you cannot blame the political elites in the West for being cautious. Because whenever you want to get, you understand? Let me tell you, Babati.
No. Let me ask you. When is their own turn? Do they care about your own opinion?
Today, are they cautious? Are they cautious?
So just
no.
When the whole CBN thing happened, did you hear anything about being cautious about Nigeria? So boy, I mean, let's stop doing this. In fact, Simba go, you are doing the same thing right now. Right now this is the problem with you. Right now.
For example, when Jonathan was there, everything was cornered by South and Southeast, totally, 100%. And Yoruba folded hand, did not do it. They kept quiet. Although it might be a good politics, but now we are ruling. Instead for all of us to come together, I understand where Ghanaian is coming from. Sometimes, the first time I came to this platform, I had a big fight with Rational Mind because I see his criticism from point of hatred to death. And that thing is still in him to today. Come on, you cannot tell me this man have not done his part politically. Everything. What this guy have done, you have not done 0.1% of it. How many people have you empowered in Nigeria? How many people have you pushed to be a state assembly or even talking of a president? How many people? And he has turned Lagos around.
Even in opposition, voice you, but man loud to against their own. But no, so wait a minute, who is the obedient? No, see what obedience be about? They are even the worst obedient. They are the worst one.
Babati, you are here now saying you have so many occasions. I've also seen the inconsistency in you. Let me tell you. Okay. Ganiyu who is a strong supporter of Tinubu.
Right.
And there's this saying in Yoruba adage that saying, "Omeni ki buru buru kafi lekesi di omelumiran." Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You know the same thing that you are saying affects you. Sometimes you want to be seen as being liberal, being objective. And so sometimes you too, I can say you behave like that also. The same thing that you are blaming.
Let me tell you the difference between me being in the middle of the road and just what you just said. The difference is that I understand the collective good, of the country. I'm from the Southwest. I promote Southwest, but I understand that I'm still a Nigerian. So when I'm speaking about an issue, I believe my part of the country is still Nigeria, right? So anything for my part of Nigeria still benefits everything up. Where I draw the line is the hypocrisy of the other side. So when you hear me talk that way and I stop being liberal, quote unquote, is when I say something for the good of Nigeria, and I believe it should be applicable to everybody. And we put our leg into that basket and everybody just running against and saying no. That is when I come out pro Southwest. Okay, that's the difference between me. If everybody's, let me give you an example. When the Gbadebo thing happened, right? I would not have bad issue with Gbadebo if the same thing happened in the east or the north. If there was Ahmed Bello, governor of Anambra, that was born in Sokoto and was governor of Anambra, I will not have issue with Bade Boy. I will not have any issue. I will not. But what happens is they want you to do something that they will not do. That is where I have issues. That is where I come in. That is the difference. If everybody's doing the same thing, I will not have issues with it. But if it's just only you that should be doing what they will not do, or be liberal in the way you see Nigeria, but everybody tends to be conservative with their own point of view or with their own line of resources, then I have a problem with that. That is the difference, Simba.
Yeah. In addition, Babati, we should also look at it this way. Are we just going to allow insecurity just to kill our people based on the assumption that collectivism, that we should all come together and do it? What is wrong, for God's sake? Why can't we just tackle these things over getting a decade, over 10 years? And when some regions are making move, and the other part of the country, they are not making any move, what is the essence? How can people come from nowhere and kill people? And then they hide on disguise under blah, 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 blah. We cannot do things like this. It cannot continue to do like this. Everybody knows the solution to this problem. It's a simple solution. Why is it taking us more than a decade to find solution to this problem? I don't understand why everything must come from the central government. It's not possible. Does the Inspector General of Police in Yoruba man, does he even know all the nooks and crannies of all Yoruba land? Does it not come from one state? Is it not limited to where he knows in Yoruba land? As I'm talking to you today, I have never visited Ado Ekiti. I've never visited any place in Ekiti state. But I can know what is going on there by reading, or maybe I have some people from there. I think let's call a spade a spade. It's high time the president himself go ahead and form the state police. Heaven will not fall.
Remy, no. Ola, do you see what is happening right now? If you pay attention, what's if I'm black email like baby to bashi, but they make you look like it's kind of like a Yoruba agenda. That's what they're trying to frame.
No. One thing. Until after 4 years, because the thing will be painful if Tinubu actually fail people like us, because a person like me, I would have preferred Shibajo, right? Because that guy, Odajugon. But then he has no political capital. Now, with all Tinubu already did in the past, I'm expecting him to be able to because I believe so much that if Tinubu cannot take us out of this trouble, I'm scared. But that's why.
Ola. Yeah. Here's the question now. With the way all these Northerners, their so-called political machine, is going after all their actually like the whole NNPC to CBN thing, is going to those dangerous territories. So how does it respond to the propaganda, to them whipping up religious sentiment and tribal sentiment? That is the test of his government. How would you say, I don't give a damn what you think?
Babati, that's why people like us are there. You see, a person like Tinubu, even Peter Obi self, in fairness to him, a person like that, they may not even be able to blackmail. But I don't trust Peter Obi because of how Jonathan failed me. Because I'm a Yoruba man and I saw what happened under Buhari, so I don't want to take a risk. I think a Yoruba man should be sympathetic, and our people should be able to push, because all this restructuring, we've been the one pushing this restructuring mostly, not others. So you can see my point. So on this, or those NNPC, all those stuff, I believe by the time Tinubu will come from out of that place, all those guys that they think they are holding on to that thing, they will have nothing to hold on to be honest. Even if they will have anything to hold on to, it'll be small. That's where Obasanjo failed. Obasanjo just came to reboot everything and just left it that way. It should have been more brutal than the way it did, to make sure that these Jewish Geras there's no way they could have come back and do what they are doing now. So I expect
Obasanjo also compromised. He compromised a lot. They put him there. He wanted to succeed himself also. So those things have to actually.
I'm listening to you.
What did you say?
Go ahead.
Okay, so because they are the one, the Northerners that put Obasanjo there. We all know that. You compromised for them in 1979. You compromised for them in 1999. So at the end, when he was now beclouded by his ability, now he sees himself like a semi-god. He wanted to change constitution and get a third term. He want to become a life president. That one also made him to compromise a lot. And it reduced his achievement during his administration. I think because by the time you are looking for such things, you have to compromise. It's just like a bargain. You have to bargain. And that was what happened. He bargained for a lot of things because of what he was looking for. So he left a lot of things undone because he knows that these people, he needed them to get his backing. Their backing to help him achieve whatever he was looking for.
Simba, Remy, just give me a minute if you don't mind. Sorry. See, the thing is this: in as much as that third-term look real, I still secretly believe that Obasanjo would not have gone for the third time. He just mismanaged that space. That's just the way I see the thing. He mismanaged that space. Look, Atiku was so desperate that every little thing. You know what Obasanjo should have done during that third time? He should have come and said, I don't have any interest in third time, or should have kept quiet. That's where he disappointed me. But he made sure that law he wanted to pass, and that law would have reduced how the northern space, how they are clinging to the power, it would have reduced that. But they successfully gang up and it just let go. And that's where I'm saying that's where I'm talking about Tinubu now, that you don't have to wait for the second time. Go and empower Amotekun and those people that want to form regional or
you know what? Simba.
Just a second.
Now.
If he's able to do that, for the next government to reverse it, even if it doesn't make 2027, it's very difficult.
And by the way, politically, suicide now is something that most Nigerians will even support. So if you across board, if you say, okay, if you have a template for everybody to follow as some kind of regional security outfit, so I don't think that it will be political suicide. What will be political suicide?
Babachi, let me tell you, the way we spin things in Nigeria. Okay, let me give you, for example, when he started this CBN of thing, they are not seeing the thing the way it is. He wanted to move some department of CBN back to Lagos.
They even said that he wants to move. He wants to move this federal capital back to Lagos. That's what they did.
Exactly. You understand? That's the way we spin things in Nigeria. You understand? And because the majority of Nigerians are gullible, they will buy it. That is the problem. People will buy it. They won't be able to analyze the thing and see the merit. We see the merit in most things than looking at the merit. And that is our problem. Let me tell you, on Saturday, I was in a flight with an Ugandan lady. So I'm in Kenya. So I was asking her, I said, how is Kenya now? She said that Kenya is bad. I said, what do you mean by Kenya is bad? I said, we are praising Ruto. I said, your president is doing well. He said, which doing well? That Ruto is doing well. That the guy is not performing, that she's not even ready to go to Kenya now until when Ruto leaves the government, that the guy has destroyed the country. That's what but this same Ruto that will be using to chastise our own leader in Nigeria back there and say, okay. And one thing I noticed in all these other people that is different from us is that we cannot even separate our own thing, is that we can't separate our leaders from our own country. She was talking, lambasting Ruto, but she never said anything negative against our country, Kenya.
Thank you, Oshe. That is the word.
You understand? But we we cannot even separate. In fact, by the time we are talking about our leader, we are talking about our country and started talking derogatorily about our country. In fact, that was one thing I gained from. And there was a day I was talking with one of the Egyptians. He said, the leaders will come and go. My country remain my country.
Thank you. Appreciate.
You understand?
To add to what you just said now, somebody already told me that what does Nigeria as a country do to Nigerian people? Nigeria as a country does not hurt anybody. It is leaders or followership.
Remy, I was lambasting when somebody during the campaign from that part of the country, and we had some Americans on the show on a different platform, and they were abusing Trump. They were abusing Trump, blah blah blah. And when they started to abuse America, the guy said, "Hold on. I might not like Trump, but don't abuse my country." That one stood up for America. When it came to Nigeria, they didn't even care. Nigeria and everybody come see abuse. The American even wait a minute. Stand for your country. You might hate the leader, but you must stand for your country. They were even telling the obedient to even stand up for Nigeria in the discussion. They had to remind him, like, Benny, what are you doing?
Those people did during that election?
No, Remy, just a second. Remy, just a second. The thing is this: Nigerians that we are talking about, they want to be Odua, they want to be Biafra. That's just the difference. So we don't see ourselves as Nigerians.
Before you go ahead, what about those obedient? I'm talking about those one of NSA. So I'm not talking about those tribal one. I'm talking about those one that they call themselves elite, and because of that, maybe small, young guys they prefer Obi. See the way they demarket Nigeria. See the way they just pour every cold water and Nigeria as a country all over.
Common Tanzanian now abusing me. Tanzania, really.
Think of the politics because of politics. Okay, politics is just a game. There will always be a winner and there will be a loser, and you have opportunity to come again and test the water again. I don't know why people want to die there because it's so easy. At the end of the day, a winner was declared.
But let's not deviate, but back to the main point. This is my point. If somebody even wants to do that and the market is own, okay, the market your own, okay, your own part of the country is so bad, you are fleeing from there. Good for you. But don't hinder my own progress when it comes to security. Don't hinder my own progress when it comes to agriculture. Don't hinder my own progress when it comes to economics and finances. If you want to market your own place that is a shito, that's your problem. But I should have the ability under the law to progress without your own, attitude or mindset. What happens is if you live together with the same people, they will start drawing you back.
So Babati, look at two things now. Look at what Lagos State is doing. Look at that deep sea port being managed by the Chinese, bringing the largest vessel to that land, to that area. And look at when Kulata was saying that he went to Nigeria after 8 years, it was marvel that Nigeria have changed. That is objectivity because it can see things in real time.
In fact, it's only Kulata that I've seen that went to Nigeria, came back and say that this is a good story. All of them, they will say, if you go to the street of Nigeria, you just see people dying on the street. Babajale Koko went and say, if you see poverty, it's written all over the place. People are just dying. They cannot even eat.
Sometimes people only see what they want to see sometimes.
Exactly. I agree with you.
But if you're looking at the metrics, like this is my thing. If Lagos has this big seaport and in Lekki, and Tinubu wants to build this super highway, and people say, why always Lagos? When common sense says you need a super highway in that axis.
Thank you.
It's not politics. It's not tribal. It's just common sense.
Even that Shagamu should be developed to a big hub for trailer parking.
But like Simba was saying earlier,
money from there.
But like Simba was saying earlier, the spin on those stories, when that thing filters through tribal and ethnic sentiments, you wouldn't even know what the story is about anymore.
Exactly. They will change the whole story that you will not even the real story you will not know it again.
Babati and Singa, is it because of tribal so that it will not disturb Sanwo-Olu to stop constructing the 4th Mainland Bridge?
No, we are not saying that. No.
Remy, they should continue to talk whatever they are talking about.
But that is my point. Like, but why? Because Simba brought the political angle to it in regards to elections and whatnot. Case in point would be the CBN story that was just going to move a department and some way somehow turn into, we're not going to give you our votes. You want to move the federal capital back to Lagos. That is your agenda. And next thing you know, we even forgot the old CBN, and it became they are moving back to Lagos. That was what it became. Completely different from what the story was.
The department, not the whole of CBN. So they just
but people don't. No, but Remy, at this point, nobody even cares about that story anymore. They have spun the whole thing to a completely different thing. That's what Simba is saying. Nobody even is even discussing the CBN story.
You know what?
That turned to something else.
Babati, I've realized one thing in life. If you want to make a progress, like this Owe Yoruba, I will say to you, I want to follow soja. Oh, King Barry Waja, to follow Roja Lumara. Tia Yoruba, Taba follow winning. I'm a person who are backward every time. And we need
to counter what Simba was saying, even though I agree with what you say. But regardless of that, you still have to do what you have to do.
Thank you. Because if you don't do it, Mama draw you back unnecessarily. Let's assume that when Dangote want to bring that refinery to Ondo refuse, Lagos also refuse. Will they build a refinery? Maybe we just take it to Kaduna or Kano. But we accept it. But everybody is welcome in Yoruba land. As my neighbor that built a house beside me is an Igbo man, and we get along. Whenever I went home, we always talk no wala or something like that. So I don't see any reason. And that road that Kulata was talking about, that when you get a challenge, instead of you going directly to Ibadan, you can take that road to Omiadio or something like that towards where there is a train station. It's being built by Makinde. I think they are about formalizing it because it's a ring road. They want to build a ring road around Ibadan. Ibadan is not doing very well in my eyes, but they need to step up their game because you cannot be so close to Lagos State like that and then you still continue to be in backward. And unfortunately, Ogun State is true. We are not stepping up our game. We need to step up our game. Step up your game. You cannot be so close to Lagos and then your state continues.
Remy, do you know my category of because Ogunye, I'm gonna open red line in next month.
Thank you.
The only station on the red line that is not ready is the one in Agbado, Ogun State.
Ben.
Everybody is ready. They're the only one to ready. So you just wonder, that Bomba me gone. I don't even know. Well,
and to my surprise, the governor of Kwara State is doing a wonderful job. These are governors like Kwara Bono. They are doing fantastic.
Remy, Magbo, one go call it will. Just build the station. They already have the rail track there. Just build it.
I don't know what is wrong with all these people concept. It does not have a plan. That okay, this is the train station to Agbado. It cannot pick it from Agbado. Go and borrow money.
Then go cut train station. Just build. Then go cut railway. Just build the station by the railway.
Why don't know the subway station? Why don't you call? Kilo de Ogun State no low now. Kilo to only be one Abeokuta papa láti.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú ni ná, so ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú ni bí àyìn ló fà.
Kí ni tó wà ń sọ ṣé àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú ògbọ́n ni ń sọ ń sìn ra ẹni tó ń sọ náà. Don't mind him.
Ẹgbàálẹ̀ mi náà mo ń support Babati ni so rivalry yẹn wà láàrin wa nǹkan tí mo ń tọ́ láti sọ nìyẹn.
Ṣé ẹgbàániwọ̀ náà?
Nígbà tí Daniel wà ló ṣe Gbẹ̀ngẹ̀ Daniel bí the same thing náà ni Daniel was the same thing now. Gbẹ̀ngẹ̀ Daniel was the same thing. Ìwọ̀n òwúlò ń ṣáàjì yẹn. One of
Èmi ò kì í
our
ṣe Yorùbá jọ má máa claim pé ẹ̀gbá ni ẹ̀. Ṣé Yorùbá ti máa rán Gani yóò ṣe kó.
Ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn?
Èèyàn ló ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, èèyàn ló ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Kí ni Yorùbá bàbá tí fi yàtọ̀ sí Yorùbá ti tèmi? Kí ló ń sọ tó fi yàtọ̀?
Ó yàtọ̀ síra wọn o. Yorùbá tiẹ̀ tó dẹ̀.
Kò yàtọ̀ kọ́kọ́ àjọ sọ lẹ́nu náà.
Ìwọ sọ Yorùbá bí Fúlàní.
No, when Remi talk, Remi struggle to speak Yoruba. I don't know why.
Sorry, that point, yeah, it's so disappointing. Not really, yeah. If I tell you the plans that we were supposed to build, they have a yellow line that was supposed to come directly to Songo, that they could walk on Lagos. One abandoned. So this red line gone was pressure from diaspora, so even inside the MOM, the MO whatever they call it, and yet building last one. Oh, to say it. Also, Ben. I don't look at the Songo Road now. Look at Ota Road. Look at the disaster over there.
They were telling for 14 years. I don't understand. So many of these governors are extremely lazy. They just sat down there waiting for allocation every month from the federal government. You will be amazed that some of them.
Let me tell you. Sometimes
honestly, look at Ogunwusi at my airport.
Okay, Tipegu to launch a airport to launch any Peru. That one is not going to fall. It's just going to be like the one in Ekiti State that Ola's cousin also built. It's not. They just. I don't know why they are doing all this.
And Simba. Airport they are only want the commissioner no. Was number.
It's not going to function. It's not going to function.
Is it a dry port or what type of?
Is it? He said he call it. What did he call it? Cargo airport. Is that a cargo for farm produce? I don't know what they are producing that they needed plane to be carried. What is the distance between? What is the distance between Ogun State and Lagos, where you have the seaport?
1 hour. No. To that new seaport is about 35 minutes drive. The Wako airport is there.
I think one of the problems our political leaders used to have is just they want this thing legacy project, whether it works or not. That okay, I'm the one that started this thing.
To also siphon money, okay?
It's just
because this kind of thing is not necessary. You already have the standard gauge line from Lagos passing Abeokuta and the rest to Ibadan. So all those farm produce, they can be brought to that place and taken to Lagos or Ibadan, from Ibadan to the north and to the Lagos, where they have a huge population of Nigeria. So what are we talking about
here? What I want to say is this. It's not rocket science to achieve as a governor. Let me give, for example, this man that everybody was shouting about, Aregbesola. Aregbesola was the one that actually made Osun State to look like a state, especially Osogbo. He made Osogbo to look like a state capital. In Osogbo before, Osogbo it was just like Ado-Ekiti. That if you park a car, you need another one. The road are so narrow that you park a car, the one that is coming opposite has to wait for the other one coming from the other side to be able to go. But if you go there now, go and see public schools in Osun, go and see all the projects that Aregbesola. I don't think there's any governor that can achieve. And most of the money he borrowed, they have already liquidated all the money by last year. And that was why this one is now able to. But I don't even know what my governor is doing now. I cannot say. Maybe I just can't.
Shebi, you are from Osun. If Kolata is here, I would have lambasted both of you together because you guys like dancing. The guy dancing. Akilo share, like what kind of politics are you guys playing there? You let that kind of non-entity. At the end of the day, he put all his family there.
What I can say about this, let me tell you this. Sometimes when we blame the leaders, it's like even the followers, they don't even know what they wanted.
I'm blaming the followers, God said. I'm not even blaming the leaders.
Do you understand? Even Nigerians, do we really know what we wanted from our government? That's it. Because let me tell you, my brother he works for Julius Berger. They had the project in the Niger Delta, and he's a civil engineer, and they were laying pipe through those coastal area. Now he was the one in charge of this having discussion with the communities along that pipeline to ask them, okay, we want to lay pipeline along your community. What do you want us to do for you as like a community project? My brother was telling me that there is none of the community, none of them that requested for something that can move their community forward. Like, okay, we want a hospital or we want a school. All of them, what they are asking for, some are asking for cash, that they should give them money. Some are asking for town hall. Things that are ridiculous. You understand? So, and then these same people will be the one that will now come on the air. Sometimes you see some people representing them and say, hey, we don't have hospital. When you have the opportunity, what do you do with it? They will give you, they will say, okay, we have this 1.5 million for your community. Can we use this 1.5 million to sink a borehole so that the whole community will benefit from the borehole? That borehole can last for years. They will say they would rather share that 1.5 million, maybe at 30,000 or 5,000 naira per household.
No. Let me even add to what Simba said. I want to call IV pump lofun. Oh, the class IV pump here. They sold it to private hospitals.
Imagine.
So people, I'm telling you.
You're talking about infusion pump. You are talking about infusion pump.
Yes.
Yeah. When my mother was ill, we took her to UCH. May her soul rest in perfect peace. That's why I've not come to the show for some time now, because she just passed away. And
hey, sorry.
And from the hospital, when we do they said all the tests, we have to take all our tests, urine, blood, and the rest. We have to take it to private, diagnosis center outside of UCH. Who are the owner of the diagnosis center? They are all doctors or people in that place. So, and they have all the machines, because I saw a lot of machine in UCH that this ultrascan machine, they have everything, but it's not usable. I had to, why are you not using it? They won't answer you. Because they deliberately not make it usable, because so that they can send you out to all those private diagnosis centers to go and do it there. So we kill ourselves too much in Nigeria, especially the followership.
But let me ask Simba on a more serious note. But why would you vote for a dancing senator? Let's be honest. I'm being serious right now.
Hey, no, let me tell you, Babati. Let me tell you this. That time, there's a little that I can say, because I still have some of my blood that are in the government. No, not as a political, but as a top ranking civil servant there. I know all these things. So there's a little that I can. But what I want to say is this: I asked one of my younger brothers that still work with the government there, that what was the rationale for supporting this person. What they were telling me is that they were, especially when they voted against, because the only offense is the lack of payment of the civil servant. That's money that Beshola holds civil servant. The civil servant in Osun State hold a lot of grudges. Then another thing that he did, that when he was actually doing all this capital project in Osogbo, especially the Osogbo metropolis, he demolished a lot of houses. And most of these things, all these things that we talk about now, most of this, he said, okay, if you have a document, if you have a verified document for your property, that they are ready to compensate. But how many people have this thing? Because all these houses, the people are building, people don't care. You get it's only in Nigeria that people will get an approval for let's say a bungalow, and then after getting the approval, they will now go and be putting shops in front of the house. All those shops that you see that they are building is not part of the approval. Though. They will even
after you have already elected this guy, have they been? What is their mindset now? Are they happy with him? Because
they will still say they're happy. You understand? You know, people, it's very difficult for people to accept whether mistake or whatever they have made.
For the last 2
they will
years,
still want to rationalize it.
Nothing is being done. Nothing is being done in that place. It just still remains the backward state. In fact, maybe the last in the whole of the federation. Also, people are known to be well educated, but sometimes I can call them educated illiterate because I don't.
The only thing I can say, let me tell you, the only thing I can say about the Osun people is that if they, by the time they realize it, they don't mind voting another person in the next election. That's one thing I can vouch for them. They don't.
You know, I did you.
Not too much. Not too much. They don't really care about religion. Okay, because look at this one now. Which Esin are you talking about? He is claiming to be a Muslim. The other guy, Oyetola, was also a Muslim. So there's nothing like a religion in this case.
I think because you guys also have too many people in the civil service.
Somebody can.
No, we Osun actually inherited a overbloated civil service from old Oyo State.
What they said they can write petition. Those people.
I'm sorry to say.
Because that time when Osun State was created, about 70% of the civil servants in Osun or in Oyo were actually of Osun origin. So,
Simba, let's be honest. Yes? I'm telling you, it's not it. It's no. More be command to be serious laying, go serious era. Whether you
that state can never develop. It's just another wasted years, okay? It's another wasted years. Even though they are not even harnessing their potential very well.
So sorry, Ola, are you there? Okay, Ola is there. I wanted to ask Ola about that thing that we were talking about earlier about that thing that woman posted that Nigeria's has the second cost of living. Yes, that people are trying to say no, it's not true. It's not true.
It's true now. Cost of living is different from standard of living.
That's misinformation, though.
Okay.
Because see, if you are looking at Nigeria from dollarized angle, you understand, it's a different view, right? So the thing is, things may go for 1 naira. Can you afford it? That's another thing entirely. So I will look at this relative to the economy of that country. So
you mean that the people that did the comparison, it was wrong? There's no basis for comparison at all.
Okay.
Is that what you are saying?
Okay, let me just be fair. It depends.
So we want to isolate the Nigeria from the global community.
Of course, yes, you can.
But the comparison they based on country to country. It's not about within Nigeria. If you want to compare the standard of living of Nigeria, it's even from comparing Nigeria with other countries.
No, see, there are elements of truth in what they are saying. You understand? There are elements of truth, but I don't know, because if you are comparing that thing within the Nigerian economy, where I disagree is where people started talking about like Thomas that say he spent 70,000. That's where I started disagreeing.
No, forget about Thomas. He was just flexing now. He was flexing now.
So within the thing, this is how you look at it. despite the way they say people are shouting, right? People are still eating. I'm just being careful not to be insensitive. People are still eating, they still find their way, they still drive, even with how expensive gas is, all those stuff. People still drive. The thing is this: if someone is selling plantain, if your exchange rate and cost of this thing is high, if you are selling plantain 10 naira, you use what you have to get what you want. Then you too, you raise the price of your plantain to 100 to $100, 100 naira. That is exactly how the economy is running. Where people are saying, "Oh, gas, oh, no, it doesn't work that way. You only buy by marking up for what you buy. It's only what you mark up to say. You can't buy things now for 1,000 and say you want to sell it for 200. So it is normal that, okay, when one egg was 5 naira, for example, if it goes to 50, everybody will raise his own market value or whatever he's selling to that to meet up with that inflation. So when they talk that, I don't have other inputs to it. They may be looking at it, okay, when these people buy food, they don't pay tax, they don't pay all those. So there will be some other factors. That's why I say it depends. When you look at the criteria they use, they may be correct. But if you are comparing with dollars,
You know, Ola, what? Okay, why do you? Because of the cost of living in Nigeria, that's why even Nigerians prefer to go and work abroad. Because you know that if they earn that little money in abroad, by the time they come to Nigeria, they can live like a king. You understand? And that is why I mentioned during my own submission that time that the so-called people in diaspora that they believe that they won't feed the Nigerians.
No.
How much are they?
That's what I don't want you to look at, Simba. If you are looking at dollars to Nigerian currency, it's a very wrong comparison.
No, I'm not looking at the dollar. What I'm saying is this. Let me tell you.
No,
you know that even when we are talking about the diaspora money that people are shouting about, that okay, diaspora money that is sustaining Nigeria economy. Are you aware that most of this money, these dollars, does not even get to Nigeria?
Where do they go to?
Most of people are sending this money through a second tier platforms that they will credit, they will get at a black market rate. They have applications. The dollars doesn't get to Nigeria. They will just credit their money in naira. Most people don't pay directly to Nigerian banks.
No, it depends. No, you don't have to pay to Nigeria bank before. I understand what you are trying to talk there. The question now is this: you want to send naira to Nigeria. Who is going to collect the dollar from you? Probably in Nigeria, right?
But the money will not get to them. It's just that people that are taking the money, whatever how they are doing it, the money doesn't get to Nigeria economy in dollars. That's what I'm telling you.
I said I got your point. I got your point. But the question now is this: that money is going home, it's not buying dollars. That is the difference, right?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Now, let's even forget about the exchange rate now. Let's forget about exchange rate. Let's talk about what the money Nigerians in diaspora are sending to Nigeria. Whatever they are sending back home, it helps with the purchasing power of the local people. The purchasing power is why you are there to produce services. What if you produce your services and nobody is buying? Okay, a Nigerian that is building at home, that is converting dollar to naira, is sending money to bricklayer that, okay, probably the bricklayer will have nothing to do, but now money is coming down to get the bricklayer employed to work in Nigeria. So that's the way I want you to look at it. Let's forget even about the dollar side of it. If the budget of Nigeria is 30 billion, that's the spending within that, and some people will just shove the money somewhere. But now you now see Nigerians now that are now sending 20 billion to Nigeria again. What's that telling you? That 20 billion will eventually land in the hand of the people in Nigeria for them to spend. Some will spend the money on school fees, some will spend on some other things. So it keeps the economy growing. So that's the way you look at it. Okay?
I agree with you. But back to the discussion about the cost. Me, I still believe that
No,
the cost of living in Nigeria is still cheap. It might not be relative to other country. To Nigerians, yes, it might be difficult because it's very difficult to get the money. But compared to other country, Nigeria is still very cheap to live.
I don't even know how to explain this thing. Cheap to live does not mean quality sometimes. That's why I say it's difficult to compare. You understand? Cheap to live is not.
We are not talking about, there are two different things. Where cost of living is well from standard of living.
I live in Nigeria when things was good under OBJ. You understand? I live in Nigeria, so I understand what exactly I'm talking about. It looks like I'm still saying that a local economist, if you use all the local indices to do it, affordability, minimum wage, everything. So you have to benchmark with your local. Don't benchmark with foreign. It's even it's not
okay.
Even
Ola, let's just do it like this. Let's say I just travel. I stay in Lagos and I just want to go to Cotonou. You understand? I will use the money that I earn in Nigeria to go and steal that same money that I'm going to use to buy things in Cotonou. Let's say I want to buy a crate of egg in Cotonou and I know how much I buy it in Nigeria. I will use that my naira to exchange for CFA. I will still look at it in terms of that naira, not in CFA. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if I'm now buying egg for 3,000 naira a crate, then I now get to Cotonou and I have to exchange for, let's say, 5,000 naira equivalent CFA to buy the same egg. What do you think I will say?
That's not the way to calculate this thing. You don't use a mono product.
I'm not. I just use that one as an example. It's not. I just use. There are so many things, so many goods, so many. There are so many things that you can use.
Can I interject on this matter, please?
Okay.
You see, I believe things are more, because what they say, things are more cheaper in Nigeria than abroad. Honestly, food. Because you see, in London here, there's this Big Mac we buy for our children, £1.99. You understand? Those burger and some chips and others, and we buy it for £1.99. Now it's £3.99. If you have £5, you cannot eat in London. You can't eat with £5 now. But if you convert that money to Nigerian naira, you will eat and eat and eat and eat.
That is the mistake we are making. You are still doing conversion. I say that's not the way to do it. Okay, look at it this way.
No, that's the way. Because
no. Wait now. That's not the way. You don't do foreign exchange to compare your local economy. It's not everybody that have access to. Is your earning capacity versus your local products. Whatever you can obtain in your country. Now look at it this way now. Yeah. How much, for example, will a room apartment go for in Calgary where I live, for example? Probably it depends on what part. I would say average of $1,400 to $1,500, $5,500.
Right?
Yeah. But the question is this: in this same city that I live, some people are making like 120K a year. They are making like 150K a year. So because if you want to do it by dollar conversion, you know what $100,000 alone means in Nigerian currency. So if you want to be doing it that way. But now, minimum wage in my province is about $16. I don't even know, but I think it's $16 or 17.
You know, this time around we are talking about feeding. Feeding. It's not
I'm
by
talking of feeding. So you buy your food relative to your earning capacity within your country. You understand?
So
Relative to your capacity.
yeah. So you believe Nigeria don't eat what they want now?
What's the definition of eat what they want?
Okay, let me tell you. Nigeria eats anything. You see, when the time you're talking that Nigeria is good, people still complain about food as well during the Obasanjo period. When we are growing up, all the food that we buy is bread and beans. You understand? But bread ni èèyàn dẹ̀ máa wà okay. But me paying on like things that are very expensive now doesn't mean that people still buy it. Because the way we look at people in Nigeria is because you people are in overseas, you're thinking for them. But they are more better than
you are in London. You are saying you people.
But they are better than us. They live better than us in London here. They live better than us.
No. See, Ghani, it's not like that. It's not like that because we can use a lot of. Okay, let me give you an example now.
Yeah.
Someone that is working in Timothy here, you can afford a car.
Yeah.
You are working in Timothy. As a matter of fact, you just need as little as $1,000 here. Let me not exaggerate. Let me just say a good car. Maybe you need like $2,000 here to buy a car.
Okay.
Of course, the type of car you will buy in Nigeria will tell you, say, oh, they don't use a car of 30 years. Now, like they use car of 40 years CSF.
Exactly.
So you probably buy a car for $1,000. How many people working in coffee shop in Nigeria can afford that? You want to go by that standard? How many?
Yeah, I don't.
Now, I told you that where I live, on average, a good one-room apartment, you need between 1,200 and 1,500. You understand?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
How many people?
Ola, sorry to interject. You just mentioned about how many Nigerians can afford $2,000 to buy a car. Is that what you are trying to say before?
Yeah, $2,000 to buy a car. Yeah, people know how many Nigerians working in coffee shop.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee shop,
like
Starbucks, like Timothy, like Baby Foods restaurant, like a McDonald's. How many of them working there can afford a car?
Of course, but you must also put into perspective that some of these things you are talking about, buying a car in abroad, if you have a job, you can have access to car financing.
No. I'm even talking of used car.
You mean
I'm talking of used car. Nobody's going to finance car of 2,000 for you. Let me tell you for that for sure.
No. What I'm trying to say is that you cannot equate that one because you said we should not dollarize it. The people working coffee shop in those countries are getting dollars or pounds or euros.
But they say cost of living in Nigeria is cheaper than others. I'm just telling you.
I think the reason why they say it's cheaper than others is that when you look at it averagely, how much do you pay for rent for one room in Nigeria? One room, how much do you pay?
Don't compare it to dollar relative to your income. Relative to your income. Okay, look at what I'm saying now.
The problem in
look at what I'm saying. Someone earning 100,000 a month.
Yes.
Let's say 12,000, 1.2 million a year. We still build house in Nigeria, right?
Yes, of course.
Good. Now, maybe by the time the person will finish his house, maybe the person must have spent like say, let's say because things are expensive now, let's say must have spent like say 12 million just for me to do conversion.
Yes, maybe split of how many years?
So that maybe a period of 10 years, thereabout, right?
Mm-hmm. But remember,
assuming that it's not even, assuming it's not eating.
Before you
No,
continue,
assuming the person is not eating.
I get this one.
Wait now,
let me put this and then you continue.
That's about $10,000,
let
right?
me put this and then you continue. Just 1 second. Remember, most Nigerians, an average Nigerian or maybe lower income, when they start building a house, once they roof it, they move it. That means they don't pay any rent anymore. They are not waiting till they finish the house. It's just roof, get two rooms and 1 living room, we move in. So rent is totally abolished for the rest of the time they are going to finish their house. So continue, sir.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at that thing. Let's say that person will use $10,000 to build his own house, right? Now, assuming it's not eating from that 1.2 million that is earning for that 10 years, right? That is when they can build that house, right? Now, ordinarily, you want to say that, okay, maybe just manage small house, say that it's not that good. You would maybe you still pay close to like say 250. I'm talking a room of a room apartment too. I'm not talking of 2-bedroom, because when you start talking of 2-bedroom, all those things, you'll be start talking about 500, 600,000. Now, the thing I hear is this: if the person that's earning 1.2 million, probably someone that is equivalent to that is level A, will be earning around 80,000, 90,000 a year, even 200,000. And is going to pay for mortgage, and is buying house of like 300,000. Assuming it's a single person. If it's a family, let's say he's buying house of 500,000. Assuming you want to pay for the same, just like I say, assuming that that person, there is not someone earning 1.2 million in Nigeria is not collecting tax, and it's not eating, it's not doing anything purely. So someone that is buying, okay, let me even not put it at a single house now. Someone that is buying house for, let's say 500,000, that is earning 80,000 in a year. How long will it take to pay the money without tax, without all those stories? You understand?
How long? Answer the question. How long?
No, just divide 500,000 by 80,000 now.
So you say so he's not paying tax on that.
That is, I'm applying the same metric for Nigeria now. I'm applying the same metric for Nigeria. Yeah.
Ola, can you hear me?
I can hear
you. The person that they don't bring that person in. We don't know who is the person now.
No, one man said maybe if we go to the background, maybe we can bring the person. We don't know the person, so I'm not going to take that risk.
Yeah, don't bring him. But one man said somebody came earlier on insulting people in the comment section in private. We are being attacked, you know that, yeah. So I don't know.
I saw the chat now. I say one man
Passat or use live sometimes, but I'm not sure this is Passat. If you are Passat in the background, Passat show your face, then I can bring you in. Yeah, go on.
So the thing is this: I'm saying, okay, now, Simba, you know okay, what category of people can earn 1.2 million in Nigeria a year, for example? At least the person must have reached level 10, right? Or more. Simba, sorry.
Let's say yes, I agree. Yes, level 10.
And similar person here, we earn more than that too, but I just put a person at, let's say, 80,000. Because similar person can easily reach like 100K. But it might be a while to go. So let's assume the two of them are not paying tax. And I'm saying that maybe you want to build the two-bedroom apartment. You are not spending anything. A good house, so that will be fine. The person will spend like say 12 million. That's like a 10-year salary, right? That's like a 10-year salary. assuming it's not paying tax, it's not spending anything. And if the other guy here is earning like 80K, assuming the person is not paying tax, it's not paying anything. You understand? So the person is likely to pay off his mortgage. It's likely to get this thing in 6 years. So you see how you see what that's why it's so difficult to just use those metrics to measure anyhow. So the thing is this now. Look at 500,000, compare 500,000 to 12 million. You understand? So making that direct comparison is not the right thing. So what we want to say now is this. What's the cost of that thing that you are making in Nigeria that you say the shape? You can buy maybe one egg for, let's say, even 50 naira. What does it take you to make that 50 naira? And what does it take you? Okay, I bought a crate of brown egg here now for $11, for example.
How many pieces?
30 pieces.
That one can buy like almost how many crates in Nigeria?
So you know the reason you don't compare now, because number one, this place is so structured in such a way that the person that will be in the shop that will sell that egg to you will be earning minimum wage, which is around $17 per hour. And the person will be there for like 8 hours a day, and you pay. And you will run gas. You will do a lot of things. You will pay tax. You will do everything.
So everything is structured for the thing to at least everybody will live like a certain kind of a minimum standard.
Yes, sir. I think Constable Constable if the employer as Constable, if I'm not getting it wrong, because we used to see the salary of all those people here, especially those people work in the government. You will see their salary. They know they have their salary. You go to their website.
Give me 1 sec. Mr. Trial, I can't bring you in. Your system is not connected. Maybe go out and come back in. Yeah, go on.
So a constable here now in Calgary, I think it will earn like about 80,000 plus allowances per annum, but I'm not sure. I have to look it up again on their website. So you have to look at what the minimum wage in the police here. The minimum without other allowances.
Okay, Ola, in as much as that, I understand the way you are trying to analyze it. But if you are given the opportunity to do this thing, because they are not doing it within the country, they are comparing country to country. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they have to use certain metrics to do it. They can't just look Nigerian metrics to have the individual metrics to do this. So maybe what they are looking at is the cost itself. Like, okay, if you want, and they have to use a standardized formula for everybody. So I don't think there is an argument about this thing. We can say, okay, yes, the cost of living in Nigeria compared to other countries is low, but Nigerians cannot actually afford this. An outsider that is coming to Nigeria, we spend like a crazy man when he gets to Nigeria, because we cannot imagine the little money that we bring into the country, how much we can buy from that little money. Do you understand my argument now, Ola?
I got your point. See, sometimes
because let me tell you, here now, as I'm in Saudi Arabia now, what I pay for my rent monthly is what the same is even more than what you can use to rent a 5-bedroom bungalow in Ilorin for a whole year. But I agree with you that what is their affordability, and what people earn in Nigeria, they will still see that one as being high. Do you understand what I'm saying? But for people that are doing this analysis, we don't know where they are based, and they are not doing it based on Tokyo within Nigeria. They are comparing Nigeria with other countries. So I don't know that whether they can use another measure to now analyze it before we now say no, what they are saying is not true.
You see, one thing is this: all those comparisons, there's no way you can do it. You can never get it.
You know, one thing I don't like us doing. Whenever we see anything that is good about our country, we'll be critical about it and discard it and say no, it's not real.
No, Simba.
No, I know you will not do that. Let me tell you, for example, yesterday we were talking about the salary of police, and we are saying they said the constable or whatever earns 50,000. Let me tell you, all you have worked in Nigeria. If they give you a job in Nigeria, you got an appointment, a job offer. What they will state in that your this thing is your how will I put it? Your wages alone. They don't put in allowances to it. So if you hear that you'll be earning, let's say 700,000 naira per annum, that does not mean that that 700,000 naira is your take-home pay.
I know.
You understand? Because they will not have all your allowances, maybe your transport allowance, your whatever allowance, they will not have it. And in some jobs,
whereas if they tell you that you earn 100,000 here, you can't go with that 100,000. You are likely to go with around 60,000.
Exactly. So in Nigeria, yes.
Let me say this. Yeah, the average rent here is standard house. We talk about 1,500, 1,005. Nigeria. Yeah, Nigeria ti budget. See what do you know the dollar now?
A standard house here, if you are not paying for mortgage, be preparing for let's say family of let's say 4. Okay,
maybe 3 bedroom. 3 bedroom or 2 bedroom.
Yeah, at the current price, you'll be preparing for around $3,000 in my city.
Wow.
$3,000 monthly.
Really?
Canadian dollars, so not
Canadian dollar. Yes, I know. Yes.
So multiply.
Canadian dollar is more than Australian dollar now. It's more than Australian dollar.
So multiply it like by around $1,015.
Ola, I just checked the exchange now to Australian dollar.
$1,100. Sorry.
I just checked the exchange now. Ask me how much.
How much?
955. Wow. Australian
that's
dollar
the official.
Okay.
No, that's black market.
That's official.
No. Exchange. Like if I want to send money to Nigeria now, that's what I'm getting.
No. That you are doing black market. It's not up to that in official. Yes, that's black market.
Oh, wow.
Because even US dollar is not up to that officially. Yesterday, I don't know what is happening. Ola, let me tell you this. Yesterday I was discussing with one of my Egyptian guy here. He was asking me about the exchange rate in Nigeria. In Egypt now, before they don't even used to have parallel market. They have parallel markets now. If you now ask me the difference between the two, officially Egyptian pounds to a dollar is about 30 now. But in the parallel market is about 75. Can you imagine that? In Egypt.
Can you say that again?
30 pounds. 30 Egyptian pounds to a dollar in the bank officially. But in their parallel market, 75.
Look at the margin.
That's the problem now. That's the problem. Is well, Egypt is they don't destroy Egypt too now. So Egypt no longer.
No, but that's why I came here one day and he was praising. He said that Egypt is on the tangential, is on this. They are marching forward. They are, let me tell you, as much as we believe that we are not doing well in our country, we cannot now be using certain things that are not true to justify whatever narration or narrative that we want to paint. You understand?
Nigerians are doing well in some certain aspects, but some certain aspects is where the problem are.
let me tell you, Ola, 2011, when I was in India, I used to exchange 12 Indian rupee to a dollar. Do you know how much it is now? 105.
No, generally we have inflation and things are not post-COVID. Things have not been the same. But you know the problem we have in Nigeria is more of
Ola, the problem we are not people are not knowing is because we in the diaspora. My wife told me before he went to market to get grocery every 2 weeks. Before he spent like $300, $350. What he's spending now, it's now doubled. But because we see money here to buy those things, that is why we are
People
not
don't care. We are not critical. Yes.
We are not, no. Because the money is there, you have the money.
Thomas, let me tell you, you don't bother because you still believe that you are living a better life there because you are comparing yourself with your colleagues at home. You understand? The people that have been living, that are indigent of that country, you still see them complaining about those things. You will not, you understand? They will complain.
Simba, how do you know?
They will complain, but you are still looking at it as if they are still they are the one year because of where you are coming from.
Yeah, Simba, they had maybe $2 be 1 cent to formula of baby food. The next day in Australia, people took to the street. I just imagine how much is $1. I don't even think about it. If I'm nursing baby, if I have baby that time, I don't even care. Even when I go to grocery, we see this Oyibo, they will be checking the price of things before they pick them. Me, I don't care. I pick the things I want.
The same thing I used to do, Thomas. Whenever I go to supermarket to buy grocery, I will just buy and pay. I don't even know if they ask me what is the price of what I bought. I don't know I don't know. You understand? But when we start
Simba,
later on,
you will see this Oyibo in the thing. They will check the price.
They will look for the cheapest one. It's like that now. My specialist is a Sudanese. She told me that 5 years ago when she came to Saudi Arabia, that with 1,000 Saudi riyal, that she can feed her whole family, pay all her expenses, electricity bill, transportation, and everything. Now she told me that she's struggling to manage 10,000.
Wow.
That she's struggling to manage 10,000.
Wow.
Things are generally expensive because Canada is going through some kind of housing crisis now because there are a lot of homeless people because the greed of people over admitting students for the purpose of getting the.
In fact, you know what you are talking about now. You know it affected my daughter. My daughter got an admission there, and then they refused to. Because she got it maybe 2 days before the announcement. So I paid on the 22nd for the $1,000 acceptance fee. You know, up to now they didn't give her a letter of acceptance. Maybe because of that announcement. I don't know what they are doing about it now.
I think
so you can say, Simba, I'm lucky now. Do you know what my high see for the last 6 months? Because my daughter also went to UK. Do you know how much I paid? Oh my God. It's not easy. I still have to continue to send money to her for her upkeep from here. It's a lot of money.
How much you pay? How much you pay? Your UK university is not as expensive as American university now.
But I pay close to 15.
15 pounds.
15K.
15,000 pounds.
Yeah, 15,000 pounds. What do you mean? It's not easy now.
15,000 pounds is more expensive than the one in US now. What are you talking about? You won't pay for undergraduate.
How much is tuition fee?
It's not undergraduate, it's postgraduate. Yeah.
Like the one my daughter got is 23K Canadian dollar.
Remy, your daughter is going for postgraduate for 15,000 pounds.
Yes.
That's very cheap.
Master degree.
How many years?
2 years.
No, not up to 2 years. I think it's 1 year plus. Okay.
1 year plus.
Yeah. No, 1 year program in total is one for 1 year.
Okay. In Canada, if you are fortunate to get that one for around 25,000, you are lucky.
Wow.
So that is why I did JJD that place. Okay.
If you want to do Masters of Computer Science with a Georgia Tech, you'll be paying close to 50,000 USD.
But because our program is related to healthcare, okay? So
I just use Georgia Tech because it's where I know.
No, sure. The university she was admitted is one of the top. It's in the central London. So Georgia Tech too is among the first 80 globally. If you want to rate it.
But Remy, why are you guys doing like
so?
This?
Where you are not talking of you paying.
Remy, why don't you send that to Nigeria? You pay less.
The point is that
I'm just joking, though. I'm just joking.
I know. I can let her remain probably in UI or Ife to do a matter. But I will
send your money to Nigeria. Don't back send dangerous.
It's okay, that one is over. So Simba, welcome to the club. I know you have the money, so no wala.
It's not the money that is my issue, it's the change in the whatever they do now. I think that's why they are not issuing out the letter of acceptance. Maybe
it's just because of accommodation. You know what the government is saying is this, because some universities are greedy. Now, the real top universities here, they don't over admit. If they want to admit, if their capacity is 10 people, they won't admit more than 10 people. But some other institutions, they are behaving like some hungry, some kind of hungry carnivore. They are over admitting without preparing. Okay, you want to attend University of Toronto, you will get everything you need, maybe accommodation. You want to on campus.
Ola Simba, everybody, we are not grateful to God, though. Why do I say we are not grateful to God? Can you imagine UI still paying 40,000 for tuition? Ajale Koko will come here now, tell us everything should be free.
But Tinubu also want to make it easier for them.
Thomas, you are still joking with that comparison.
Can you, all this money you guys are calling for, can you change it to Nigeria money? This is very expensive money. Expensive money.
Thomas, okay. Let me assume you earn like 120K a year. In
110, 120.
Now multiply that one, change that one to the Nigeria currency.
That's a lot of money.
Do you think you can earn that one if you work in Nigeria now, even as a GM?
No, unless you are stealing.
Yeah. So why do you want to compare? That's why you don't compare. You don't use a foreign exchange to price your local market. You understand?
Okay. Yes, you are somewhat right. Yeah.
Some of us went for MBA that the tuition alone were over 80K. You understand?
80,000.
Ola. That money that is earning there. He can if he earns 1/5 of it in Nigeria, he can still live that same standard of life that he's living.
Yes, comfortable life. I'm living here.
Listen, so you 80K, you're like cut down your lakule, so you should allow him.
Student loan.
Àwọn olówó Canada nìyẹn. Bájà ti wá US bí àwọn àyà Canada. Kí mi náà wá gbádùn owó yẹn díẹ̀. Kájọ gbádùn yẹn díẹ̀.
Èmi kan máa lọ Canada online.
Now, tó bá fẹ́ lọ ṣe average master's degree tó jẹ́ STEM ní United States. Mo wo accommodation, mo tuition fee. Tó bá bá less than 60,000 to 65,000 jáde, mo wà prudent.
Wow.
Ẹjọ kí là ń kànà tó wá lè tó báyìí.
Now, Babati, look at it this way. If you attended University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, or Georgia Tech, or U Texas, the one at Austin now, you know those one that are top school computer science, for example, they are still top 10 program. Now, if you get job with Facebook, if you get job with Amazon,
you are going far.
I'm giving an example. You know, some of them can even pay you, like some of them that say, okay, we pay you 260,000, then we give you sign. They give us sign off for like say another 30,000. Then they can even give you part of the stock. So you will see why some people want to go to MIT, UPenn, Columbia, and all those things by fire by force.
And somebody.
So what you are saying is an investment, because you are attending those schools to pay that big school fees because of your target. That okay, you know that you are if you get that certificate, it's going to fetch you work in the way.
And somebody will spend peanuts to study medicine in Nigeria and be complaining that they spend.
The government, the Nigeria did not do anything for him.
No, now affordability. Now look at
No, Ola, forget about affordability. Now, no matter how you want to paint it now, how can you be paying 40,000 per session? And no matter how you want to paint this one, it doesn't
I
correlate.
can't say 40,000 per session. I say 40-something thousand per program.
No, I'm talking about Nigeria, the one that Thomas is talking about, Nigeria.
Simba, you see them online now on Damage Show. I studied medicine in Nigeria and I'm in America. Nigeria is Batman. Look at it. We were you. No student loan. You want to be new whatever for cheap.
My own elder sister, her husband is a surgeon, studied medicine in UI. He told me everything he spent for 7 years is under 400,000.
But that means is a young chap. Because let me tell you, I can tell you my own.
Usman Agoro say, look, some people are spending 150K on MBA, so don't be surprised. You know, MBA
forget about those ones that you are talking about. Let us talk about our own country. My own school in Nigeria, when I was in medical school in Nigeria, my first 3 years I paid 33 naira as school fees. 33 naira. That was what I.
Simba, probably Simba is talking of 1987, 1982, and
say 1963 Abi 62.
No, Ola knows I'm not lying now. He's aware of it now.
No, I say that. So that would be the range of that time you went. But the question is this: how much was it?
Now when I finished my pre-clinicals, and now for clinicals, I did not even pay anything because our own program different from the regular student. When I finished and I was not trying to collect my result, that they now said, okay, I have to do clearance. Then they now said, okay, this is how much I was owing. You understand? You know how much I was owing after 3 years? They said I was owing 1,500 naira.
But wait now. Okay. Now, let me tell you something. As as of
Very ridiculous.
As of 1995-1996, a teacher, a French teacher, level 8. Let me remember. I think there were is it 1,000 or 2,005 something graduates, 2,000 or 1,005 something as far back as 96, 95 or 96 or thereabouts. Very poor. So there were any around there 2,000, 1,000, 1,005, 27 or I can't remember. 1,005 something or thereabout or 2,005 something. Now,
Ola, a poor man that time can go to university. All you need to go to university that time, we all know, is to get food. The only thing you need to go to school is to get food.
You know how a person like me survive, despite that both my parents were working as government. This thing, you know how people like us survive. You understand? I said it here before. We used to have at least 2,000 ridges of yam. So it simply means that we planted our yam, we planted our vegetable, we planted our tomato, we planted our pepper, soya bean, corn, all those stuff, right? So food is out of it. But despite that, people like us, we still struggle to have enough money while schooling. So me okay, Shomolo be tiwa babati.
Bàbá àti àwọn ọmọ olówó ti bàbá tí
ó ti ń wọ́nà àti àtàkì bàbá tí ti pẹ́ ọkàn
Thomas, in the 80s.
Pátápátá dìde làwa ti wá o.
Around 82, when my papa wanted to get a car loan, but that car loan didn't come out on time. So the thing cross, yeah. You know, around those days, you'll be getting car loan of around 6,000, right? But no,
that time Ola.
Ìgbà tí Buhari máa fi wọlé tó máa fi di bí 1984. Tó máa fi di bí 1984. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gba gàrí àwẹ̀ àti ẹ̀wà àwìn ahead. So grace irú ayé fi survive. So when I tell you something, you know, I know exactly what I'm talking. So when people are praising Buhari then, so I'm not ashamed to tell you.
Ola is like he just have this bias against Buhari. Mi ò mọ̀ tí Buhari tó gbé ń gbà ẹ̀.
Ola.
Jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀. Economy Nàìjíríà ti ń bàjẹ́ kí Buhari tó dé 1983.
Kí ló wá ṣe sí?
Yìí tí mò ń sọ ni pé because Ọlá ó kàn fẹ́ máa put gbogbo blame as if it's only Buhari that destroyed Nigeria.
Okay, ṣé àwọn èèyàn jápa before that time o? Ṣé àwọn èèyàn jápa nígbà Ṣàgàrí? Ìgbà Buhari náà kọ́ làwọn ẹ̀bẹ̀ sì jápa.
Torí Buhari ló ṣe é sí gbogbo Fúlàní náà.
Àlàyé mi máa kó ti dé o.
Mike torí ọ̀rọ̀ tí Mike gbà mí gan-an. Mike bí a Fúlàní bóyá máa ń defend wọn.
Irọ́ kò defend wọn. Mike is just trying to be objective. You understand? He's just trying to be objective.
It's like
Pastor, I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you this day. I want to commend you for what you did to Pansar and CDB that day. The two of them, in fact, you really did well again.
No, you need to teach those people some lessons sometimes.
No,
about 3 or 4 days ago when one man just left Pansat and
no. There was one that the one we had that even this guy had to come. Damages.
This one is the recent thing about 3 or 4 days ago. I'm just talking about 3 or 4 days ago.
Mike,
when he finished with Pansat. Now, in CBD now came, As if he wanted to defend, Passad.
It's not like that. It's not like that. Nigeria is one
You
that
just you know sometimes you just have to give these people some woto. Yeah, you just you cannot be quiet for long.
Thomas,
Yeah.
sorry, attitude, it has to be collective. So the major pocket here, pocket there, it has to be collective, fully effective. That's the point. If one person is the only person doing
But we have so many like you now. You and Ola, sometimes you form to be nice guys and all this. Me, I'm not nice, so I've been saying it too. I'm not a nice guy.
Simba,
No, Simba.
Simba, ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wo fídíò yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wo fídíò yìí.
We are also reporting that P2B, everybody seeks umbrella under Nigeria. P2B is today telling us that he is also commending the Nigerian army for keeping Nigeria as one. These are the people that will defend him when we come after him. This is the criminal that stole money belonging to Anambra people to go and build a shopping mall in Abuja. P2B. He is now hailing Nigerian army for keeping the country together, the people that killed his own people. When I tell you that P2B was bad, people thought I was okay. Have you now seen it? He's hailing them for killing his own people, keeping Nigeria as one. And these are so-called Igbo people. Igbo men. Maybe his Alhaji boyfriend has told him to do that. People don't know that P2B sleeps with other men. People don't know that. People don't know what we know. Only if you people knew what we know. And now the news in greater detail. President Goodluck Jonathan has sacked all the service chiefs. P2B. This same P2B with his Hausa male lovers. We know him very well. And when the time comes, we told him he will run. When we release the information we have on P2B, P2B will abandon Anambra forever. He will never come back. We will tell him the name of his boyfriend and the hotel where they slept together. He doesn't know that we are Radio Biafra. Everything is documented, everything. We must continue to bring the news and clarity.
Thomas, hold on. I didn't want to.
No, why did you stop me? Let us finish. Let us finish this thing before we comment.
Simba needs to know, please. I beg of you. I beg of you. Because there's a new story circulating on Twitter about his son.
About his son. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
I was like, wait a minute. Is this
it's genetic. It's genetic.
But hang on. We know that Nnamdi Kanu is a crazy guy, but see how he was saying that thing, like which English shall we use? Like the fact. We know his boyfriend. Propaganda sometimes. That's why you can't believe in Nnamdi Kanu because of the propaganda.
No, do you know who you should ask? Obedient, cool. If you want to see live, because they are you bring it up with them.
Oh my Nnamdi Kanu, that guy.
Babati, this popular dish that if you dig the hole for your enemy, just dig it shallow. Because you don't know whether you are the one that you don't know whether you are the one that will fall into it. Look at the people that are now the defendants of Obi now. Even person like Damages. Damages have done a lot of damage on Obi before. He's not the one promoting.
Now. I saw his old videos blasting Obi now.
You understand? You can see, and that is that's what you call like hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy.
You understand?
That is the problem. Yeah.
You see,
the highest order.
You are marketing somebody that is not marketable. And then and that's why sometimes
I laugh at what Prince Daddy wrote to see my tuition fee was not that much. How much did the Simba pay? 33, right? 33. Yeah,
2-3.
Simba is correct now. So where are you surprised? But the earning in Nigeria was terribly low then too.
But you know that time there was no tuition fee. It was like a free. That was why you see that even the poorest of the poorest can go to university. All you need to just get an admission and you go. There is nobody that will say we couldn't go to university then because of money. People, you can still survive. I know some of my friends. They don't even have parents, and they can still do little things. They will during semester break. That's where they will go and do all these agbaro to get money.
I apologize.
Thomas,
I know you are from Oyo State. Kilorisi P2B that visiting your governor with Aisha Buhari and friends.
You know Peter Obi now. You know everything is as dead like donkey now. So he's just trying to find relevance, find.
Oh, where to go, Jerry? Where to go? In fact, let me tell you, if Peter Obi has become, if Peter Obi, in fact, as Yola used to say that we dodge the bullet. Because if Obi is our president, in fact, he will just be dancing to everything that everybody says. He doesn't have a mind of his own. He's not a man, and that's why he's having boyfriends.
Wow, Simba.
So you are already believing the mass.
Why would
guys, guys, before you go on, please. That opinion was just of Simba of another platform. Let's.
Am I the one? They play a video now. What are you saying? They play a video now. It's not the platform that played the video. Am I the one that played the video?
Baba T, promise me ma ti ń gbógun ti àwọn ará bíbá yìí náà sọ yìí. I promise is making some blood. Abẹ sì ń tì pẹ̀lú wọn díẹ̀ o.
But to be honest with you guys, what is this guy talking about?
Ó jọ gàtè kò jọ gàtè. Mama àbí Thomas Yorùbá ni ó jọ gàtè kò jọ gàtè.
Ó fẹsẹ̀ méjì sílẹ̀ ó ń tó tiro.
Ó dìrò.
It's not how to make that proverb.
Forget
about that. Simba. Even Thomas is not getting it right. You only ojo gate ko jo gate. Egun atiro wọlé.
Èyàn atiro jáde. Tani ò ṣàìmọ̀ pé egun atiro tó wọlé lèyàn atiro tó jáde. I know that. Fulani ni Simba be Mike. Fulani.
So, but skinny work out.
Ìgbà tó ń ṣe national mind tó sọ fún wa láàárọ̀ pé ìgbà tó ń fẹsẹ̀ rìn lọ ní desert tó ń gbà tó ń la Amẹ́ríkà.
Simba sórí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ wá.
Ẹ má dọ̀ rational mind. No, Simba, Baba T. Rational mind sì máa sọ orí èèyàn tí rational mind jẹ́ fún wa. So I don't even know who it is. Maybe it's a Yoruba, maybe it's a Fulani, maybe
no. Rational mind is from Ilaje. At least he spoke Ilaje, so I know that he's from Ilaje. Àbí tó bá yẹ kó lọ ní ẹ̀rẹ̀ nìkan ni.
What's up, friend?
Rational mind ló ń gbé desert rí.
No, Baba T, èmi náà máa sọ French dáadáa tẹ́lẹ̀ náà mo máa ti lose French.
Ọlá ní sùúrù. So rational mind maybe. Ó ti ṣe many jobs, ó ti ṣe many things in life. He has experience across board. So let him share those knowledge with you guys instead of trying to.
But that is too much. If you ask him, he has lived in the north, he has lived in the south, he has
this morning when he was talking, he said, one man, I studied government when I was in secondary school. I said, okay, today is government.
And this is rule now. People, guys. Rational mind didn't say, okay, for example, now, I can tell you that I was a conductor before now, but it was a week, right? A week.
Yoruba.
Even Olagola, when he was in degree, man.
No, Mike, Mike, ní sùúrù. Yorùbá ní ní sùúrù. Yorùbá ní a kì í fáìlẹ̀ yẹn lórí. Kò sí bí láti defend rẹ̀. So
that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, it's not. We are not raising question. We are only referring to. We are not abusing him. It was what he said now.
No, Simba. Let me tell you my experience. I saw that day, the conductor didn't come, so I can't follow that Baba. I was living with one Baba then, so I just followed the conductor out. I was trying to do like a mother, all those I go say, back then I saw students, they are just look at law school.
Ola, do you know what you remind me of right now? You remember that movie? So, do you remember that movie? Do you remember that movie? Blow.
Blow. Yeah.
To face conductor at the young gate. When I go over here, that's what you remind me
in
of.
Fact, boss of nothing boom me. In fact, but I was second motion mo fẹ́ sí get ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì. Ìgbà tí ó yà yẹ tún yọ báyìí tó yọ mo ní kò jọ mọ́ mi ò ṣe mo tún dànù ni. Ó dá ìgbà tó bá
Ola, let me tell you, I have a friend that read electrical. He's working with MTN today. This guy sponsored himself right from secondary school till he graduated. This guy, he can drive. He will go and do conductor, as you said. At a time, he even drive downfall in Lagos. Sometimes he will do car washing to sponsor himself. But these days, I don't think there's any kid that would try all those things that people used to do those days to even. And that is the culture in the Western world. People work to sponsor themselves in school.
Simba, hold it. How much in ye? They are smarter. They have access. See, you are looking at those of them that are not there. Okay, let me tell you something. There are some guys, as I speak to you, they are putting their university. The website that people like, we've been before that time, I'm we're doing something. If a person like me now, if I come out to call, I say $1,000, let me finish your website. Those guys will collect 200. In fact, they won't even collect up to 200.
Ola, you're missing the point. Ola, this is the point we're making. Kani right now, Kani, Kosino, no internet. How would those people survive? So that I'm telling you.
No, Baba T. Don't let us look down on them. See,
I'm not looking down. No, I'm not looking down. I'm not looking down on anybody. Obviously, we live in a different era. But what they're saying is, dependency on to survive on other people is at an all-time high. About metrics, I want to be over 30 years old. Even in the West, also double in the last 30 years. Before 18, 19, cool now. That's 132. You're still living with your mom, your dad. It wasn't that way before, and they're still working, but it's still living. Before, when I left home, 17, before I turned 18 to go to college, that was it. That was the way it was. Once you're 18, you're out of the house. That's it. You don't come back.
Me too, guru ko all of that mi ngba tí mo ráyè jáde oko yẹn gan ló tẹ̀lé mi dànù. Mo tún guru báyìí èmi náà wò lẹ́lẹ́lẹ́lẹ́.
But you can see that's what you are saying. That what I'm trying to say is what Bati just elaborated on. You have a lot of dependent children these days. They are not even adults, not even children. Adults.
I know Simba population to increase. It used to be, but what I'm saying now is this: some of these guys, while some people are pure Yahoo boys, some are real web developers and are doing support.
Hey, but you are talking about was everybody doing IT?
I'm just giving examples. No,
why is it that you are just talking about? Let me tell you, we are talking not even look at it. Look at all sectors. Even in sport, the people that are there, they are complaining that even the way the athletes, the footballers, the way they train, the input, the way they don't put in effort. And that's why you see that even now, can you mention star players that we have in the world today? How many of them? Can you even compare the likes of what is it now, Mbappe with the old Zidane, the old Roberto Baggio, the likes of Ronaldo of Brazil and all those things. The way they play. You understand? You'll be watching football now, you'll be sleeping.
Simba, it's your perception. It's your perception.
I beg you.
I want no those days they are ready to break their legs, they are ready to do
exactly that's what I'm saying.
And but you have to consider that sports
science. So we now have biscuit players now. Biscuit players. They will play one game, they will go, they will have a play like okay, you're a Chelsea fan. Chelsea signed how many players? Have they played for the whole season? Lavia, you look at Nkunku, you look at even your countryman Leslie Gochuku and all those guys. They will play one match, they be out for 3 months.
Our clan leagues, our clan leagues, our people, is a medical. See, that thing has something to you are the medical field. The question is this now. Now, I want to put it because people are complaining this. So I won't complain because there are 2 doctors here now.
Even in medicine, the machine is down, the system is down. Diagnose damn thing. What do you think? Use your soap notes.
May God bless you, Baba T. What I used to tell yesterday.
Even now, I hate precepting. I'm telling you, I don't want to present anybody because it's annoying. I'm telling you, we just.
Are you saying like
Baba T? How can somebody be telling me that you need to do a CT test before you can diagnose a pneumonia?
Just. That's my point. Like, what the hell? You
understand? You will be asking them the next thing they will be telling you they don't know how to take history. They don't know even how to do examination. The only thing that they will do is that we have order for this investigation.
About healthcare in critical care. I'm telling you,
that's how it is everywhere. At least I mean computer science or
they come to work, they show up late talking about traffic. Get up early. You are just
you talk to them. The only thing they will be crying, they start crying, whoop up. They will not go and complain against you that you are abusing them.
You are mean.
You are abusing them. You are mean. You are doing this. You are that.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what the job will tell you. You must accommodate their feelings, go through their emotions and see what they're going through. No, you are the provider for the fucking sake. You're the provider. What the fuck?
Can I even me as a youth, I see the same problem. Majority of them are lazy. They don't even want to get a driver's license. They don't want to move out of their parents' house, not because of poverty, but because they are going to have to go and buy food themselves. They have to cook for themselves. They have to clean their own house. They don't want to do all those things. They even bring their own women to their parents' house to sleep with. They are lazy. They don't want to grow up. I'm telling you, don't give them excuse. So me that I'm the same age with them, they don't want to grow up. Majority of them don't want to grow up. They just want to care about their feelings, and they will rather sue the whole company because they like shortcuts. Die. They will rather sue the whole company and destroy the whole company than work. They will find a way. They are so lazy and they don't want to listen. If you tell them the truth, they will become your hater. They will hate you. In fact, they will try and put you in trouble. See, if you are working with them, and you do good work, let me tell you what will happen. You don't do good work around these youths. If you do good work, they will look for a way to make sure that you are out of the company. They will lie against you. They will set you up. They will just do something bad to you, just so that you will not put them to shame, and so that everybody can stay with the lazy standard.
Everybody will be they want everyone to remain the same.
Simba. Do you remember when you had bad weather and even you as a resident or intern, you had to sleep on the bed, on the hospital bed or hospital floor for days, just in the hospital? Recently, the one we had last in our city, they have to get them hotels because they can't sleep in the hospital bed. They have to, it's not comfortable.
Hey, Baba T.
What brought these people?
Baba T, remember?
They want to do the least work, but get paid like a CEO. If not, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, I'm here.
Remember that during Trayvon this trial, Trayvon Martins, when that one girl, that girl they call Rachel Gentel, maybe she was a witness. They told her to read what they wrote. The girl say she can't read in cursive, meaning that she can't read something written in hand. She has to read something typed. When
Man.
where will they grow? You know say they type. The girl say, hey, oh, you say they have to type it with a computer before she can read it. Say she can't read what people write.
Simba, imagine for a resident complaining about working 60 hours a week. A new resident, though. It's too much for me, emotional trauma. Shut up.
Ola, let me tell you, recently, Obi, this our own job, Obi Maker, he has a podcast that he opened in Dubai that is operating now. He now invited, he used to invite those old players I play like Joko, John Terry, and co. They were talking about Mourinho. You know what they are saying now? That what Mourinho did to them when he was coaching them, that if he tried it with this generation of players, that would be in jail. Because of the way he dealt with those guys, and those guys tolerated him, and that was why they were able to perform. Look at just look at the whole world now. Look at the way everything is. In fact, Babati, what you are just saying now, the thing that speeds me up. In fact, this work that we are doing now, let us do it. I don't know the generation that are coming behind. I don't know the kind of care they will render to people. And it's to themselves. It's to themselves.
Okay, Simba. Let me even put this into you. You say Yoruba will say, "Tí ayé bá ń bàjẹ́ ló gbójú àgbà. Ẹ má bú wọn, àìmọ̀wà àwọn wù ni." You see this thing, all these things that we are blaming this generation for, do you know is the fault of the generation before them? Do you know
Yes, I agree with you. We are the cause.
So when we are just saying all these generation, we are actually telling
how
them
are you the cause?
Sorry, what they used to say is that, if you have a generation that works very hard, they will produce a lazy generation. I think this lazy generation that we have produced, their children will be more hardworking because they have nothing to offer to their children. Their children need to struggle on their own, and they'll be more hardworking. I think that's what is going to happen.
Struggling too now.
Simba, let me make
they not struggling? They are struggling. They are just lazy.
Simba,
that's what I'm saying.
Who makes them lazy?
Simba, this is
how can you be lazy when you are struggling?
They even get them classes for yoga, Pilates, and massages, and to talk to somebody, so just to unwind and relax their mind, because that 60 hours is just too long for a first-year resident. The pressure on them is just unbearable, and they have to go to their massages. This is what I have to deal with, Simba.
America, they are so spoiled now.
I'm telling you,
they are not importing. They are importing people to come and work in America now. America is at the mercy of immigrants now, because they are children now. Now these drugs that they are doing are drugs.
It's not only America, but Mike, it's not only America. Where I am is the same thing. Where I am is the same thing.
Mike, do you know? Community mobile, we actually address those issues actually, where you have healthcare providers, mostly in acute care settings.
But Babati, as a medical person, what is going on in the world?
No.
Even here.
No.
Drugs are like
drugs in Australia, no man.
My brothers, drugs are like I don't. Oh my God!
Thomas, they want to legalize. They want to legalize cocaine in Holland, and this is not just speculation. This is something they have already started working on. I'm telling you, I was so surprised. You see, in this whole land,
But
you go to any
sorry,
party.
drugs are Kusento lo drugs to wa okay. They are useless human being. I don't.
But see, Thomas, let me tell you why this generation used to take drugs. You know, everything is about their feelings. So these people, they don't want to ever feel bad, even if it's for 1 second. So they used to use the drugs to make them feel happy. They don't understand that you cannot be happy 24/7.
Sorry. You know all those things that we are saying that our parents did to us, that they are bullying us, they beat us, they you know, those are the things that build us emotionally, and we are strong. You understand? Now, if you get everything on a platter of gold, when you cry, they will say, "Hey, don't cry." If you cry, in fact, they will still beat you and say, "Cry more." But these days, we don't even allow our children to cry. If they want to cry like this, in fact, you will be the one crying for them.
Simba, I was just thinking, what problem in life will come to me? Then the next thing in my life is to take drug. I've never smoked before.
It is because of the way. Let me tell you,
I sip a glass of
Thomas,
beer once in my life.
you have faced a lot of problem in your life. You have been built like that, and you are emotionally strong.
Now.
You understand? Wow. All these people, they've never suffered in their life. Any little thing like this, the next thing is, they're emotionally down, no, they are dying, no, this.
A 10-year-old girl is having depression, yeah.
Depression.
10 years old, 14 years old, 13 years old, depression. What are you thinking?
She does not have bills to pay. If she has bill to pay, she will manage depression. Depression from what? She landlord throw you out there. That's now. Anytime I hear somebody say, "Oh, I have depression," I say, "You don't have bills to pay. You don't have with all these bills, with inflation, you're having depression. You are enjoying. You are really enjoying." And
no, my brother, I am a busy, craziest person. Even I told my wife one day, I said, "Can God give me maybe 30 hours and give others 24 hours?" Because even 24 hours a day is not enough for me. I have business, I work, I'm a crazy busy person. So where is the depression going to come from? I don't get it. All these people who are having depression, they don't have work. They sit down at home. They're waiting for government to give them money. I said, that's why you are having depression. Now I'm working tomorrow. I'm thinking how to strategize.
Thomas, you are all this one that you say you work extra hours and all those things is because of your upbringing. So people cannot do half of what you are doing. They will break down. They must break down. Because they are not made like that. You understand? Let me tell you here. I've never complained once that the work is too much, because it's even lower to what I used to do when I was in Nigeria. Compare. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then what do I do with my time if I don't work? You understand? But you see them crying. They are dying. No, they want to kill them. Oh. You see some of them crying. You see doctors crying, re-cry. You understand? And it's not only in medicine. We are talking about medicine because that is our own line. Solly is talking about his own experience. Some other people will say we talk about any form of sectors these days. That is where we are. So I don't understand though. And that's why people have to take to drug, to take to so many things to sustain them. Do I need to take drug before I can work? Some people cannot even work without taking drug. They can't do any simple thing. It's not like all this hard labor job. Even ordinary singing, they cannot go to a podium to sing without being high. I don't know. It's to me, this is not the best time to be in this world. Believe me. Maybe because of we are in a transition of generation we have the old experience and we are experiencing this new one. That's why we are finding it difficult to adjust. Maybe we are the one that even have a problem. I don't know.
To find professional help now, you have to spend so much money these days, because if you are getting what everybody is getting, I say the doctors here, they will sit down with you. The two of you will be Googling your problem. I cannot believe it. and if they don't find your problem on Google, you and the doctor will be looking at each other's eyes and nothing will happen. They will tell you they don't know what is
Okay,
wrong.
let me, you know, Solly, when we were in school.
See,
Ola,
You know,
here, let me tell you
Google the
here.
answers
Let
now.
me tell you here. Let me tell you here, Ola, what is happening. Let me tell you here. The students, the lecturers now here, they feared students more because they now say that it's the student that will be assessing the lecturers. So now, if a student fails your course, he can write petition against you. Okay, so why will you not produce a better this thing?
Rate my professor. Bí mo ṣe lọ ṣe kọ́ọ̀sì máa kan nìyẹn tí mo score B+. In fact, mo fún ní nasty rating ní pé kò mọ̀ ìyá kan. Mo fún ní nasty rating ní for there. Just for scoring me B+. B+ ni mo dá gbogbo olúrú fún yẹn o.
But the thing is that most people abuse it. I remember when I was in university, some girls, we had a lecturer that was lesbian. Some girls now said they are going, because the lecturer was failing them, they said they are going to plan together to say that the lecturer you get S8 them, just because the woman did not let them pass. And there were plenty of them ready to do it. So the thing is that when you give this generation opportunity, they always look for it. They will not use it how you expect them to use it. Think of how a lazy person, somebody that is 100 times lazy, will use the system. They abuse it. They abuse it and they start telling lies. I'm telling you, if they don't get what they want, then even these days, it's hard for a company to hire this generation, because this generation will rather take the whole company down, let everybody lose their job in order for them to get what they want. And what they want may not even be much, because they've taken so much drugs, they cannot even think straight. That's where we are. Businesses are not even safe anymore, because a drug addicted person can take the whole company down because of how they feel. Maybe they just wanted 500 euros extra. Maybe they just wanted 100 euros extra. They will take the whole thing down because they don't care. It's not their problem, because they are not getting paid like CEO. That's where we are. It's very dangerous to hire this generation. Very dangerous.
I don't know. This is just a tip of the iceberg. We are just starting, and we don't know where this thing is going to head. Believe me.
No,
and you know the funny thing, Ola. Let me tell you, especially in my own area, you discover that we now, because of the way we practice now, because of the laziness on the part of the care workers now, you don't know that you pay more for the service that you are getting. Because me, ordinarily, as an old doctor, I don't need to put you through radiation that can even cause you cancer to diagnose you of pneumonia. You know how much you pay to get a CT scan of the chest done to make that diagnosis. The diagnosis I can make by using ordinary stethoscope. You pay more, then we expose you to more risk of further ailment in future. But you don't know.
I don't think all these companies are planning to hire this generation. If you look at all this,
where would they get? Okay, they will be using robot or what?
If you look, yes, so it's robot. If you look at all these companies, they are investing in robots. All these fast food companies, they are investing in robots. All these service companies, they are investing in. If you look at Amazon warehouse, they are investing in robots. If you look at even medical technology, they started investing in robots. So they will not hire these youths. My own problem is, what are these youths now going to do?
Sorry, let me defend some of them. Sorry, me. Sorry, I enjoy our residents come. tó bá ti jẹ́ bí Indian or Asian, life máa easy gan. Àwọn tí mo ní láti tán lọ báyìí mo fẹ́ lè máa kí. Sórí Karan àti Anthony, when they are handling my calls for me, àwọn tí mo máa ń gbádùn àwọn yẹn gan because wọ́n máa ń disturb me. They handle it for I'm on cruise control. But say àwọn olórí gbogbo black and white yẹn, I don't know what it is. I don't get it. Every 5 minutes, kí n má lè sùn ni. I'm telling you, it's annoying.
Wọ́n máa pè é ni. Wọ́n lè dá àkọ́kọ́ ṣe. Wọ́n lè dá àkọ́kọ́ ṣe on their own.
But say àwọn Asian and Indian yẹn, they know what they are doing. So I'm not going to say everybody is on this. I don't want to say they know, they get it. So let's not blanket everybody and say they are. I don't want to say they know what they are doing. But by here, you want to study in foreign schools, Caribbean or Poland, when they come to America, they mop the floor with them, man. They mop the floor. And they are smart too. Don't get me wrong, they are smart. It's just the work ethic news in bed. That's just the difference. They know the man. They know.
Crazy now. It's not matter. Okay, even this generation, Americans are always immigrant.
It's just the work ethic. You must go extra mile. You must be
a country where the day they are born, they like no responsibility. School boys will pick them from the doorstep. The school can be 2 streets away, and the school boys still pick them from the house to take them to school, all the way to high school, senior. If a 16-year-old, the school is just a few blocks away. School boys will still pick you up to take you to school. I mean, like they never suffer. Even the poorest of the poorest, they still give them welfare. They give them everything. So,
Mike, it's not only in America. It happens in Nigeria. My brother's daughter, she's serving now. She cannot go out on her own. A graduate alone. She cannot go out alone. She doesn't even know how to cross road.
Wait, who said the Asian and the Indians? Is it Babati? Maybe.
No, yes, Babati.
Maybe that is above my generation. No. But these Asians that I'm seeing these days, these Asians of today, they are also maybe the older generation, but the one immediately after them, they are worse. There's no difference between the white and it's only Indian that is saving grace. Don't mention those Asians. They have joined too. Those ones have joined too.
I noticed that these days, the Asians are becoming, even in America, I'm running into Asians that are behaving like, normally they are known to be disciplined and very hardworking. But the ones born in America, born and raised here, they are becoming even, just some of them are not in behave ghetto. They are behaving just like the blacks. They are doing gangster, some are doing drugs. Are you sure you are Asian? Hey, you people that are known for being the moral compass of the society, Asians, the Nigerians and Americans, the ideal minority.
Mike, let me say something. As Simba said, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We got the first grandson in our house to enter uni, which is my elder sister's daughter. He just entered OAU. They never go out before. All this Ajebo daughter. At her age, he has never taken transport fare before in Nigeria. I mean, public transport before. That is how they were brought up. Now he's in OAU. They are in short holiday the last December. And her father still wants...
She cannot come out to come back home on her own.
Go from Abeokuta to Ife. I told my auntie, this girl is not this, even though he's still small.
And somebody will marry 17, that one. Somebody will marry that one. You say you marry a woman. Can that one cook?
At 60, she can cook. No. They forget about home something. She's very good. She's 17 or 16. I said, forget about her age. Tell her to go to a terminus. Koma Wasole. and even he have a friend as well. They are two. I said, don't. You have to let this child experience life.
nǹkan tí mò ń sọ earlier nìyẹn pé ṣé àwọn ọmọ tó bí nísìn if there's no NEPA tó bá sí náà for 1 day 1 month or internet wọ́n máa ní depression. I'm telling you. How will they survive? I'm telling you.
Babati, I said no. I called his father. Our father. I said, doctor, money no. She has a friend that they went to same school from Abeokuta. Is my auntie's daughter, friend's daughter too. They were there. I said, any lossy reputable park, transport fare, public fare. They should go and enter bus to Ibadan, to Abeokuta. Fortunately for them, they saw Abeokuta straight. My sister was calling me on the phone. Hey. I said, why are you? There's nothing will happen to her. She will be fine. My sister was at the terminus an hour earlier. Not in road, any bus stop in Kuto. But she will be fine. They are calling on the phone. Where are you? He said, Mommy, we are fine. Mommy, we are fine.
During our own time, where is the phone, sir? Who will communicate you? Where is the phone?
Even the daughter is the one telling her mom, we are just in Gbongan. When they are in Gbongan, we are just in Ibadan. Mom, just relax. We are fine. We are fine.
Thomas. But even in terminus in what is lolly now? Nobody has to come and pick you there now. What is lolly now? Lolly because
oh my God! These kids, they are the most enjoyable kids. No, let
me tell you. Thomas. If you remember those days, this thing, we were the one even fighting for our own freedom. You understand?
If you know before you go, back then our driver and even I would choose not to go with the driver to come pick me up. I will have to work with my friends home because
because you want to experience. You want to. I'm already my just say
yeah, we like
no the Babati. I want to go school. Say that the mini keke. My daddy even don't have keke.
If you know the Sunny Ade I'm listening to this day, I don't think some of these people that we have this day can play it. Do you know that a kilo for more there? That's a kilo for more there.
Yes, so Thomas in Nepajo.
You see all those things, man. If you see the way the thing they make stand as
nostalgic, you have been that nostalgic feeling now.
Yeah, no. See, one good thing about that music is this. These people they use 3 guitar. I listened to the interview of how they did that. They use 3 guitar, 1 bass guitar, then go all those stuff. Man, you will see the work there. Now one good thing is this. This one I even digitally mastered because I've been looking for the APS. I've been unable to get the APS these days. Now, if I'm playing those songs, you see the type of beat that will be coming out from my system here, and I will play the video. I know this Nigerian artist. So sometimes I will say, is it that my amplifier is biased? How come that the song of 1975? 1975, was it 74 or 75? Is better than it can produce better sound than what they do today. So now those days they will tell you, say, a musician, you must know how to play guitar, you must know. But these days, you just know how to synthesize something on the
AI generated sounds. That's what we are getting now.
Man, how will AI generate topics?
The difference between those music and that one, they can change the rhythm so many times in when you are listening to it. But this one now is only one thing, one rhythm throughout. You understand? It's the feeling of the people that are beating the drum. Once you spray them and then they can change the beat so many times to suit you. You understand? And
Simba, do you know that the way they play this scene, I could even although because I've listened to the interview, I could listen to what Bob Ohiri was playing, the one that Bob Adilade was playing, the one that the that guy, all those ones that I could feel all those things, and I now use stereo with it, you feel all those things, man. And you see, how did this guy, when they are entering into a particular mode of beat, the way they are coming out of that bass, you say, oh my goodness. Can, even though our music is developed, but then, man,
I think there is
that's
nothing
how
in the world, nothing. The summary is that the whole thing is too artificial. There's no real thing again. And it's our generation that I find it very difficult because we cannot. It's very
but
difficult for us to adjust to this.
we've seen not got to the real artificial level. No, artificial is still far because a professor was saying that AI we are talking today is not even the AI we are targeting, because the machine, you have self-driving, you have AI for robot that can deal with a medical situation according to instruction.
But the real problem of human being, and let me ask you, the real problem of human being, we are talking about depression, anxiety.
Let me give you one. So they believe King Jẹ́ ọmọkùnrin at 30 years old. Come on, they think the tire motor to bear.
Motor, yes, now. What are the motor for?
Open number. Open AAA. Come about change the tire motor to bear. I'm telling you, I'm serious.
Babati, I don't believe you, Joe.
I'm telling you, they can't even change tire. I'm not kidding you. Also, AAA. Oh, lè gbé spanner kó change the spare tire. Oh, lè gbé sí mọ́tò fún ara ẹ̀. O tún pe number.
But Babati, wait o. Bó làwọn èèyàn ti wá láì. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú yìí máa ń ṣe engine mọ́tò fúnra wọn náà.
Which generation of which generation of the Canadians are you talking about? You are talking about the new generation or the old generation?
I see them on internet, so I cannot really compare. I cannot really say. But
you can't.
Although they are exposed. No, they are exposed though, so I can't use that one.
No, the convenience. This is my thing. The convenience, you have numbers to call to come. But my question is, what if you are in a fog, you are in a bad weather where nobody can reach you? Then what happens?
Or inside forest.
No, let me tell you, there was a day I was going to work. I was going from Ilorin to Shogbo. I was in between Ilorin and the Ogbomoso Express Road. And it was drizzling that morning. I just entered a portal and my tire just busted. So is it at that point that I've now been calling somebody from where? I have to remove my suit and then take my extra tire and change the thing inside the rain. Unless I have to face it. So if I don't know how to do it, then I will suffer. Because if I might spend 3 hours, 4 hours there waiting for somebody to come from, and it will cost me more. And something that I can do within 30 minutes. So I don't know.
Funny enough, they have their phone. Everything is easier for them to access. They have access to better information than us.
When we were in school, we need to go to library, take all those big textbooks. If you are writing project, all our references, that has to be. Now they have everything in their palm. Are they making the best use of it? And that was why, I still don't believe this thing that you people believe that they are smart, they are doing this. If we have the same, okay.
What it was going to see, maybe I want the last generation, I want to copy and paste. I want to see ChatGPT. That is even the one writing the thing for them now. Even high schoolers, so they have ChatGPT writing their essay for them now. I want to see anything where I'm. To what's gone. At least I want to copy and paste it. They're still reading the material. I want to see ChatGPT write their paper for them. That's it.
It is true, Babati. It is true. But you know what? Like, that's the challenges that some of people in the academia world are having now. But I think those people that are still managing to beat those trap are those people in the computer side, because they will set you a question that by the time you run it through GPT, two things can happen. Number one, you may not be able to you may not be able to analyze. If you don't know how to analyze it, you can't send it to ChatGPT. And secondly, they now have tools to catch them. Just imagine someone coming from master's degree in computer science. You are using ChatGPT to write code in your assignments. How do you? I say, if now school, if now yeku school, then you won't be able to cut. But if there's school that knows their onions, they will even know the dates. Where that ChatGPT, I don't know. That ChatGPT, I don't know what they're still going to do if they want people to really learn, to be honest, because it's just going to make people yaudo doni.
Babati, let me tell you, my resident here and my specialist, you know that even for them to document in the system for patients, they do copy and paste. You will see a plan that you've already drawn for them 2 days ago. That okay, do this also investigation 6 a.m. tomorrow. They will still be copying tomorrow for like 4 or 5 days consecutively. Tomorrow will never end. It's because they are lazy. They cannot even try and write their own rant. That okay, this is what they can't write. They can't write. They just copy and paste. They will not see what they will be doing.
May I just greet you like I will see you later. I won't go sleep. Thank you.
Let me clarify. So they copy and paste on. So did they do the initial assessment or they are copying somebody else's assessment?
Okay, let me give you for example. Let's say I saw the patient yesterday. I wrote, okay, this so age, this patient to be managed for this so condition. This is the condition of the patient now. If he's coughing, okay, the cough is now less, and then there is no fever again, and all those things. I examine, I say, okay, this is the temperature today, this is the respiratory rate, and I wrote all my findings. You know what they will do by the time they are seen tomorrow? They will copy what I wrote exactly. The only thing that they will do is now the respiratory rate, they cannot vary it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They cannot, if I write the respiratory rate of 22, they can make it to be like 23. It would be different from that of yesterday. But they are not smart enough. Some of them, they will even copy your name. Join. As if, you understand, they're not even smart about it. You understand? Your name, they will copy it.
That reminds me in secondary school.
Thomas,
if somebody is cheating, they will still copy their name with,
That is why, as a resident, you should be spending. What happens is they want to work, but leave work at work. No, as a resident, you take the work you take it home. It doesn't end at the hospital. It doesn't end there. But they want to just do it at home. You must go home with it. That's the way it is.
They want to get it out of the way.
Just go home and do 5G.
Yes, do 5G. Yeah, I think it doesn't work like that. Yeah, I think we are almost 10 hours now. We have to shut it down now. Thank you, guys. Babati and Simba, you came here later on that lighting things up. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, thank you, Ola. Thank you, Simba.
Mamogbo. Mamogbo in Australia. All this legal or not legal. So people got sorry, they want to legalize cocaine. So the word is going over.
Yeah, Omo Jesu let me. Yeah, thank you, Ola. Yeah, thank you, everyone. You've come to the end of the section today. Yeah, I'll see you later. Yeah, carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys.
We are also reporting that P2B, everybody seeks umbrella under Nigeria. P2B is today telling us that he is also commending the Nigerian army for keeping Nigeria as one. These are the people that will defend him when we come after him. This is the criminal that stole money belonging to Anambra people to go and build a shopping mall in Abuja. P2B. He is now hailing Nigerian army for keeping the country together, the people that killed his own people. When I tell you that P2B was bad, people thought I was okay. Have you now seen it? He's hailing them for killing his own people, keeping Nigeria as one. And these are so-called Igbo people. Igbo men. Maybe his Alhaji boyfriend has told him to do that. People don't know that P2B sleeps with other men. People don't know that. People don't know what we know. Only if you people knew what we know. And now the news in greater detail. President Goodluck Jonathan has sacked all the service chiefs. Peter Obi, this same Peter Obi, with his Hausa male lovers, we know him very well. And when the time comes, we told him he will run. When we release the information we have on Peter Obi will abandon Anambra forever. He will never come back. We will tell him the name of his boyfriend and the hotel where they slept together. He doesn't know that we are Radio Biafra. Everything is documented, everything. We must continue to bring the news and clarity.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see. You can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there.